Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna togabu.
There it is. And there you are. Hello. So there it is. You caught me off guard a little bit. There's so much reflecting light. I think Alexander was talking about this yesterday. You can only really tell that it's one man with a laptop just by how amateurish the setup is. It's just me, a laptop, and just some rather funky spotlight that goes off at its own wheel. So that's just the whole setup, me, a laptop, and some funky spotlight. So there it is. Good day to you. Good to have you again. Always a delight. Never take it for granted. So when you do turn up, it's with gratitude that you are received. So this is an impromptu session. I was so determined not to have a session today, but here I am. It's just really to document some of the things that have been going on. Almost likely not to be a long-winded one. It's just really to capture a moment in time. So a moment in time captured. The usual protocol, please click on the like button as you're coming in. And when I'm inviting you to click on the like button, look at the numbers of people viewing, however many or not they are, and then look at the numbers of likes. So you see then it doesn't make for encouraging viewing when you see that. So just click on the like button as a matter of routine. If you have no reason not to click on it, pardon me, if you have no reason not to click on it, which you shouldn't really, then you have every reason to click on it because it does the platform a ton of favor. So and at no cost to yourself as well. So click on the like button unless there's a biting reason why you should not. Even if you have to stand up to do that. So click on the like button, and if you're not already subscribed in that same motion, just as because the buttons are whatever it is, the clicks are next to each other. So if you're not already subscribed, then do that as well. That's really for reasons of the YouTube algorithm. So do that for the YouTube algorithm. So now do this for the platform. If you're a new voice and you want to share thoughts, click on this link that says StreamYard right here. It brings you into a studio space. As soon as I finished fleshing out the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and invite your thoughts. So that's how it works. It's open microphone interactive session, and the interaction has to be with you. So if you want to come and share your thoughts on the screen, then click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard and come join us. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. If you want to buy your host cups of coffee, there it is right there. So if you feel this guy looks especially thirsty, is drying up just as he's talking, I have the cup. All you need to do is fill it up with coffee. So buy your host cups of coffee. So there it is. It's a 3 easy step process, and the link is right there. And then of course you have the button. Yes, and of course you have the button at the bottom of the screen as well that invites you to super chat to the platform. It's just so we can keep the lights on. So maybe if you super chat, then I'll upgrade my system. So that's just how we work, because I'm only going to invest just as much as I have done in this, and then whatever it can invest in itself. So click on like. That long-winded essay that I've just delivered now is essentially click on like if you haven't done that already. Click on subscribe to help out the platform. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come join us on the studio. And at your discretion, buy your host cups of coffee. So that's all that long essay. That's just the summary of that long essay that's just winded through. So the long essay that I just winded through, and now these are the headlines that we will be contending with. PDP primary, Atiku dumps Dino Melaye, opens up on his preferred candidate for Kogi election. So they say you cannot teach an old dog new tricks. I'm sure you've all heard that phrase before. You cannot teach an old dog new tricks. Is this act of subterfuge, untrustworthiness, backstabbing that has landed him? This is Atiku Abubakar. Betrayal of our trust, not lack of honor, all of these things that are the embodiment, the DNA of this character called Atiku Abubakar. All of these things have landed him now where he has landed, where his lifelong ambition has now come to a summary halt without being fulfilled. All of it from treachery. Did he learn the lesson? No. Dino Melaye that has abused any and everybody and has done somersaults and cartwheels, all for this guy. What does he do? It stabs him in the back again. So this is Atiku Abubakar as we know him, and we know him well. PDP primary, Atiku dumps Dino Melaye, opens up on his preferred candidate for Kogi election. So we go to treachery, Atiku style. So from a treachery, from treachery, Atiku style, we go to this. And we did a stopgap on this particular storyline yesterday, but we have to document this. Death cases in 2023 elections, lowest in Nigeria's history. Pardon me, who's that? Oh, all right, sorry. So death cases in 2023 elections, lowest in Nigeria's history. So this is the federal government making the headline this time around. And it is quite important that we document this and we are aware of this, because the narrative that is coming out of the Nigerian space is like the place has been set aflame. But the statistics and the data don't match that narrative. This is what this is telling us. One death is too many, by the way. We must always say that. But the death cases in the 2023 elections is the lowest in Nigeria's history. So that is what the federal government is telling us. And that they, of course, have the data, because the deaths are recorded with who? The government. So we go there. So now this was the headline piece. So we find out exactly what the demands are. Release Nnamdi Kanu. So I'm not actually going to give you the headline because it gives away a lot of the body of the story. But essentially, a 4-point demand from Ohaneze Ndigbo in order for them to sheathe their swords and bow to the Tinubu presidency. So the language or the demands of surrender, the demands of calming down is now being presented. So somebody did say that what we are witnessing are the stages of grief. So we're now at the negotiation space, which is now an acceptance of faith. So an acceptance of faith, but with conditions. Ohaneze makes 4 demands from Nigeria's president-elect, Tinubu. So you have to hang around to find out what those demands are. But certainly people making different demands, but this one business related. China meets Nigeria president-elect Bola Tinubu on trade diplomatic relations with Nigeria. So business carries on and governance carries on. That's just how it goes. Breaking, court stops Labour Party's chairman, secretary, others from parading as national officers. So we've been here before. We've been there severally in the course of this electoral cycle. We were there first with Uche Secondos. Actually, we were there first with Oshiomhole. He was suspended to be seen no more. And then we were there with Uche Secondos or however Secondos. He was there, suspended to be seen no more. We were recently there now with Oyeche Ayu, suspended to be seen no more. Now we're here with the Labour Party chairman, suspended, but will he be seen again? Court stops Labour Party's chairman, secretary, others from parading as national officers. So what going there, we find out in the shortest of time. And also we'll be making a real pit stop because we've been waiting to hear from him all the way through this electoral cycle. But he has been away wherever he was because he has more important things to attend to other than your noise making around some silly election. But he has landed back in the country and is regaling us now with his thoughts around the political space. So Wole Soyinka will come into play at some point, and then we'll find out exactly what his take is on the politics that's just passed. So we stop with Wole Soyinka. We'll also stop with Agbakoba SAN, who is inviting that there should be a rush through judicial process for the presidential petition tribunal so that the results can come in before the inauguration of the president. Because before the inauguration of the president. So this is what he is proposing. So how quite that chimes and rhymes with law and justice, we'll hear him flesh it out in his own words. So a rich and diverse menu. When is it never not a rich and diverse menu? So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button just to say you're coming in. We've said that already. Click on subscribe. Of course, the hyperlink that says StreamYard to join us on the studio. And if you want to buy your host cups of coffee, the invitation is right there. The super chat thing is the $sign thing as well. People have not been using that over the last couple of days. So if people can make their way back to that super chat button, it will gladden the platform. So whilst you do all those, let me give you a short little musical intermission before we delve into the throes of it. You know where we're going, of course, the Kegites.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ibe sodi kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjì. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbèsè o.
And there it is right there. Iku Kuniriu Agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So Alexander Gomez leads the way with the super sticker. So others can join him with that as well. So thank you, Alexander. We expect that to be streaming in today. We want the place lit up in multicolors. So light up the place in multicolors. So Iku Kuniriu Agbeshe. And by the way, there are still spaces in the studio for people who may want to join us. You know how it goes. However it goes is however it does go. PDP primary. Atiku dumps Dino Melaye, opens up on his preferred candidate for Kogi election. So treachery. Atiku treachery Abubakar. Atiku stabbed them in the back. Abubakar. Atiku Abubakar, the candidate of the People's Democratic Party PDP in the February 25th presidential election, has advocated a level playing ground in the forthcoming governorship primary of the party in Kogi State. The former vice president made his position known in a statement by his media advisor Paul Ibe, where he dismissed the insinuation that he was supporting Dino Melaye. The spokesperson of his let's take that entirely all over again. Atiku Abubakar, the candidate of the People's Democratic Party PDP in the February 25th presidential election, has advocated a level playing ground in the forthcoming governorship primary of the party in Kogi State. The former vice president made his position known in a statement by his media advisor Paul Ibe, where he dismissed the insinuation that he was supporting Dino Melaye, the spokesperson of his presidential campaign organization, in the election. So there it is, the language of stab in the back. Atiku in the statement dismissed the report suggesting he was backing any particular aspirant amongst others, adding that such a report should be disregarded. Recall that some elders in the state chapter of the PDP earlier called on Atiku to retract his alleged support for a particular candidate and give room for the original list of delegates from the 21 local government areas in the state to prevail. Alhaji Ibrahim Dansofo, the leader of the elders, in a statement, alleged that Atiku was trying to pay them back by trying to impose Melaye as the governorship candidate of the PDP in the forthcoming gubernatorial election in Kogi State. So there it is right there, and there it is right there. The language of stabbing in the back. But in his reaction, the former vice president expressed belief, but in his reaction, the former vice president expressed belief in the original delegate list in the party and said it is their duty to elect who will become the party's flag bearer in the coming governorship election. So that's somewhat the language of treachery. I'm not quite sure if that is a full stab in the back, but certainly a lack of loyalty, which is the expectation from Atiku Abubakar. So lack of loyalty from Atiku Abubakar. So does that come as a surprise to anyone? I doubt that very much. The expectation now, he's going out as he came in, just a Machiavellian man with a knife behind his back. A Machiavellian man with a knife behind his back. So a Machiavellian man with a knife behind his back, but not too many people were carrying knives during the just now past elections, at least according to the reports we're getting from the statistics being released by the federal space. Death cases in 2023 elections, lowest in Nigeria's history. So this is the federal government. Against the backdrop of the criticism greeting the 2023 polls, the federal government has said the immediate past elections are the least violent in the history of Nigeria. The Minister of Information and Culture, Alhaji Lai Mohammed, made this known in Washington, D.C. during his interaction with some policy institutes in the United States capital. The news agency of Nigeria reports that the minister is in Washington to interact with international media and the policy institute set up, amongst others, to provide solutions to global challenges. Amongst the think tanks the minister engaged with on the just concluded 2023 polls were Hudson Institute, the Atlantic Council, and Wilson Institute. Relying on the data released by a coalition of civil society groups in Nigeria, Mohammed said the reported deaths of between 13 to 28 people during the just concluded elections were the lowest since the 1964-65 elections. Mohammed said during 1964-65, no fewer than 200 deaths were recorded. I think what I was calling, isn't it? And by the way, keep pushing up that like button. We want to hit 100 today, even though we don't even have up to 100 people watching. I don't quite know, but by one way or the other, we'll hit 100 today. Mohammed said during the 1964-65, Mohammed said during 1964-65, no fewer than 200 deaths were recorded as a result of election violence. He said the 1993 election recorded 100 casualties. The 1999 elections recorded 80 deaths. The 2003 polls recorded 100 deaths, whilst 300 lives were lost during the 2007 elections. According to the minister, the 2011 elections recorded 800 casualties. The 2015 polls recorded 100 deaths, whilst 150 casualties were recorded during the 2019 polls. The minister underscored the sacredness of life, stating that no election is worth the life of any Nigerian. So I'll first align with that last paragraph before I then go on to the body of what is being said here. So what we're hearing from the numbers being reported and being collated by the relevant authorities, the elections is nowhere near as violent as the narrative seems to want to paint. So because, of course, I mean, the deaths have to be recorded in some form, and they are recorded at some sort of governmental spaces which collate these figures. And what we're being told now is that this is the least. So we have to go with data, by the way, or not with emotions or screaming and shouting. What we're being told now is that this is the least violent election that we have yet had, at least since 1960. At least since 1960 something. So a total contrast, of course, from at least since 1964. So a total contrast from the narratives that we have been hearing all the way through. So I'm delaying the four conditions that Ohanese are demanding for Tinubu in order to accept him as president until the last readout. So let me bring you two more, and then we go to that one. Oh, okay, so let's go on to this one. Let's go on to Labour Party and what is going on there. So let's go to Labour Party and what is going on there. Still a few spaces left in the room for people who want to join. So don't wait till when the place is packed and then there's a struggle to come in. So there it is. Breaking. Court stops Labour Party's chairman, secretary, others from parading as national officers. So it's just when it rains, it pours, actually. This is coming just quickly off the back of the Yes Daddy audio clip that we all delighted to. It was a real laugh, that one. The Federal Capital Territory High Court, has stopped the national chairman of the Labour Party, Julius Abure, the National Secretary, Farouk Ibrahim, and two others from parading themselves as national officers of the party. Others also affected by the order are the National Organizing Secretary, Clement Ojukwu, and the party's treasurer, Justice Hamza Muazu, issued the restraining order whilst ruling in an ex parte application argued by Ogwu Onija, SAN. Mr. Onija had, in the application, informed the court how the national officers allegedly forged several documents of the FCT High Court to carry out unlawful substitution in the last general election. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. And that is the goings on there within that space. So I'm not quite sure. We cannot see this guy now superintend the petition process anymore. And is the petition even being filed by the Labour Party or the candidate itself? And how does that presentation then go forward? Are they going to quickly have a standing person? I don't know. It's just confusions galore. It's a curiosity, actually. The PDP recently just and this, by the way, they're the internal politics of those political parties themselves. So just recently, PDP just got rid of their chairman to be replaced by another character, and now these ones now are getting rid of their chairman. So there it is. I wonder what Babalawo Tinubu is using for all this. I wonder what Papalawo Tinubu is using for this. So they're telling us that Tinubu's presidency lacks legitimacy, but I don't think anybody told that to the Chinese. They are moving forward, business as usual. China meets Nigeria's president-elect Bola Tinubu on trade diplomatic relation with Nigeria. So the king is dead, long lives the king. That's just how that goes. The king is dead, long lives the king. The Chinese government said its delegation headed by its ambassador to Nigeria has met with President-elect Bola Tinubu to discuss diplomatic and trade relations. China said it had identified people-to-people cooperation, which leads to cultural exchanges, as one of the main focus areas in its relationship with Nigeria and other countries. Chinese ambassador to Nigeria, Q Jai-chun, said this in a one-day seminar held at the University of Abuja on Tuesday. He added that he was ready to work with the new administration to be sworn in on May the 29th. I have talked with the president-elect and the vice president-elect, and I believe we shared a lot of ideas. And I have also shared my ideas and practices with the current president, Buhari, and China believes that the current president has set a very solid foundation for the next government, Mr. Q said. In spite of the challenges Nigeria faced, the country has smart, hardworking, and talented people. The seminar had as its theme Nigeria's harmony and China symphony, and China-Nigeria symphony. So there it is right there. It's just really to document that space now. It's just really to document that space now. So also everything changes but remains the same. The king is dead, long live the king. The international community, they because everybody has to move quickly to secure their positions now with this administration, because they are all just, you know that Nigeria has one of the largest deposit of gas amongst the largest deposit of so many other things. So everybody has to realign with the incoming administration, and they're not especially bothered about whatever noise making is going on in the background. But they are not bothered about whatever noise making is going on in the background. But it looks as though that background noise is about to come to an end. So let's bring this up. So it looks as though that background noise now is about to come to an end. So there it is. Release Nnamdi Kanu, creates release Nnamdi Kanu, creates sixth Southeast state. Ohaneze makes 4-point demands from Nigeria President-elect Bola Tinubu. So now we are now at the negotiation phase of whatever it is that is going on. Igbo Group Ohaneze Secretary General Okechukwu Isigozoro said Tinubu should release Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the Indigenous People of Biafra IPOB, unconditionally before they can accept him as their president and defend his mandate. Isigozoro said releasing Kanu would restore peace and security in the Southeast. Tinubu must pacify the Southeast with 4 charter of demands for the rich. Let's take that entirely all over again. Igbo Group Ohaneze Igbo Group on Ohaneze Secretary General Okechukwu Isogozoro said Tinubu should release Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB, unconditionally before they can accept him as their president and defend his mandate. Isogozoro said releasing Kanu would restore peace and security in the Southeast. Tinubu must pacify the Southeast with 4 charter of demands for the region to accept him as president of Nigeria and for Indigbo to stand tall and defend his mandate, he says. So these are the demands now being made of Tinubu. Let's see if there are demands that can actually be met, although he not obliged, of course, to accede to any of this. So number one, Tinubu must unconditionally restore peace and security by releasing Nnamdi Kanu. So that's number one. And I think Tinubu will, just as a matter of the first act, release Nnamdi Kanu anyway, not off the back of any of these demands, of course, but really just to assuage and soothe that region, just to, I think Buhari is going to give that Nnamdi Kanu to him to be a gift to the Southeast. So that had always, I think, been the plan. So Tinubu must unconditionally restore peace and security by releasing Nnamdi Kanu. Number two, balances the Muslim ticket by giving a Southeast Christian Senate president. So you've been hearing a lot of noise that they are not interested in the Senate president. Of course, they are interested in the Senate president. That's the number 3 man in the country. And for reasons of equity and justice, you want to imagine that that position, the one thing that must be a certainty is that position must go to a Christian. So that position must go to a Christian, and ideally a Southeastern Christian. So that is why Orji Uzor Kalu has been so confident and preening and peacocking. So I think that's also in the plans as well. And I'm not quite sure. So the language we're hearing so far are languages that Tinubu would easily accede to, and which would have done anyway. So I'm not quite sure if these are demands, because I suspect this might well already be in the pipeline. Balances the Muslim ticket by giving a Southeast Christian Senate president. So I think that had always been in the offing anyway. So number 4, Tinubu must put political structures on the ground to ensure that Indigbo feel the promise that Buhari made to us secretly, that he will ensure that the region gets a 6th state. So I suspect that might well be a struggle. Because if you look at the geographical mass of the Southeast, then you cannot see how another state can be carved out of it. In fact, a lot of people would argue that the Southeast has too many states already anyway. With the geographical mass of the Southeast, there shouldn't be more at the maximum than 3 states in that region. So you cannot, where are you going to carve that state out of? You would probably make just one street a state then, because it's just what he described it as a dot in a circle, and people took umbrage to that. I think what he was actually referencing is that it's just a small little geographical space within the Nigerian mass. So where are you going to carve a 6th state out of the Southeast? I don't know. The argument more is for the state to be carved out of Kaduna. There's a stronger argument for a state to be carved out of Kaduna, yes, it's certainly Kaduna, because Southern Kaduna is, even by its own mass, probably the same size as the Southeast in geographical mass anyway. So I'm not quite sure. So that's just the pipe dream that would seem like. Number 3, Tinubu must put political structures on the ground to ensure that Indigbo feel the promise that Buhari made to us secretly. Well, if he made it secretly, then we have no way of verifying that. Tinubu must put political structures on the ground to ensure that Indigbo feel the promise that Buhari made to us secretly, that would ensure the region gets a 6th state. So I think that will be a reach, because there's so much there's so much that has to be gone through for that to even be a possibility. And by the time you start to open the discussions around creating a sixth state in the southeast, then Oyo State will quickly pop up to say that, look at our landmass, this carves into two states. Kaduna State will start to look at Borno State. It's almost the size of a country, and it's being governed as one state. So I'm not quite sure how strong that argument is for a sixth state in the southeast. So number 4, this is their 4th demand. Reopen the Calabar Wharf, dredging of the Azumiri River, granting IPOB members amnesty. So there's a lot carved into that. So it seems as though these are actually 6 demands, not 4. And by the way, there's still a couple of spaces left on the platform if you want to come in. It says reopen the Calabar Wharf. So I think the Calabar Wharf is either already opened or in the process of being reopened. And dredging of the Azumiri River, I think that is already ongoing or certainly in the pipeline. But granting IPOB members amnesty, I'm not sure, because they are designated a terror group and they've wreaked a lot of havoc within, especially the Southeast. So granting them amnesty, I'm not sure. That would be so. Out of all of those demands, quite a few easily acceded to. The 6th state in the Southeast, that will, I think, remain a pipe dream. But granting IPOB members amnesty, I think there'll be a strong negotiation. They will have to have their best negotiating skills at the ready in order to achieve that. And releasing Nnamdi Kanu, I think that will be the token that Tinubu will use anyway to try and assuage the Southeast. So I think that will already be in the pipeline anyway. So now let's go into the room to see if anybody is there or we just start packing early. So we are not packing it early, fortunately, because World Peace joins us from Japan. Adale Koko joins us from somewhere in America. Prince Daddy, location unknown, but certainly Patrick, we know he's in Canada. So good to see you, gentlemen. Plenty to go through. Let me play you this clip, actually, because a lot of conversations around the Wole Soyinka place. So I'll just play you a couple of 2-3 minute videos of Wole Soyinka, and then we kick off the conversation. Thomas joins us as well, but here is the prof.
I'm talking about decentralization. That's all I want out of the incoming government, whichever it is. Let us have a genuine, not rhetorical, but a genuine, practical, detailed decentralization, the redevolution of powers, more devolution of powers to the various arms, the various tiers of government, state, local government, the reinforcement of civil entities, civil society in the various groupings. That is the kind of structure which I want. You can summarize it in that one word: decentralization. Yes.
Oh, all right. So the prof is calling for decentralization. Sorry, Fash, you have to mute yourself because your system will enter. Can you mute? Yes, thank you, Fash. So the prof is calling for decentralization, which is the language of restructuring. So, but then that is already in the offing anyway. So there's somewhat of a decentralization in the offings anyway, and a lot of the last-minute laws that Buhari signed in, they are wrapped around that decentralization anyway. But a lot of people are expecting some fell swoop that will just decentralize the country. That's not going to happen. But the soft, the low-hanging fruits of that decentralization space, they are easily reached and plucked. So we're already talking about local government autonomy, which Buhari has already signed into law, the uncoupling of the electricity space, which Buhari has already done. So now the 2 real big ticket items left in that decentralization space are state policing, localized policing, and then the biggest one, of course, resource control. So I think those would be the 2 stumbling blocks, but certainly the the decentralization, which is another way of saying restructuring, is already being done drip by drip by the Aboki from the north. Let's watch another short clip from the prof, because he's been speaking a lot today, you see. And when the prof speaks, people listen.
Which part or what part of Senator Dati Ahmed's statement was unbecoming?
Okay. Nearly the totality. Listen, the interviewer asked him several times. He said, what will you do if the Supreme Court judgment is against you? If the interpretation which you are offering about the constitutional aspect of this election, if it is against that of the Supreme Court and they find against you. And he kept saying, no, it's not even open to analysis. The word says and it's very clear. And the Supreme Court, in its wisdom, had better give this, in other words, his interpretation. I mean, this is trying to dictate to the supreme arbiter of the nation. Whatever you think of the Supreme Court, it is an institution we all revert to sooner or later. If not today, then tomorrow. If not about this election, maybe about the next election. But Dati kept saying, no, the Supreme Court has got, in its wisdom, to agree with me. That is what is known as fascistic language. It is not acceptable. And for me, it alienates people. It alienates even supporters. I know this for a fact. People come to, you know how I relate to young people. I relate to those who have found certain problems with the spokespeople of this particular movement. I'm not interested in the other ones. Everybody knows the other movements. But there's a new boy on the block, as the expression stays. And many of us have been waiting for that new kid on the block. And so we have a stake in it. And wherever it seems to be going wrong, we're going to tell the truth to that new kid. And the supporters who also say they have allied thinking with us, that's all. But go and watch that tape all over again. Introduce that tape to any kind of neutral jury, members of whom don't even know anything about the Nigerian situation. Talk about body language, talk about vocal language, talk about the actual text of Dati's pronouncements. This is intimidation, and it's not acceptable. I refuse to be part of that kind of language.
All right. Sorry, let me mute you. Well, please, people stay muted. It's just for the purposes of. I was going to come to you first, Prince Daddy, if you sort out your mic. But what we're hearing from Prof there, there's no equivocation. Apologies, Thomas. There is no equivocation. That was a call for arrest. What Prof just did there. And Prof, of course, a senior member of this society, it was a call for arrest, that lines had been crossed. The Mauritanian, of course, he has an escape route. We don't. So that was a call for an arrest. That was a call for arrest right there by Prof. You know, because Prof is I would not say Professor Wole Soyinka, I would not say he's necessarily an obedient, but Professor Wole Soyinka, he is one of those that distances from the status quo of the Nigerian politics, but is excited by the new energy that the youth space are bringing. So that youth space, they are packing their energy with the obedient movement at the moment, but the language that they are speaking to the political space is bigger than any obedient thing, because that language has now come to stay, and it will coalesce under some sort of formal political structure at some point. So a real organic thought force has emerged out of the fed-upness of the Nigerian people with the status quo. So that is what excites Professor Wole Soyinka especially. Not anything to do with Peter Obi. Peter Obi may well be a good fit face for that movement for the moment. So it may be a good fit face for that movement, for the moment, for this cycle. But certainly, the pronouncement of Dati Baba Ahmed is now is in tandem with the politics that Wole Soyinka is eager to move the country away from. So that is why the professor is calling for the arrest, essentially, of the Mauritanian. So let's listen to this final clip. This is from Olisa Ogbako. Sorry, I'm not going to attempt his name. The SAN. His name will show on your screen in a moment. Agbakoba, yes, Agbakoba. Kila Agbakoba. So Olisa Agbakoba, yes. I did the name also family. So Olisa Agbakoba. But listen to him first, because listen to him first and then see if you are reticent about what he's saying, as I am, because there's anyway, listen first and then you see if it doesn't scramble your brain.
The problem is because there's a strong feeling that Mr. Tinubu will be sworn in and the petitions are running. And there's that feeling, but if the man is sworn in, then what are we doing in the courts? That's the problem. And that's why I say, let's get these petitions resolved. I don't agree with Mr. Lai Mohammed that what Mr. Obi is saying is treason. I don't agree. But if we go below what the problem is, it's to do with the fact that Mr. Tinubu is likely to be sworn in on 29th of May 2023, whilst the petitions are not even heard. So why don't we try, even if we fail? Suppose my theory of 7 days doesn't work, but let us try now. Let's try to see if we can get it going. And if we get it going, that is a plus for everybody. Why must we be in this continuous political, quagmire of everywhere is in confusion? I really would urge the tribunal and legal team on both sides to do their possible best to push this case to the possible limit where we can see if there can be a conclusion before the swearing in. But clearly, I have said that I do not believe, and the Constitution does not recognize anything like an interim government. It's a total contraption. So as it stands now, Mr. Ahmed Bola Tinubu is the president-elect, whether we like it or not. And he's going to be sworn in on May 29th, whether we like it or not. Many guys are going to be unhappy because they will say we have petitions. So in order to balance out justice, could we please get these petitions, if they can be resolved before that date, so everybody is happy? If Peter B loses, then he goes home and knows he's lost. But why hang the thing? I can understand Peter B's concern and Dati Mohammed's outburst if Mr. Tinubu is being sworn in at Eagle Square and the petition is hanging in the Court of Appeal. That doesn't sound too right to me. So where we strike the balance is to give our best possible shot to finish the petitions. Let us at least try. There's no point all sitting down and saying, can it be done? Let's try to see if it can be done.
All right. Well, thank you so much. I'm glad that you talk about and you push a strong case for the fact that it can be done, even though it's never been done in Nigeria, but doesn't rule out the possibility that it can be done. But I asked the question earlier, and I'd like you to revisit it if possible. Bearing in mind all the things you said, why is it then not an option to take? Why is it taking so long? As you mentioned, the courts haven't yet responded, at least until now, to the petition submitted by both Mr. Peter Obi and Alhaji Atiku, because a number of parties did submit their petitions. What is stopping judiciary? What is the barrier? Why can't we achieve this? What are the issues? I know we've talked about, justice being served, not to subvert justice, but what are the bigger issues beyond just a will to make this happen?
Look, I sat on the NJC, the National Judicial Council, for almost 4 years, and I found the place toughy and very conservative. And I pushed the case all the time that the National Judicial Council ought to do a lot more than it is doing. And that's the problem. We need to modernize the justice sector delivery process. I've got a case in court, even though I'm former president of the Nigerian Bar Association. It has sat in the High Court for 12 years. 12 years. Some cases take 20 years. There's something wrong. The confidence in the judiciary, which I expressed at an interview, I think, with Channels, is the fact that people...
All right. I think it's pivoted onto the broader topic about the problems with the judicial space. But what he was proposing, Olisa Agbakoba, is that the presidential tribunal they should conclude within 7 days. I thought that was just a total nonsense. But from my lay view, he is an SANO and the former president of Nigerian Bar Association. Well, I thought that was total nonsense what he just said. The tribunal opened up just a couple of days after the elections concluded, so that's one. But then all of the contending parties are contesting the elections. They waited till just the very last day. I think it opened for a 28-day slot. If they don't submit, then that's just it. So they waited till the very last moment to submit their filings. So you can say they needed time to perfect their thing, but certainly not a month. So they waited till the very last day to perfect their whatever it is they want to file. So now the tribunal has to now go through the vast swathe of documents and arguments that has been presented to even see if they are going to entertain it. So if they decide to entertain it, then the process kicks off. And then when that process kicks off and the tribunal comes to a verdict, that is not the end of it. There's still an appeal process that goes to the Supreme Court for a final and forever judgment. All of that process, our learned SAN said to be condensed into 7 days. I see it as a total nonsense. How do you... So I see it as a total nonsense. How do you see it, Prince?
Hello, one man.
Yeah, good to have you, Prince. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah. Well, is that Mr. San Agbakuba, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's extreme. I mean, given what Atiku's camp and now OB camp has presented to the courts. I mean, it's almost I would say it's too much for the courts to run through those cases in like 7 days or less to have a verdict. I think that's a stretch. And you made a point right there. It's not always the case that the courts or the Supreme Court, like in America, the Supreme Court refused to listen to Trump's petition or his case regarding the 2020 election. So the court also has to determine if they want to hear those cases or if they think some of the cases are just frivolous. They have no standing, just like I think they've ruled on a couple of cases they presented to the courts regarding Tinubu's qualification to participate in the election, and also there's another one, and some criminal charges.
There are already rulings, like you said, on Tinubu's. I'm not sure if there's a ruling on Tinubu's drug allegations, but that has been judged on since 1999. So I think they will just defer to existing judgments. But there's been rulings on the 25% in Abuja severally. Yes. So sorry, carry on.
Oh yeah, that's right. I think that the courts, they have the records. They're just referring back to the past rulings on those cases. So yeah, in regards to let's see, yeah, it's not the way to go. But I kind of see where the sand is going. I mean, in order to give maybe legitimacy to Tinubu's inauguration of becoming the president, it would be nice for the country to know that, hey, they've gone to the courts and the courts have seen everything and they've determined that, well, is legitimately elected and there's no case against him. So it kind of gives him a clean slate, so to speak, to start his presidency. That's what he's saying. But if anybody should know better, I would think it would know the possibility or the outcome of being able to do what he's proposing for the courts to do. And just like you said, he's had cases in the courts for 12 years or so, and they were never heard. So this the need. Well, again, one could make an argument. The need for the presidential election is a national issue. It could be security. It could be for other reasons that other people,
sorry, Prince. I think what he's really saying is a race against time. This is what they are embarked upon, a race against time. So Tinubu is going to be inaugurated on the 29th of May, as we all know. You know that, we all know that.
Right.
So but the likelihood of the tribunal or the final judgment on the presidential thing, the likelihood of it, a final conclusion being reached before Tinubu is inaugurated is very remote. But if Tinubu is elected and is already sworn in, and he now has control, you know, the Nigerian presidency is the most powerful in the world. The likelihood of them getting then a judgment against him when he is an in-situation president even more remote. So it's a race against time. They want a judgment before inauguration. That's what they're pushing for.
Right. Yeah, I get a sense of that, but and also, again, it's a national issue, security or otherwise, however you want to slice it or dice it, just to make sure they're able to pass a ruling on the case. I think it's a race against time for sure. But of course, it's never happened before that, and I've heard about or we've seen governorship election overturned, but in the case, we've never had a presidential election overturned before. And to your point, yeah, I mean, so if Tinubu gets there, are we saying that it's going to be able to not manipulate, but be able to wiggle around the Supreme Court, that it makes it impossible to rule against them unless we're saying that. But if we're not, then I would say, well, I know time is crunch, but at the same time, I think the court should be able to operate, okay, the way they want to without being rushed. Of course, again, I think they should prioritize, and that's the word. They should prioritize, and if they have to push the case forward and spend a lot of time and resources to get things done, I could understand that. But given the different courts, there's the tribunal, the appeal, and there's the apex court that they have to go through. Yeah, perhaps the 29th of May, it seems to be remote, just like you said. So yeah.
All right. Let me take you to this space. Let me take you to this space. The 4-point demand of the Ohanese space. So they are telling us now that these are the conditions for sheathing their sword. So they're saying, let me just go through because it's a tabularized list. It says that Tinubu must unconditionally restore peace and security by releasing Nnamdi Kanu. So that's number one. Balance the Muslim ticket by giving a Southeast Christian Senate president. That's number two. Tinubu must put political structures on the ground to ensure that Ndigbo feels the promise that Buhari made to us secretly, that it would ensure the region gets a sixth state. So that's number three. But then this number four, they wrapped quite a lot of demand into it. Reopening of the Calabar Wharf, dredging of the Azumari River, granting IPOB members amnesty. So now, firstly, so this is now somewhat, people now, there's an acceptance of faith in this pronouncement by Ohanese, who of course rightly backed their son in the course of the elections and have stayed quiet in the course of all of this agitation. But as the writings become clearer on the wall, they're now trying to negotiate with the incoming administration. But this 4-point list that they've come up with, which of them do you think Tinubu can accede to, and which of them do you think is just whistling in the wind?
Well, yeah, in your commentary, you did mention for sure maybe the release of Nnamdi Kanu, right, would be a token that Buhari is given to Tinubu to be able to do so and appease the Ohanese or the Southeast. To the point about Buhari promising a sixth state for the Southeast. Well, I know government is a continuum, but nonetheless, if Tinubu did not make that promise, I don't think it's a promise that he has to fulfill. And given that Tinubu is a very strategic person, I don't know about fulfilling that request from Ohanese. In regards to the ports, the dredging of the Calabar ports, I guess, is going to help the commerce in the Southeast or the South region. Tinubu is a businessman. If that's viable, if it's going to help the congestion in our Papa ports or the ports in Lagos. Well, sure, I think that'd be something for the nation and regionally to do for the southeast, south, constituents. He did mention also security, right? Um, for sure, security. I'm not sure security for the southeast alone, but overall, of course, that's a main concern for Tinubu or the government to try to resolve the security issue in Nigeria. Now, if he did that, of course, everyone's going to benefit. It doesn't matter if the insecurity is right there in the southeast. If he's able to take care of that, and generally, I think it's good for the nation.
Is there an argument for granting IPOB amnesty? And how do you think the rest of the country will react to that if Tinubu attempts to do that? Is there an argument for that?
That's a good question. If an art, well, it'll be for sure a good thing, right? If they're able to, if it's able to appease the IPOB, because I think the Buhari government also did it one way or another, right? Giving amnesty to a lot of the Boko Haram, fighters one way or another, but to is a deep prescribed IPOB as a terrorist organization. It will be good for the morale of the Easterner.
Do you think the rest of the country will resent it if he granted IPOB amnesty?
If it perhaps in the north, I'm not sure the southwest or the south. In the north, for sure, maybe if they don't see a matching or a balancing of such action in the north, yeah, they may resist or talk about it. But IPOB in itself is quite regional, militia or whatever you want to call it in the southeast. It's not really, they don't really threaten across the nation. I don't believe so. They've always been more regional, separatist organizations, so to speak. So I don't think that the nation of people in general are going to frown upon that. From my opinion, I don't think so. And if it's able to do,
There was a period that they held the country to hostage, especially in the middle parts of the Buhari administration. They virtually held that country to a hostage, and a lot of people were not happy about it.
what was the event? I don't seem to remember that. I mean, they were making a lot of.
You remember that Jubril phase where nobody could breathe in the country for all of the noise, Jubril at Sudani and all of this?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
In that, well, yeah, right. I get it. They, yeah. I mean,
Okay. Let me personalize it. Would you have issues with IPOB being granted amnesty?
Well, my answer to that is no. Really, my answer to that is no. If they're given amnesty, I think it would be totally fine. Sometimes we have to de-escalate. It's and manage crisis, and I think that's what makes which is almost embarrassing.
Mama, I think you should make that a round robin question. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Woman,
all right. You clearly have a contrary view. So, yeah. So bring it home. Carry on, our Prince.
Right. Yeah. Comparing Atiku to Tinubu, for example, Atiku, I mean, is run like 4 or 5 times for the presidency. Is not a negotiator, and it's quite clear what's happened in the past 2 elections in the PDP. He doesn't have that skills or the ability to be able to do that. If anyone can turn things around, even turn IPOB around and give it a new face, I think Tinubu and his administration will be able to do that. Okay, the way it's going to be accepted by all is another thing. But again, a good negotiator, somebody that understands, the foundation of a problem like Tinubu usually is, I think is able to turn IPOB around. And as a master negotiator, again, I think is able to bring about, prominent Southeasterners and others, of course, to see how to negotiate it and give amnesty to IPOB. So, but again, you said personally, yeah, I think IPOB should be given amnesty, and it's going to make their region better, of course. Maybe better commerce, people move freely and less tension and agitation. Whatever douses tension in Nigeria, I think Tinubu is open for it. And as a leader, you can always think about taking it the easier way, the easier route to things, right? So it may be a big challenge, but nonetheless, I don't think it is a challenge that Tinubu cannot manage or handle. And again, we talk about Tinubu a lot about being able, having the skills to bring people and talents together. In reality, the agitation of the IPOB, I know they want their own Biafra or their own country, but again, the Southeasterners generally, of course, not everyone is bought into that. Not everyone shares the ideology of Nnamdi Kanu, the IPOB. They're the Southeasterners, the Igbos. They don't, not all of them. So, but again, if they are able to appease them one way or another and give them amnesty, um, I think give them Nnamdi Kanu. I think maybe that'll be part of the negotiating token. To disband that organization. Who knows? There's a lot of things that can be brought to the table to negotiate.
All right, brilliant. So, Prince, you still have the floor. I'm not quite sure how new you are to the platform, but sometimes when something is so topical, we like to do a very, very short response from the panelists and then come back to you. So I still want to hear from you about the death tolls being reported by the federal government relating to the elections that's just gone. But let me take that topic round. So so this is a round robin question to the panel. So you get no more than a 2-3 minute window just to give us your thoughts. So I don't want it to be too lengthy. But Patrick suggested it, and we just want to narrow it then to the amnesty for not Nnamdi Kanu. Let's even add Nnamdi Kanu. So we're splitting it up. So there is a 3-part question. Should Nnamdi Kanu be granted? Well, actually, let's leave Nnamdi Kanu out. Should IPOB, the organization, be granted amnesty? And if they should, what sort of conditionalities, if any, should be attached to it? So a round robin question, kicking it off with Thomas. Thomas, you know how it works. Thomas.
All right. One month. To me, I always say, what is the next thing after his release? That is what always baffles me. If they go to release him conditionally, I would love that.
No, hold on, Thomas. We're leaving Nnamdi Kanu out of it. We're talking about IPOB because Ohaneze Ndigbo, they've come up with conditions for them to back the Tinubu administration. And one of the conditions is to grant IPOB amnesty. So not Nnamdi Kanu, but the organization itself. So is this something that you would agree to, you would like to see? And would you like to see conditionalities if that was the case, and what sort of conditionalities? So not necessarily Nnamdi Kanu, but IPOB.
Nnamdi Kanu, yes, the broader one. IPOB, no. Why did I say no? Their problem with Nigerian government rather, is getting their nation, which is Biafran nation. I'm very sorry to say this. This is not a breaking news. Nobody is going to give anybody any country. I wrap it around Yoruba nation too. No, there is no government that will give anybody any country. Forget it. I don't think in my lifetime. This is my opinion. You may not like it. I don't think in my lifetime. So if IPOB is going to sheathe their sword, that means they have to jettison Biafran cause. And I don't think these people that I know that we see their action and the everything we know for them for, I don't see them sheathing their sword or jettisoning Biafran nation. I don't see that. Nnamdi Kanu, the savior, said, is Biafra or nothing. So giving them amnesty? Are they going to sheathe their sword? If they are going to forget about Biafra war, why not? They can grant them amnesty. They grant some Boko Haram people amnesty. Why can't they grant them amnesty? But if they are not ready to jettison the Biafran cause, agitation, I don't think any government, any sane government, any government that wants peace will grant them amnesty. But if they can sheathe their sword, why not? They can grant them amnesty. That is
Oh,
my take. Yeah.
all right, brilliant. Well done, and you kept it within time as well. So thank you, Thomas. So Thomas agrees. Thomas is saying amnesty on the condition of the abandonment of the Biafra agitation. So Ajale Koko, you're up next. The question, your response: should the incoming Tinubu administration accede to Ohanese's request that IPOB should be granted amnesty? Is this something you would agree with? And if you do agree with it, would you like some conditionalities attached? And if you do, then what are they? So Ajale Koko, you're up next.
Yeah. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you have. IPOB is very complicated. Number one, in Nigeria, they've been described as terrorist organization. So when an organization is declared a terrorist organization, they have to lift that tag of them first before anything is going to happen. So the question which you ask, why did the government describe them or pronounce them rather and tag them a terrorist organization? That is what we want to know first. What have they done in Nigeria to the interests of that country, to the security interests of that country, to economic interests of that country that warranted the government to call them, to tag them as a terrorist organization? We have to identify that. Once that is identified, maybe something can be done to reverse that tag before anything can be done. So the name have to be reversed. They have to take that terrorist tag on them. They have to take it off first before anything. That name by itself as a terrorist organization is I haven't seen any part of the world where a terrorist organization in the recent time will be admitted into the nationhood. He said that they are defeated or they surrender. That is the way it works in the modern world, what we have seen. But for the case of Tinubu might want to do something different. He might want to bring everybody together. He might want to listen to Ohaneze and do something different from what Buhari have done for 8 years. Remember one man that what's the name of that old man that died recently, passed on recently?
Amechi, Amechi,
Amechi tried all the best he could to get the release of Nnamdi Kanu unconditionally, but Buhari refused. So maybe Ohaneze that is now talking for his release, maybe with Tinubu they could strike a deal and got him released, and the organization as well, because there's no way, there's nothing you can't separate Nnamdi Kanu from what do you call this organization? IPOB. You can't separate them. Nnamdi Kanu is synonymous to IPOB. So, and there's nothing you want to do for IPOB that it won't you won't do for Nnamdi Kanu as well. So if what do you call it, Tinubu want to bring people together in that country for us to have sense of belonging and a sense of nationhood as one people, maybe we want to listen to what do you call
Amazing.
You know, uplifted and take off that tag on IPOB. Remember, IPOB has been working with the Eastern leader in the recent time, particularly cooperating with them to to have a peaceful election, the gubernatorial election in Anambra State, and as well as the recent election. IPOB called on the people to come out and vote. IPOB organization did not made any statement contrary to Igbo people to come and vote. IPOB did not call. So since IPOB have been working with the Eastern leaders in the recent time, after Nnamdi Kanu have been captured, they've been trying to relax. They've been trying to work with the government. They've been making peace with the government in the East, and they've been calling on people to come out and vote for whoever they want to vote for. So maybe on the basis of that, maybe Tinubu wants to do something and then work some deal with them. So it's left for Tinubu administration. So, but I hope that Tinubu will want to work with everybody, even with the Yoruba nation and everybody, and let them see that this country belongs to all of us. Let us work together. I'm going to be fair with everybody. And it should demonstrate it by the appointment so that people can see that it's fair to everybody, every section of that country. And maybe that can start, people can start listening to him, and he'll be able to do a lot of peaceful gesture. You'll be able to give a peaceful, release some gesture that will appear peaceful to everybody in the country, and they will start to, see him as a real leader that they can cooperate with and work with. So Tinubu, everything is in the hands of Tinubu, but Ohanaeze is doing their best, not neglecting IPOB, because whether we like it or not, IPOB is one of them. They cannot do away with them. They are well-established organization and a world-class organization as well. So Ohanaeze is doing a good job. They should keep on penetrating, talking to President-elect, and negotiate. They can't give condition. Condition is not the way out, one man. They cannot give condition. They have to see how they can work with him and see how they can placate him to get IPOB off the hook of terrorism. Terrorist organization. That is what they should do. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajale Koko. So you're up next, Patrick. It's a round robin question, so just a snapshot answer. We are leaving Nnamdi Kanu to one side because the conversation will still get to you to give an expansive narrative on that space. But you opened up that space. So should IPOB be granted amnesty? That's one. And if you feel they should there be conditionalities attached? That's two. And if you feel conditionalities should be attached, what are they? That's three. So a condensed and succinct response, Patrick.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Perfectly. Carry on.
Yeah, IPOB cannot be granted amnesty. Members of IPOBs can be granted amnesty. IPOB is a terrorist organization. Why? Because IPOB have done what terrorist organizations do.
We've lost you.
What do terrorist organizations do?
We're losing you, Patrick. Are you? No, we're losing you.
IPOB has bought government.
No, we're losing you. The network is bad where you are. No, we can't hear Patrick. So let's go on from Patrick. Can you hear me, Patrick? Can you hear me? No, we've lost Patrick. Let's take the question to Rational Mind. So, Rational Mind, the question, your response. So within those parameters, leaving Nnamdi Kanu out for a moment, should IPOB be granted amnesty? So that's a broad amnesty for the whole organization. So should they be granted that? That's one. And if you feel they should conditionalities be attached? And if you feel conditionalities should be attached, what should they be? So, Rational Mind.
Yeah, one man, thank you. I hope my kerosene laptop is not disturbing.
Yeah, we're used to it now. Now it's because the elegance of your presentation. Carry on.
It's the same device I'm using. All right, thank you so much, one man, and thank you everybody. Yeah, so I think I want to go with Patrick on what he said. I never thought about it until he mentioned that. I think the members, individual members, who you see, one thing about the amnesty is, just like, okay, for example, we talk about the Niger Delta Force, Avenger Force, whatever they call themselves, and we talk about the Boko Haram. The whole of Boko Haram were not given the amnesty. It was those people who gave up the rebellion and who came forward and said, okay, we want to take part in the amnesty, like this guy, Yadua did back then. So if you come out and say, yeah, you're surrendering, I think then that's what you can get. But then you give people that have been proscribed, or don't get me wrong, for those people who are Ipob people, I'm for Ipob, I'm for Yoruba Nation, but then I'm just speaking from the context of the Nigerian context, that if they said, okay, because that would be counter whatever Buhari government has done before Bola comes in. I think it's going to stay on that protocol of the existing court injunction or court ruling that they've been prescribed, except he has to undo it. I don't know how he's going to do that. So, but then if we have to stay on that existing protocol, existing judgment that they've been prescribed, then the individuals that are part of that organization will only benefit from that amnesty if they avail themselves of the opportunity or the benevolence of the government to want to grant them amnesty if they're already incarcerated. So that's how I would look at it. So if people are still part of the organization, these proscribed organizations or terrorist organization, and they still continue in their rebellion against the states, I don't think there's any need. It makes no sense saying that you want to grant the whole of the organization, the terrorist organization or proscribed organization, for amnesty. Then, which means you are decriminalizing them, or should I say, you are kind of like making them look like, okay, they're no longer terrorists. It's like you are pronouncing them as a non-threat to the Nigerian state. That's how I would look at it. So I think, like Patrick said, I think it will be just the individuals who avail themselves of that benevolence or that thing that the government is doing to. So I don't know. Is that just basically the question you're asking, or is there other things you're asking?
No. There are other questions to come, but it's a round robin question. So I'll still take the conversation round. Let's see if we can get back to Patrick if we get better network. Patrick, are you? Can we hear you now, Patrick?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, that's much better. So yeah, start from the start again. Yeah. So
what I was saying is that individuals can be granted amnesty, not the organization, just like Rational Mind said. And it should be a condition. There should be condition. And I think without Ohaneze asking, that's what Tinubu would naturally do. I believe he would have done that. So they have actually sustained themselves by just putting a part of their demand. They would have put something else, because I know Tinubu will want some calmness in that place. So he will say, okay, if you're a member of IPOB, if you submit your arm and submit to the state, we're going to grant you amnesty. And they can use those members to be able to demilitarize that place. But the point is that if those members are granted amnesty, it means that every other agitating body in the southeast will be extended the same condition. and then that would justify the government moving in if there's any counter movement by those agents. For example, if after proclaiming the amnesty and the deadline for amnesty has expired, we still find a body trying to cause problem in that place, then they can roll in the tanks, and the people of the southeast will not say, oh, they are coming to do python dance. Why? Because they extended amnesty and amnesty has expired. So to me, I believe that would be a Tinubu strategy, and that would justify government rolling its tank into southeast to capture any dissidents if after they granted the amnesty and the amnesty has expired. So that's my take, one man.
All right, brilliant. So amnesty with conditionality. So let's take the questions to Freeman. So Freeman, the question, your response, should IPOB be granted amnesty and should conditions be attached? So Freeman.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Good to have you.
Yeah, before I respond, because I have some speakers say some things, like especially Patrick. First of all, IPOB was proscribed September 10th, 2017. And Patrick was talking about you can't just grant a terrorist organization. I'm curious to ask anybody on this platform, can you give me a crime, a terrorist crime that was committed by IPOB before 10th of September 2017? Just one.
Well, they are declaring a sovereign state within a sovereign state, which is a treasonable act.
Is it terrorism? Is that terrorism?
I don't know. Well, you tell me.
It's not terrorism. So it's good. The reason why I had to first of all point that out is is
and they were arming up as well, which is a militia.
I said before 10th of September 2017. Before 10th of September 2017. We all know the answer to that. Now, the reason why I'm saying this is this, because you said there is a proposal from Ohaneze. And the second thing is that Ohaneze that you are talking about, who signed on behalf of Ohaneze? Do you know the name of the person?
Yes, it's Osogozoro.
Isiguzoro.
Yeah, they are Secretary General, yes.
Isiguzoro, okay, that's fine.
Isiguzoro, yeah.
Okay, that's fine. The reason why I'm asking those questions, because you guys will understand that those Ohaneze or those one you are calling, they don't speak for Biafran people. And the reason why I'm saying it again is that you don't grant amnesty to people who are agitating for an independent country. It is not a crime to agitate for a country. You don't grant amnesty to a group of people. Like you meet Igbo people now, say you grant them amnesty, or you meet Ijaw people who are interested in being Biafra, you say you grant them amnesty. Is it an offense to want to your own country? So those are things you need to put into consideration when you are talking about granting amnesty. So that amnesty, I don't know, Isiguzoro does not speak for Biafra. So they should just remove it out of the table. Amnesty, nobody is taking amnesty. If you check the meaning of amnesty, was there anybody convicted of any crime? The chief, the head of IPOB, has the court not said they should set him free completely? He has no case to answer. So what are you, this thing does not have any bearing. So as far as I'm concerned, let them do the right thing. Nobody should be talking about amnesty, because fighting for freedom, self-determination is never a crime in anywhere in the world. And to make that point, buttress that point, since 2017, the Nigerian government declared IPOB a terrorist group, there is no single country outside Nigeria that has confirmed IPOB a terrorist group. That should tell you.
I think they were designated the 10th. Just as early as a couple of months ago.
GTI came back and said they made a mistake. Didn't you read it?
Who's GTI?
This thing you are referencing is GTI, American this thing, terror index.
Yes, the American Terror Index.
Yes, they came out and publicly apologized. They made a mistake. Go and check. Go and read it.
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, but if you are aware of the first one, then you should have been aware of the second one. So that's my own take on it. They are never a terrorist group. I am from Edo State, and I'm a Biafran. And nobody, I'm not a terrorist.
Where are you from Edo State, Mr. Eke? I'm seeing your name and I see where you are talking. I'm from
Yes,
Edo State.
I told you
Where are
from
you
Edo
from
State.
Edo State? Which
I
part?
told you I'm from Edo State, but I'm not going to tell
Which
you where
part? I'm
Where
Edo
are you
State.
from?
I'm Oredo. I'm Ushemero. Which part are you
Let us
from?
know.
Benin man, I
Let
can
us
challenge
know.
Which
you.
part are you from? Where
Which
I'm
are you?
from
part are you?
Edo. I'm from Ora.
Patoski is from Ora. I'm from Edo. I'm Edo. Which part are you from Edo to claim that you are
Which
Biafra?
part that you are
Which
Biafra?
part? Which part? Who gave you Biafra in
Which
Edo?
part in Edo is
When last time I went
Biafra?
Biafra working? If you are
Uh-huh.
Biafra in your room, where are you from in Edo State? Tell me you are
Where are you
Biafra.
from in Edo that you are Biafra?
This whole platform I hear be spilling nonsense. International players are causing problem in Edo State.
Oh God.
You see,
But it's true now.
you are just talking. It was my turn to talk. So why were you just talking?
No,
You
don't
just
Well,
say
listen. You
what
you are
just
is
coming here
not.
listen.
to
It
inciting
is my
nonsense. Why
turn.
you are
Where in
inciting
Edo
nonsense
is
in our
When
state?
Biafra?
when you talk about
Where is the Edo State that is
self-determination, listen,
Biafra? We have
listen.
two
Let me
Edo State
talk.
people telling you here.
I am the
Talk
one that is
here.
talking. It
Wake
is my
Guarera,
time.
Wake Guarera, Ekaira.
It's
Oh,
my
where are
time.
Edo?
Shut up and let me
Who
talk.
shut up? Who shut up? Who Babaneria? Who was Fungwa?
It's
Who
my
Nene?
time. Speak
Who
this thing. I don't
Fungwa?
know what you are speaking. Speak
What? You
English.
are mad. You are
Speak
No,
English.
settle
No,
down.
no, no, don't say that.
You know what this guy is doing here? Patrick, tell me about what this guy.
War Peace, you know we don't do foul language now.
English. I'm not insulting you. I'm insulting. Why are you being insulted?
Who gave you the
No,
Apologies
authority
for
to
but
say you are
that.
a driver in those states?
okay,
Who gave you the
apologies for
authority?
that.
No,
Apologies for that.
listen.
Who
No,
gave
Listen.
you the
no,
Let
no.
authority to say
me. I'm
Who
not going.
gave you the
Listen.
authority to say you are a
I'm
driver
not
in
going
those
to
states? Tell
insult
me
you.
your brother
Hold
say I'm
on.
No,
responsible for you by tomorrow.
Who are
wait,
you?
hold on.
One man.
Gentlemen,
One
Okay,
man.
please.
Is
Yeah,
he going to allow you
woman,
to
Freeman.
please
speak?
mute them.
No.
Woman, please mute them.
Yes, gentlemen, please, please, gentlemen. War Peace, we don't do foul language, So apologies, Freeman. That's not the language of this place, by the way. We have zero tolerance for abusive language. So zero tolerance, and he's entitled to feel that he's a Biafran now. Is his choice
One man,
now?
he does not have any entitlement just to say he's a Biafran. He
Excuse
does
me.
not.
Can I
No,
speak?
hold on. Hold on
He's
now.
too far to feel like that.
No, War Peace. Don't make me put you at the back now.
Let me speak, please.
Yeah, hold on, Freeman. Now, War Peace, he is entitled to say he is a Biafran. He's not saying that Edo State they are Biafran, but he's saying he is a Biafran. If that's how he sees himself, then of course he's entitled. Sorry, carry on, Freeman.
Okay. The guy is a
Thank
Biafra,
you.
but Edo
Thank
is
you
not
very
Biafra.
much. Thank you very much, one man.
Yeah.
It's always very good for people to not to use emotion, not to talk out of emotion. You talk out of wisdom. Now let us put it this way. You have listened to David Umahi of Ebonyi State. On multiple occasions, David Umahi has come out to say Ebonyi is not part of Biafra. And the Ebonyi people said David Umahi is speaking for himself. And if there is referendum, he is only just one man. Are you going to say David Umahi does not have rights to talk about? He's not part of Biafra? Are you going to say those in Ebonyi State, some people in Ebonyi State that believe they are part of Biafra cannot speak about it? You see the hypocrisy?
You know what?
If me, for instance, let's put that. If me, for instance, from Edo State, part of Edo State, say I am a Biafran, and there is an option for referendum, and majority of the people from my side say they are not Biafrans, automatically they win. Then I'm not Biafran. So does that call for insult? You see the mindset that most of our people have.
Can I interject 1 minute?
Does that call for insult?
Come in Ajale Koko. But before you come in Ajale Koko, Freeman, what you're hearing is, as an Edo man, you know how passionate Edo people are about their heritage and lineage. So that's what you're hearing. But Ajale
Edo
Koko,
is
come
a
in.
big place. Edo is made up of, you have Akoko Edo, you have the Bini people, you have the Ishan people, even with the
And
Ishan
we
people,
have
you
all
have
of them in this
Yaja,
platform.
you
You
have
have
Uromi,
all of them in this platform. You have all of them in this
you have
platform. Don't
Uromi.
think you're the one.
So are you going to speak for what way I want? Are you the one that will decide for me? Are you the one that will decide for me?
Okay, let's
Before there was
All
Edo State, hold on. Before there was Edo State, was there no Ben there? Was there no Ben there state before Edo State? You just talk as if you think you are talking to
all right. Settle down. One moment, Freeman. Let's hear from Ajale Koko, and then we move the conversation now. We don't want to fall out. We are friends. Ajale Koko, come in.
One man.
Yes.
Look, somebody is saying something here that does not represent a party where he's speaking from. He's speaking for. I think we should be able to call that person to order. If they want to conduct a referendum today in the East, it's going to be limited. If they want to conduct a referendum on Biafra today, it's going to be limited within the eastern part of Nigeria. Referendum on Biafra will not be conducted in Edo State. We should get that right. So, World Peace and Patrick that are challenging him that you cannot claim a Biafra if you're an Edo man. It's just like Yoruba man say, oh, because I'm supporting Nnamdi Kanu, I'm a Biafran. A Yoruba man cannot claim a Biafran. So let us set the record straight. An Edo man.
Ajale Koko, you say it's a complex topic and a delicate one as well. Hold on. There are parts of Edo that have leanings towards the southeast. And if he sees himself as a Biafran, I don't think anybody can.
There's none in Edo.
Hold on, Patrick.
There's no part of Edo that has.
There is.
Sorry, Patrick. Yeah.
So Edo, no part of Edo that is part that.
Okay. One second, Ajale Koko. Freeman, are you able to tell us which part of Edo State you come from? Freeman.
I'm from Ishan.
Ishan. Okay. So are the leanings in Ishan towards the Biafran narrative?
We have so many supporters there.
But the community itself, are they Biafran? Do they see themselves as Biafrans?
I can't speak for everybody. I can speak for myself.
But you're from there now, so you know the feel of the place. Do they see themselves as Biafran?
I already told you that some people identify as Biafrans, but me, I identify as
Man, you don't know what this guy is saying. He's caught deep in Edo State. There's a tribal settlement going on in Edo State. You don't even know what's going on. What's not the kind of cost? Practically, see, this guy doesn't even know. Patrick is an Yoruba Edo man. Have you ever seen Patrick claiming Odua nation in Edo State? It does not happen. This will come across problem in Edo State. They'll come across problem in Edo State. They'll come on the platform, they'll come to the national platform and speak nonsense in Edo State.
No. Settle down. Yeah, rational mind.
You should recognize that people have the right.
You don't have the right, my brother. Don't get me mad this morning. You don't know what's going on.
We don't have the right. We don't have the right.
Hold on. Okay. Everybody hold. Well, everybody, when I say everybody, I mean everybody. So the first thing is, let's bring the tempo down. So it's a conversation, not a battle. So it's a conversation. So let's bring the tempo down, and then let's keep the language clean. So that's the first thing. And then the second thing is, if our new friend here, Freeman, if he sees himself as a Biafran, I don't think anybody has the right to tell him that he's not. Actually, he's a Biafran now. So but the one thing, how do you tie your wrapper? Freeman, how do you tie if you tie your wrapper 2 ways, then you're a Biafran.
No, that's not my. See, I'm not listening. One man. If you listen to me very well, you will see that I'm not the type of people that they say, oh, they were brainwashed, because now they cannot say if you tie two wrapper, you are a Biafran and you become a Biafran. Before I made up my mind to support agitation, I've done my research. A lot of
my guy, let me tell you.
No, please don't tell. What pace? I do have to set you to the back. Let the guy have his say. The one thing is, are you a political rather than a geographical Biafran? So you are politically Biafran rather than geographically Biafran. Is Ishan, is it part of Biafra land?
No.
I just explained to you. A lot of things are unfolding. When right now you may not understand it clearly, And a lot of people who are ignorant, who don't want to even go into research to know about what is going on in Biafra struggle, may be talking the way they are talking. Things are unfolding. You also get to you hear
No, no,
you know
no,
what
no,
is
no.
happening. For now, what I can tell you, what I can tell you is this: I am a full-blown Biafran, and there are a lot of people from my area who are full-blown Biafrans. That's all I can say for now. But things will unfold and you'll see.
Woman, can I have a second?
Yes, you can have
This
that
guy,
second, but
this guy is from Esan. No, I won't blow it. No,
don't go after his personality. Go after the
This guy is my brother from Esan. He's just the next tribe to my place, and I think I understand his language and stuff like that. Ovio Raiwu, you understand? Odiaye, my brother. You see,
that's not my language.
Okay, you see, the point is this: ideologically, anybody can claim to be maybe Biafra and Arewa. It's just like Sunday Awoni claimed to be an Arewa, but Sunday Awoni was a Yoruba man. He was chairman of Arewa Consultative Forum for years. You understand? Because from Kogi, and then that's not central, but it's really not an Hausa or a Fulani man. You understand? In Esan land, if you know the people from Esan, Antonia Anini is from Esan. Antonia Nahoro is from Esan. Ambrose Ali is from Esan. So you will be able to know that these are core Edo people. If you look at the line, they are not Igbo, they are not Biafrans. They are core Edo people that are from that part of the country. There is no part of Edo, and most of my Biafra brethren here will understand this, that you can really say they are part of Biafra. In short, we have part of the people in the East that can claim their lineage to Edo, not the other way around. There are people in Onitsha today who, if they trace back, they can trace their lineage, just like some people in Lagos can do, that can trace their lineage back to Benin, but not the other way around. So especially the Esa people are even way up. People like Olubumi Okogie, people like that Archbishop Cardinal Okogie, all of them. They are not Biafrans. They are Edo people. Sincerely, just go and review your history again. I don't know. Maybe you could be a Biafra, maybe because maybe your mother is from the southeast or whatever. But that tribe is not an Edo Biafra. And if you look at their language, they don't have anything in common.
When was Edo? When was that name given? Edo.
That's a topic for another day. So
that's what I'm saying. So when was that name of Edo given? So
all right,
we must argument at all. I am who I am.
We must move on. Yes, we must move on. So he is who he is. I think more his political leaning is Biafran rather than the geographical space of Edo being Biafran. I think that might well be the understanding of it. But let's move swiftly on and go on to Michael. It was meant to be a round robin question. So Michael, you're up next. So the question, a short response: should IPOB be granted amnesty? If so, with conditions. If with conditions, what should they be? Michael, you're up next.
One man. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. As for me, I'm not in support of amnesty in general. Because when they started with the Niger Delta amnesty, I was against it. Because I am of this opinion that once you give the Niger Delta amnesty, another region will start agitation and they will clamor for amnesty. Like, if you remember, after the Niger Delta struggle, they granted amnesty. But see, today, as we are talking, the issues, the problem in the Niger Delta region is still not being resolved. So at the end of the day, we are not going anywhere. Okay, watch the Northeast again now. They have Ministry of, Ministry of Northeast as well. At the end of the day now, when you go back and look at the operation again, you will not see anything to show forth for it. Then if you want to grant IPOB, amnesty again. Now you have to create another ministry again. At the end of the day, this will just act as a conduit pipe in which our leaders or the politicians will use to siphon money in the country. So if they grant IPOB, I bet you another region will start agitation, then they will still grant the amnesty. So at the end of the day, we will have the 6th region agitating. Then we will grant everybody amnesty. Everybody will be tapping from the wealth of the nation. That's my own opinion.
Is it not worth it though to if they give them the condition of abandoning the Biafran struggle and then they create some sort of a ministry for them, just the dollar deal? Is it not worth it just to have peace in that region?
Granting them amnesty will not guarantee peace.
Granting them amnesty on the condition that they abandon Biafra, is that not
They cannot abandon Biafra.
What do you mean they cannot abandon Biafra? Of course they can abandon Biafra. Of course they can.
Biafra is in the blood, so they cannot abandon Biafra.
All right, brilliant. All right, let's take it finally to War Peace, and then we move the conversation on. So War Peace, so you had a moment to calm down. So the question, your response: should IPOB be granted amnesty, and if so, should there be conditions? So War Peace, give us your response.
One man.
Yeah.
One man.
Yeah.
I'm here now.
Oh, who's that?
Fash.
Oh yeah, Fash. Yes, so sorry, Fash. Yes. Let's hear from. Okay, let me come to you actually because I'm not sure if War Peace is ready. So give us your response. Apologies, Fash. Give us your response.
Yeah. To me, okay. Tinubu, you want to do that for peace to reign, but I know in his inner mind he won't like to do that because he understands that space very well. He knows what they want. He knows everything about them in the Southeast. And one thing, okay, that's for Tinubu. But for me, our first thing I will do is to let's redefine the meaning of that Biafra. Because what they are calling Biafra is like for me, a Yoruba man calling for Yoruba nation and want to include Edo, Delta, Isekiri in my Yoruba nation. You understand what I mean? So, and we all know people from Delta, Edo, they are not part of people from Rivers, people from Baisa, they're not part of.
No, that's but that's in contention, as you can clearly hear. Freeman feels that Freeman feels they are, but War Peace and Patrick feel
they are tiny thing, just little percentage of them that following them, because even some Yoruba people, because so many people they get addicted, they get attracted to some kind of ideology sometimes, and they want to be part of them. But majority of people there, they are not part of this struggle, and you are claiming Biafra, and your own meaning of Biafra is the old Southeastern, the Eastern region. You understand? So we still have to come to a round table. Let's redefine what's the meaning of your Biafra. Then after knowing the meaning of your Biafra, then you know what we can do from there.
Do you see? Sorry, Fash. Do you see Biafra? Do you see Biafra as a geographical space or an ideology? How do you see it? Because I see it more as an ideology than a geographical space. But how do you see it? Is Biafra, your understanding, is it a geographical space or an ideology wrapped around feelings of marginalization? How do you see it? Do you see it as some sort of land space?
Yeah, it's an ideology wrapped around or wrap around neglect, and this thing, apart from the people from the Igbo land, those people that are that's associated with Biafra are people that are struggling. People that are struggling, they are easy to canvass, easy to persuade, to fight for freedom. And there's nothing you can do without the elite in certain area. The elite must be involved about it to carry the masses along. And if you go to most of these people, they are not part of Biafra. It's those people that are fighting for struggling, that want a better life, that wants freedom at any cost, that are with them. And so we first need to redefine it before we know where to go. You can't. Secondly, there's nothing you can do about it. That you want to give them amnesty. It's just gonna waste your money because this thing has been as a bait. This is what they used to as a bait to deal with Nigeria. Because if you collect, they can't release it for you. Like they want to answer Biafra that they're no more doing Biafra. That's what they use. Even the airlight, they knows about it. Any little problem they have with Nigeria, they have to bring it out to to as to use as a bait to get things from Nigeria. And it's a very difficult situation because what they want to rule Nigeria. They want to be recognized in Nigeria, and this is democracy. I don't think they can do the type of politics we do in Nigeria because we have to reach out across in all regions, reach out to people from one region to other region. I don't think they can do it. You can see obedience. I mean Obi that just came out just now. He can't even go to the core north. He can't even get them around him. He can't even persuade them, to get their vote. Maybe if they have another politician and they themselves they will know how to do proper politics in Nigeria because that's what they want. They want to be part of Nigeria. They want to rule Nigeria. Anything anybody say they want to be part of Nigeria, it's just a lie because they are in all nook and cranny of Nigeria. They stay everywhere in Nigeria. What they want is like to be recognized, to have power, to have a say in Nigeria, and for them to have it, they to be part of the democracy. And they know how to play the democracy. It's not by force. It's not by force. So I don't know. It's really just to be a difficult situation. I don't know what. But Tinubu, we just give them. If you give them anything they want for peace sake. That's my
Sorry,
own contribution.
Yeah, I think Rational Mind wanted to interject. Rational Mind, come in.
I'm listening to you. Definitely.
All right. I have that interjection,
Yeah.
and then I'll take. Yeah, go on. Fash say what? Sorry, bye.
I mean, the question that was thrown to you was, what should I mean? I get you when you said they should define it. Yeah, we should define it. But why all this long, long history you're telling us?
Yeah. You have to go to the roots now. Sometimes you just.
So what should Tinubu do now? If he goes to the roots, now what would you advise Tinubu as a Tinubu man? What would you advise?
To allow peace to reign. Sometimes you allow peace to reign, but
so how do you allow peace to reign now? You're not answering the question.
Yeah, he can give them whatever if he can give them if it's amnesty, but I don't think it's gonna work anyway.
All right, brilliant.
To take the decision, but he will take it for the for peace to reign in Nigeria. That's what he will do. But at the end of the day, I don't think they can forgo Biafra.
All right, brilliant. We'll take one more response from that Biafran space, and then we'll move the conversation back to the topics. Prince has left us. I think he lost connection. So we may take the conversation then in the direction of Rational Mind. But let's go to World Peace first and take his response to that round robin question that Patrick opened up.
Yeah. Go to the next person. I mean, my daughter first school ceremony. Go to the next person. Thanks.
All right.
Yeah, Woman, sorry, I just want to make a contribution as part of that one as well. Sorry.
All right, go on. Then you substitute for World Peace. Carry on.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone on the platform. Yeah, to me, just like some of the panelists have said, I don't think there should be any amnesty because the way, in my own opinion, and the way I see it, when you look at this Biafra agitation and the way they've been labeled as the terrorist organization, I don't see any difference though there might be a little bit of difference in their mode of operation, but I don't see any difference between them and Boko Haram. And the reason I say that is because when you look at the origin,
that's a bit harsh.
Well, I'm going to explain why I say that. When you look at Boko Haram, the way they started, the same thing that Biafra wanted is what Boko Haram wanted, because Boko Haram was saying that they wanted their own Islamic state, which was like a country. That was the genesis of their problem. And just like somebody asked the other time, like, can you, like, if anybody can point out the activities or terrorist activity that Ipob carried out before he gave that date. The same way before 2006, I believe.
Proscription.
Yes, before 2006, I believe. I don't think Boko Haram has carried out any violent activities as well. Before that guy called Yusuf or whatever was killed in the prison. So, but the thing is, what they were doing after is what matters. Boko Haram killed a lot of people, and IPOB have been doing the same thing as well. So when you look at the two, there might be a little bit. Boko Haram might be harder in the way they killed people and in their operations, but when you look at their stories, it correlates and it looks the same. That is just my
It's
little.
not entirely true what you're saying.
Game changer, I want to ask you a question. How will you reconcile what you've said now and why Opuzon demand that said the killings done in the south is perpetrated by the desperate politicians?
Well, the same way they were saying about Boko Haram, that Boko Haram was used by politicians and they were the ones sponsoring them. So when you look at it, it's the same.
Wait. So if the European countries have not prescribed IPOB and it's only Nigeria that is prescribing IPOB, and the UK government at a point came out to say that any IPOB member is open to get asylum, to seek asylum in the UK. How do you reconcile that again?
Well, you can't judge what is happening by what outsiders, what they said about the country. But we are giving you what is happening. The reality is what we're talking about. There are some countries that are terrorizing
I
other
think
places, and America had never
is your
proscribed
own
them.
reality. My reality is my own reality.
But okay, listen to me, and I want you to clarify this.
Yeah.
How did Boko Haram, how did they start? What was their problem with Nigerian state?
Want me to answer that question?
Yes, I'll answer it.
Yeah, anybody can jump in.
Yes, I'll answer it. Okay. Will you go rational mind? Should I go after you or you want to?
You go first, then I'll go after.
Okay, now. Boko Haram started.
Well done, by the way. That's the order. Instead of talking over, so well done if you carry on.
Okay, thank you, Mama. Boko Haram started when politicians find a movement, as in somebody started a movement, the Yusuf guy started a movement preaching against politicians looting, that if they have an Islamic state, they will be able to control the looting and corruption. Now, because he was gaining more followers, the politicians called him to come and have negotiations. And that was why, if you remember, they gave him a commissioner portfolio when the government came into being. But because they were not implementing what he wanted, he left out. And when he left out, he was arrested. When he was arrested, he was killed. Or they said he wanted to fight with the security operative. He got killed. His followers became radicalized. So that is what perpetrated Boko Haram.
Okay, thank you for what you have.
Unfortunately, they did not manage the space. The people got training from outsiders. Then they started the proper Boko Haram. Now, IPOB's case,
Sorry, before you go there, please, can I just because what you said now, it's just like I would say like 40% true. And I would just want to correct you in that scenario.
Okay.
Like you're right, like you said, like Yusuf was preaching against the way the government was being like run. They were not doing what people wanted. Then the plan, what they said was this Alimadu Sharif was the governor then. He went to meet them and promised them they will rule by the maybe Quran injunction or whatever, like to be just with everybody. That was the promise. And those people voted for them because they had a huge movement. Now, after they won the election, he decided to go against all the promises that he made for them. Then this Yusuf and this movement decided like they don't even want any democracy anymore. You didn't include that. They wanted Islamic way of ruling. That's why they said they wanted to join the Islamic State. They wanted their own country. Go ahead.
Now, in the case of IPOB started when part of what started IPOB was marginalization.
Same injustice.
Sorry?
I said the same, when you look at it, is the same, the main injustice. That's what both of them said they were fighting for.
Yeah, no, sorry, let you fair round this point, but if I bring it home and then rational mind adds to it, then you round it off fast and then we move on.
Okay. So now, IPOB came, injustice, but they were more like, if we have our own space, we'll be able to govern ourselves properly. All the marginalization we are seeing, either from our own politicians and from the country at large, we'll be able to fix it. The same thing in the Southwest.
You don't think the two stories mirror each other?
No, for me, it does not mirror each other because at the end of the day, IPOB did not get any international backing to create armed struggle with the government. The only difference was instead of the Nigerian state to grant IPOB.
No, you're talking about methodology. I'm talking about ideology. So you are talking about
yeah. If it comes to state creation, maybe both. One wants a state, the other one wants even in the Southwest, we have some people who lean to more of what's it called, Yoruba nation, which wants a statehood fine. All this problem too is a function of injustice meted on the greater population by our unfortunate politicians, whereby everybody feels the best thing to do is to be at par because the ideology in the northern space is different from the ideology in the southeastern space, and it is even different from the ideology in the southwestern space. So, and that's why you find that at every point, everybody is having in a development commission, and some people as earlier stated, the problem of the country we are saying now is basically because of, I want to believe it's more of a constitutional problem. A constitutional problem. The unitary system is really hitting at everybody. If you remember now, Sanusi granted an interview saying they have to devalue the power devolution. Shoyinka said the same thing. Everybody has said the same thing. I think now because we're now having more agitation from the youth, the politicians are agitated such that they know that this form of government cannot hold for peace to reign in that country. The only problem we are seeing, and funny enough, the last election we held has shown it, whereby some people in the Southwest feel Igbos in Lagos cannot vote in Lagos because they want a more of a Yoruba-centric government, you know? So we need to face the reality of the problem and stop attacking people. If we fix that country's constitution and everybody has a sense of belonging, we will be able to at least have some level of decorum. That's where I see peace and reconciliation can come. But if we keep on running this unitary system, thinking that somebody will sit in Abuja and throw up a magic wand and fix the system, I believe we are just playing and will not be sincere with ourselves.
All right, you're taking us to a wider point, but excellent nevertheless. But rational mind come in and then round it off, Fash.
Yeah, if I have to take this up, take up our new friend here. I don't know if he's a new person. Yeah. So you see, you first of all you said there's a similarity. Even though it seems like there's a similarity, but it's not entirely so. The people you're talking about, their ideology is more of religious base. It's not of the last time I checked the UN Charter on self-determination. It's basically, if I go by the understanding of what it said in the UN Charter on self-determination, it's about people who want to identify as a sovereign nation, usually based on their ethnicity or based on their place of origin. But these people are just basically religious, not really of an ethnic clan or ethnic or tribal clan or whatever it is. It's just basically um, um, it's basically religious. And even though the UN Charter talks about freedom of to determine your religion or whatever you want to be, but the self-determination is hinged upon people who wants to carve out a nation of their own based on their ethnicity or their geopolitical area where they are from. But Boko Haram is not like.
Yeah, sorry, rational mind. Do you see Boko Haram as a religious movement or a political movement or a hybrid of both? Is it political, religious,
It's a mix of both. It's a mix of both political and religious. That's why you could not see them go to any world capital and say they want to protest like the IPOB. They were in United States and different parts of Europe, and they were recognized by these different governments of the world as people who they've had an antecedent that led to a civil war in Nigeria because they wanted to carve out a separate nation of theirs within the Nigerian state. That is why they grant them that, because these nations, they understand the UN Charter on self-determination. But you will not hear of that of any of the Boko Haram going to, not even in Saudi Arabia, that they go there and say, or not even in Iran or in Iraq or whatever, that they say, oh, we are Muslims or we are Islamists, and then we want your help, and the whole world knows that this country is giving them help. No, you never hear of that. So that's
you see, the reason why I asked that question is Boko Haram, they are agitating or even fighting and terrorizing for a religion-based statehood. But then but IPOB, they are agitating for an ethnicity-based statehood.
Exactly.
So there's a commonality there. It's a theme-based agitation. Theme, THA, you know what theme is?
I get you.
Yeah, so it's a theme-based agitation, but it's setting aside the differentials in and the theme, by the way, is not because there's an undertone of religion to the IPOB narrative, because it's a homogeneous. Is it Anglican-based community?
Well, no.
Is it not?
No. The additional was never premised on religion. It's just basically
but there's an underbelly of religion to the IPOB space.
They never bring it up, man. I don't know why you're bringing this up. It's part of it. It's never part of it. It's never part of it. Basically, it's ethnic. The Igbos and those people who fall within the old Biafra area within Nigeria, and that is why the self-determination, like I said, is recognized by these countries. That's why they could allow them to hold their protests in different world capitals, like where you are in the United States, you're in UK, and here in the United States, and in Canada, and different parts of the world, because they recognize that these people, they've been on this journey for a long time of asking for a self-determination, which the UN Charter recognized. But that is not the case with Boko Haram. But even though we want to draw a parallel, like we're trying to draw, because there's an agitation, there's an agitation. But is it similar in some ways in the real sense of it? No. Theirs is more of a religious.
But
Boko Haram is religious.
Rational mind. They are mostly
Hold on. Let Ajani come in.
Why didn't Saudi Arabia and other Islamic countries give them that recognition if they know that yes, they are agitating for something that is world that they need to recognize? No,
because the agitation is violence. That's why.
That's another issue.
Yeah, but that's the one reason why everything that you said is not the case. But the politics of it is similar to the IPOB space. They're an indigenous religious-based people, the Boko Haram space, wanting to manifest in the ways that they understand. So the IPOB space, they're an indigenous. You don't want to recognize the religion on the religious undertone.
No, I won't recognize that because this is what we do. We don't want to go down that route because I said it every time. Let's not spin religion into about this. If it's basically ethnic, you might be let me just land this point. If it's basically ethnicity, let's just see it from that point. As long as they've not said, "Oh, we are Christian, we are Anglican, or whatever," we're going to bomb Nigeria. No, they never said.
Rational mind. I don't think what you're saying.
Hold on. Let Adane Koko come in first, and then you come in after. Adane Koko to you.
Rational mind. Let's be factual. They have IPOB. IPOB have element of, make some rhetoric of Islamism in their campaign.
Judaism, you want to say, not Islamism.
Huh?
Judaism.
They said they are Israelites.
They say they are Jews, yeah.
No. What I'm saying, listen. I say in their rhetoric, they made anti-Islamism, anti-Fulanism, they say all the time. So, but not as pronounced as that of Boko Haram. Boko Haram is very clear with their own anti-Western establishment, anti-Western education, anti-Western system of government. Everything has to be Islamic way of life in entirety. That is what they want. So don't let us say that IPOB does not make some rhetoric sometime.
It's a context to what you're talking about. It's when they start invading their space. That's when they start going against Islamists. No. They did. Hold on. I can understand if like Patrick is saying that they were aligning with the Judaism, saying that we are Jews. I mean, that's some part of them. I mean, especially Kanu. This guy was Kanu called this guy. Kanu.
Can I interject, please?
You will, please. You will. I just want to talk to Ajadeko real quick. Now, Ajadeko, you see, in the context of what you're talking about, they are going against Islamists. Let me use the word. It's not Islam. Islamists is because they were invading their space. They were trying to, like what is going on in Benue and other part of the country, like Southern Kaduna. They saw that coming, and they saw that was going to be a threat to their existence, and they had to go against it. Yoruba still did the same thing when the Fulanis were doing the same thing in Gongo and the rest of them. Did they go against them? We didn't go by religion. They are coming with these people from the Sahel. They're coming down south to invade our space and to turn us to they're kind of like their slaves. I mean, kidnapping us and asking for ransom. I know that. Okay, go on.
They started that because they believe those people that is holding them down in Nigeria and those people that with the power, they are the Fulanis and their religion is Islam. That is why. And the Boko Haram, it's just they are Kanuris and they just wrap their freedom fighting around Islam. And they are anti-Western education because they believe is the UN, the Westerner that is holding Nigeria as one. So that's why they don't align with the Western education. They want the Islamic region for themselves.
So what's the correlation with the IPOB? I mean, the Biafran struggle. What's the correlation there?
Yeah, it's just this. It's just almost the same thing. Like the IPOB, they are mostly Igbos, and their religion is Christianity, and the Boko Haram, they are mostly Kanuris, and their religion is Islam. So
But then
most of
they
the
did not
time,
they did not fight for Kanuri State. That's what I'm saying. If they fight for a Kanuri State, that's a different thing. They said Boko Haram means against Western education. It's a form of Wahhabism that
See,
preaches like the Salafist that teaches combat and whatever to fight against Westernization of the Islamic space. They weren't fighting on creating a Kanuri state within the Nigerian state. That would be available within a different. That's why I'm saying
rational mind.
Let's not spin this to a religious angle.
I
What
said
you're saying?
mostly Kanuris. They are
See,
not,
They are mostly Kanuri, but they were not fighting for Kanuri state. Is that what they were fighting for? The last time I checked, they were fighting for Islamic Caliphate.
you see, the thing is, the name you are calling them, this Boko Haram name that you are giving to them, is not actually they are not the one that gave themselves that name. That is what I want you to understand. But you are taking that name as if that's the name
who gave them that name? I'm not sure, because our understanding is that that's their name.
It's just the people. Like, it's just like people, because they are against anything Western, like the form of education. They said, oh, if they go to school, people dress indecently, whatever. You know, all those things. That was why people gave them that name. That they said Western education is forbidden. There's so many things that they said is forbidden. Not only education. They said even democracy. In their ideology, they said democracy is forbidden. So, and you were talking about them
So
protesting.
what was the
and
name they go by? What was the name they go by?
there's Jamatu, whatever, something. That's their name.
Jamatu al-Sunnah. Is that what you're saying?
The name is long. Yeah, that's their name. But people were the one that gave them that Boko Haram. That is not their name. And you won't see them call themselves there, even in the videos.
Whatever the name is, we're talking
But
about the ideology.
The ideology is the same. Rational mind, it just have to be factual.
It's not.
And
you can't
they wanted their country. They wanted their own country. The same thing IPOB wanted. And you were saying something the other time. You see, sometimes when we speak, we have to be truthful, and we don't let
No. Leave all of that. It's being truthful, but if you have a different understanding, just bring it in. Yeah.
The reason I said that is he said Rational Mind just said something the other time, like about Benue and the way, like said the Fulanis, they're going to their land and doing some other things. You see, if you look at it, I just don't want to bring us back, but I have to say this. You said when the Fulani they went to their land and they were claiming something there. The same way the Yorubas were saying about Lagos, like people, these IPOB, some of them were coming to Lagos, they were claiming. So when Yoruba fight, you said, no, it doesn't make sense. But when these people fight the Fulanis, just because maybe you hate them or something, then it's good.
When the IPOB come to Lagos, my friend?
It's the same thing, because you're just saying the same thing that happened.
Game changer. I think we've already spoken on this Lagos thing.
I know, but it's just a reference.
1 minute.
All right. Ajande Koko has the final interjection, and then we move on. I think we will about it.
Yeah, my friend just spoken now. Look, Boko Haram and Biafran struggle fighter are not fighting for the same thing. Boko Haram is fighting against Nigerian states to uproot, to take over Nigerian state. That is their objective. They want to totally eliminate Nigerian security infrastructure, security apparatuses, and take over the governance of Nigerian state. That is their objective. Biafran struggle is not aimed at that. It's to take over eastern part of Nigeria, which is known as Igbo land, and declare it, take it out of Nigeria, and declare it a Biafran state. that can stand on their own and govern themselves, separate from Nigerian state control. So there are two different organizations with different objective, different mission. So don't say they don't have anything in common. They have something that looks similar. The mission looks similar, but not to achieve the same objective. No, not to achieve the same objective. So Boko Haram, you see it fighting the military, taking land, even land that are not even Kanuri land. They are taking so many places. So their own is to eliminate Nigerian military infrastructure, military existence, take over Nigerian state, and control Nigerian state. That is it. That is their mission. So don't let us confuse these two organizations and describe them as, aiming towards the same mission. No. Just to make it
all right, brilliant. Well put, Ajane Koko. We might well open it up as a standalone session one of these days, because a lot of people will see a lot of similarities in their ideology. But Ajane Koko is saying that they are more of an Islamist expansionist movement rather than wanting to create just a little enclave for themselves. So we opened up that up one of these days. But I want to move the conversation on, and I want to move it in your direction, Rational Mind. But on my way to you, let me acknowledge the supers that have been coming in. That space opened up by Alexander Gomez with a super sticker. He comes in again with a super chart. He says, never saw Prof upset before. He practically called his critics' names today. Unbelievable and was amazing to watch. Unfortunately, age is getting the better of him. It was sad to watch him struggle. So thank you for the super chat, Alexander Gomez. And that space is still open for people who want to speak to the platform via super chat. But what Alexander is saying in that space is this interview that Wole Soyinka granted on our channels. It was actually on Arise TV. Granted one yesterday to channels, and then today on Arise. I tried to watch it, and a lot of I don't know how many of you watched it. It was quite painful to watch, actually. I don't know if it was technology, but I think it was age. It couldn't just hear any of the questions, and it was just, it was just
not age. It was the some technical problem with the audio between the.
You don't think it's age?
He said he had a hearing problem. That's what he said. He said, I have a hearing problem. That's what he said.
Yes. No, I thought he said, "Oh, I cannot hear you. It looked like your
yeah, he said that.
No, he said he said I'm not sure if it's the audio or my hearing problem. Yeah, that's what he said.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Yes. So thank you, Alexander.
But the interview he had with the channel with what's the name of that guy? The one-on-one.
Is that Sheung?
No, not Sheung. The one that went to meet him in his
house. Yes, that's
everything went. It went well. He didn't struggle to answer any question. He didn't. No, I think everything is still good with him. I think it was their technical problem.
Is 88?
Yes.
So it's forgivable if he has some struggles. Is 88? Can you imagine?
There's this hearing aid that he can have, and he won't have. And there's this hearing aid that is available. This is a man that travel abroad every time he comes to the United States. He could easily get this hearing aid. It's no problem. So I think it was technical problem. I don't think it's.
You're protecting Baba. Don't worry, we all love him, but
I'm not confused because we haven't watched that interview with. I can't remember the name.
I know the guy that is that guy that carries a bit of weight.
That guy that carries a bit. Yes. I think they
Yeah,
had
you know the one that is always
something
interviewing
accurately.
Baba Gida. Yeah.
It was a free. I mean, the conversation was,
Free flowing.
free flowing conversation, and there wasn't any problem with his hearing or anything. So, well, we thank God for him, sir. I mean, Baba finally he spoke when he saw that things is getting out of hand, So it's okay.
All right, brilliant. We'll still go back to
One man. Sorry, I'm in my daughter's school. Today is our first day of entering grade 1, so we came for the ceremony.
But, that's brilliant.
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't hold back myself. You guys don't understand what's going on in the states. You guys don't understand what this Ipob and the Kano have cost.
Hold on one moment, World Peace. I'll give you the floor to have that expression.
No, I won't have time. I'll be here for like an hour. Let me quickly say a little thing before I'll just go. Yeah, you guys don't understand what this Ipob people have cost in the South. It's a big menace that the elite and the political leaders are holding together. Now you see this guy that come to the platform. They're just few, not like this tribal, just nonchalant people that are praising of Nnamdi Kanu online. They cannot say it in the States, but they'll go on social media spewing nonsense, causing tribal tension in the States. The same thing, the South.
Sorry, War Peace. I felt you went too far. If you had the reputation,
I didn't even go.
Hold on. If you had the reputation on this platform already for that, so I would have probably removed you because the guy was speaking for himself, and you just went at him with real aggression.
One man. Even as yesterday, you don't understand. Even as yesterday, we are concerning issues in the states. Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
They go online, fund themselves. Yeah, they go online, fund themselves, insulting everybody. Just like what the South is doing when it came to the presidency. They are playing politics of demanding. Nobody's entitled to anything. If you want a governorship, you politics to it. You align yourself to it and get a ticket. We are not the people that give people tickets in political parties. As big as the 3 political parties, these people are not in any of the political parties, and yet they are demanding the ticket from the people that don't control the party and insulting us for it. We have told them, tell that number, go to PDP or APC or Labour and get the ticket first before you come ask for the vote. But yet they insult everybody for it. Like, we must give them the ticket. Is a Edo Central Stone, otherwise they will succeed for Edo State. Like, if you are the one holding them not to succeed and go get their state. If you want to get your state, must you insult everybody? There's a reason we said there's no Ipob in Benin, and there's no Ipob in Benin. These people are online, insulting people, brainwashing people, insult their own Inoje, insult our own palace, and they cannot come to the state and try it. Who said, hold on, who said he that is saying that is a Biafran? Is this cup of tea? That you say Edo, we in Edo, we are formidable, we are Biafran in Edo state. That is treason. That is incineration.
But he never said that though. He said, I am a Biafran. That was what he said. He said,
he is not a Biafran.
No. That's not taking it too far.
I know.
No. It's a full-grown man in full possession of his faculties.
Yes, I know he's a full-grown man. He should come to the state. He should come to the state and say it. That's why I ask him, where is his village? Patrick is asking, where is his village? And we'll go and ask, will someone his village head by tomorrow?
Hold on, one piece, because you are imputing into that guy's narrative what was not part of it. He never said Edo was a Biafra. He never even said Ishan was Biafra. He said, hold on now, please. He said, I am a Biafran, which is entitled to. I know he's entitled.
He said, in his word, he said he's Biafran. And
yes,
said a lot of his people. He said a lot of his people from his village, they are Biafran. That we will see.
He said they consider themselves Biafran. Yes, what's wrong with that?
Yes, yeah. He said we know what's going on. That we will see. See, Edo State is made of three geographical zones: the south, the central, and the north. The south carry the majority, 68% of the land mass and the people.
No,
The
you are taking us to where the
I'm not going far. Listen,
This is where what you're saying is outside of what that guy was saying. So you are bringing a new.
Yeah, one man. That's why you won't get it. That's what they use on that tone. We know what's going on. I'm trying to tell you what's going on in the states. If I don't tell you, you won't understand where I'm coming from.
Okay.
It's about 2024 election that's coming up in those states. Normally, it's supposed to be their turn, but they're not political to it, as in they're not like aligning their side. But Shomole is coming back to take the ticket and give it to the north. They are not fighting Oshomole. They are coming to fighting the Edo people. They're not even fighting the governor. They want to give ticket to his own crony. What is the business of Edo people with the tickets? Then you come online, insult everybody. When Kano came up, you people went online and create online this site calling Edo State a Biafran state. They started this state, started brainwashing people. They were doing it abroad. They couldn't dare it in the states. Now it has come to politics. Now these people have changed from Biafra immediately. Now from Biafra, now they have changed. They are coming out now and say it's our agenda. Nobody has problem with that. Now start threatening everybody, causing tribal tension on internet. This, if you come here and agitate for your candidate, fine. Don't come here and start claiming what you are not. If you want to get the governorship, go and join a political party and win.
But he didn't talk about governorship. I don't know where you're coming from.
I don't know. Hold on.
I'm telling you what's happening.
Yeah, but that's nobody's disagreeing. But for Freeman who came on, it was quite clear in what he said. He said, "I am a Biafran." So hold on. Whatever you are bringing into it, you are bringing it outside of anything that he said. You know. So if
So now let me go to what he's saying.
No, don't go there now. I want to do the super chats and then unless it's
okay. Let me just round up and go back to my kids class.
Yeah.
I'm saying again, he can claim Biafra to himself, but he cannot dare try it when there's no people on platform. I'm saying it. You may not like me if you come back again, because I'll never challenge anybody on the platform here. When Biafra are doing Biafra, I don't challenge them. When Yoruba people are doing Yoruba Nation, I watch you guys, I don't challenge. This is my state. It's at stake. I have the right to challenge, and nobody can tell me that the guy has the right to himself. You guys don't know the damage this thing is causing in my state. Like what we just said, if they're going to do referendum, they're not going to do referendum in my state. They're going to do referendum in their state. We did referendum 1963, and their people were there. They all voted 100% to stay in that state. They didn't vote. They want to be Biafran. They were Biafran that time. They didn't vote to be Biafran. So it's not now you say he is a Biafran. Not in my watch, not in this lifetime, and not on this platform. If this man is here, I will challenge him. Please, nobody should tell me I should not challenge that man. No true Edo man would bear what that guy is doing. We know what we are facing. It's my state. But it's not everything we can say on this platform. But one more, thank you. I'll be on the background watching you guys.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, War Peace. But I still insist, if Freeman considers himself a Biafran, then he jolly well is. He's a full-grown man, capable of a function. But thank you, nevertheless. So yes, acknowledging Prince Daddy's super sticker, which joins Alexander Gomez's super chat. So thank you, Prince Daddy. And let me just take that moment to acknowledge, you know where I'm going, of course. Let me take that moment to acknowledge as well. So let's mark this register. So yes, I think I actually forgot to acknowledge yesterday. Ayo did as he always does yesterday, and of course, as he always does, he does again today. So that's Ayo keeping the coffee space 100. So thank you, Ayo. Let's take the conversation in the direction of rational mind now and pivot completely away from Edo politics, going back to the Nigerian space. Let me bring you in actually. Let me bring you in from this point, rational mind. So, Kogi State gubernatorial space is upcoming next. Is an off-cycle election. Dino Milaye indicating in that direction. The headline, Rational Mind, Atiku dumps Dino Milaye, opens up on his preferred candidate for Kogi election. So does that surprise you? Atiku stabs Dino in the back. Rational Mind.
Yeah, well, I saw that. I was trying to unmute myself. Yeah, I think when I saw that news this morning, I was both had a mixed feeling, both surprised and not surprised. Not surprised in the sense that that's the regular Fulani man for you. They say one thing, you help them, and we saw in the case of Bubu, how he almost denied Bola. All of that. So we see that always they play with some, I'm not going to say all Fulanis, but some Fulanis. Yeah, so that's the Fulani part of him, I would say. And then the other part of it is that I'm surprised. I mean, I'm not surprised. That's the first one. Yeah, I'm surprised in the sense that Dino is the same. This is the same Dino that was theatrically was
that guy went into the trenches for him now during that election. Yeah.
So one would expect that he would have backed him, considering what this guy did for him during the electioneering when they were campaigning and all of that. I would have to stake his reputation for this guy, Adamawa, the Waziri of Adamawa. He had to stake all his reputation and everything and belittle himself. Like we saw those theatrical performance that he did, trying to mock Tinubu and all of that. I mean, a grown man acting like a kid, all because of Ontomaje, what he's going to eat, what he's going to bake from, and all of that. And maybe thinking that Atiku is going to win the election and then maybe he will become one of his presidential aide and all of that. And now seeing that he will stab him in the back and say, no, you're not my preferred candidate. This is my preferred candidate. And maybe he has his own reason why he did not prove it, because, going by what we all see with this guy, Dino is this kind of a person who doesn't seem like he's serious, Imagine him, just imagine Dino being in that, what they call it, that their house, that their Kogi house there. I forgot the name they call it, like what they say, Aso Rock, and, there's a name they call it. Is it Lord Lugard house or I don't know, whatever. So, yeah. So imagine,
who would you rather have as your state governor, Dino Melaye or Senator Adeleke?
I mean, Adeleke is still more a little bit, even though, I mean, he's a dancing senator, but I think Adeleke is still more, you can't compare Adeleke to Dino, even though himself is another clown of a person. He's still better than Dino. Yeah, for me, Dino is just the way he just talks, the way he acts. He doesn't seem like a serious person to me, a serious human being. So yeah, I'm like I said, I'm surprised and it's a mixed feeling, both surprised and not surprised.
Is it showing that Atiku did not take any learning from the Williamson Wike debacle when he stabs people in the back? But then they come back and finish. It doesn't look as though that was the one thing that has struck me when I was going through that story. That this guy is not.
I don't even know how relevant it is right now, because if Wike group, since they still in the PDP, and Wike seems to be like a very strong guy within the PDP for now, even though they've pushed him aside, and with this guy out of the way, what's his name? The current Ayu is out of the way. So I think it's going to be a battle for supremacy between Atiku and Wike. Wike has his own candidate. Somebody wants to align with Wike. I'm sure that person might clinch that ticket with Ayu out of the way. That way, I think Wike might assert his dominance in that party if he's able to get somebody who's of his own camp in that Kogi state to become a PDP governorship candidate for Kogi. Then I think that's it. But then I know Wike. I mean, what's his name? This guy we're talking about, this Yoruba guy from Kogi State. What's his name? Dino. We know that Dino is not in the good book of except he wants to go and start stabbing Atiku behind and start aligning with Wike. But I don't think Wike will fall for that kind of gimmick. So I think somebody entirely different, that is.
Would you like to? I wouldn't object to Dino being the governor of Kogi State. I'm not sure he will do a worse job than Yahaya Bello.
Yeah, well, you can say that. It's just the way I see the guy. Is the way he come across is like someone who is not serious. A very unserious human being, and he seems to he live a lavish lifestyle. Oh, we are complaining about Wiki and complaining about Yaya Bello. I think it's going to be worse. The way it's going to be, the government house there, is it Lord Lugard house, whatever you call it? How he's going to park a lot of exotic cars there and all of that, and different women will be bringing in every day, Indian women and all of that. And
why Indian women? Has it shown
all these Arab Lebanese girls will bring them down there. All this, forget it. One guy. One kind of yuppie guy. Is kind of guy that he likes to chop life. So yeah. I have friends who tells me what they see him in Dubai there. Every time it's a place there, they go there where they see all these exotic girls and in Dubai. They see him there and all of that. That's what they told me. I don't know how true it is. That's what I was told by some of my friends in Dubai. So anyway, yeah. So he's this kind of person, That's why he doesn't have one woman. Like I had the last time I think I heard they said he divorced his wife or the mother of his kids. I think he part ways with either one of them or two of them, all of them. But I know he doesn't have a woman, as in a woman in the house, a housewife. He just changes women. So I don't think he's a serious guy. That's what at least that's the little I know of him. So anyway, so yeah. That's the thing with Waziri of Adamawa. He's just like that. He's this kind of person. I don't think he understands himself. I think he's kind of politics. I don't know how himself sits down and reason on his politics. He's not consistent. When you're not consistent, you jump from one party to another party. You come back and you're trying to scheme other people out instead of you to bring them into the fold and try to unite the whole party, and then you want to gather the whole thing to yourself. I think he doesn't understand. We also he just has the money, but he's a very dumb.
I think he's an instinctual schemer. There are people like that in life they are more interested in scheming and playing fast ones of people.
No disrespect to my Fulani people, but then it's like, my Fulani people are like that. They always scheme. As long as they are to their own benefit, they will scheme whatever scheme they want to scheme, just to that's how they are. I'm not saying all Fulanis are like that, but then some of those political leaders who are in politics, real politics, that's a regular. That's a let me quote their regular trademark.
Look at that. Leave this again to Ajan Lekoko.
Yeah. And a regular trademark, so it's a regular thing about them. So yeah. I think I'm not surprised that Dino is being thrown under the bus by Waziri, but I think it's it comes to me as both as a surprise and as no surprise. Like I said, it's not because I know that's what we know Atiku to be and some other Fulani people like Bubu too and the rest of them. But then I'm not surprised in the sense that I'm surprised in the sense that yes, like I said, I'm surprised that despite what he did, he's still being not giving that, he will not back him. So that tells you a lot that we need to know.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to the space next, Rational Mind. So the Southeast have come up with a 4-point demand in order to accede to the Tinubu's presidency and back his mandate. So it says, release Nnamdi Kanu, create 6th Southeast state. Ohaneze makes 4 demands from Nigeria's president-elect Tinubu. So let me just quickly skim through it. It's just a very short little. It says, Igbo Group Ohaneze Secretary General Okechukwu Isiguzoro said Tinubu should release Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, unconditionally before they can accept him as their president and defend his mandate. Isiguzoro said releasing Kanu will restore peace and security in the Southeast. Tinubu must pacify the Southeast with 4 charter of demands for the region to accept him as president of Nigeria and for Indigbo to stand tall and defend his mandate, he says. So these are now the 4 demands coming from the Southeast. So we're now at that negotiation space because now all the agitations now is leading nowhere. So now negotiating a soft landing. So I'll read you the demands and then you then tell me which ones are low-hanging fruits that Tinubu can easily accede to, and which one are just whistling in the wind and pipe dreams. So 4 demands. Tinubu must unconditionally restore peace and security by releasing Nnamdi Kanu. So that's 1. Number 2, balance the Muslim ticket by giving a Southeast Christian Senate president. So that's achievable as well. But this 3rd one now, I'm curious to see what you're making of it. It says, Tinubu must put political structures on ground to ensure that Ndigbo feels the promise that Buhari made to us secretly, that it would ensure the region gets a 6th state. So they're asking for an additional state in the Southeast. And number 4, reopening of Calabar Wharf, dredging of Azumiri River, and then granting IPOB members amnesty. So that IPOB member amnesty, I think we ran that round. But what are you making first of the Ohanese coming up with a list of demands? Is that the language then of concession that indeed we have a president, we might as well work with him because he's going to oversight us for the next 4 years? So is that what we're reading into that? But then this list of demands as well, how viable are they, Rational Mind?
It sounds like it, that they are conceding to that fact that Tinubu is going to be the president. That's how it seems. I mean, that is how it sounds to anybody that would want to read between the lines. Do I think they really believe that Tinubu won the election? I doubt it. I know that they know within their inner part. Within themselves.
Do you believe that they think it doesn't, or are they just trying to chance their hand? Because I think that they know that he beat them roundly because there was no pathway for Peter Obi to ever have won. But I think they're just trying to push the agitation to chance their hand for as much as they can get out of it.
Yeah, see that is still debatable. Or debatable in the sense that it depends on what you're asking. But for me, I'm one of those people that would say I don't think they believe that Tinubu won the election. They know that a lot of shenanigans went around, and we shall see how that plays out in the court.
Do you think in their innermost hearts they think they won the election? Because I'm not sure that any sane person would think that Peter Obi won that election.
Oh well, we shall find out. Well, then I believe to this very day I still believe that Tinubu did not win that election. It was all just a cooked up number. Because the bulk of the numbers he got that propelled him to victory, apart from the ones he won in Southwest, was the same numbers we just seen coming out from the North.
Rational Man, you believe Tinubu did not win the election?
I believe he did not win.
Okay, so who?
I believe that Obi or what's his name? This guy won that election. Obi or what's his name? Zero of Adamawa.
You are sure of what you are saying now?
No, I believe that's what I'm saying. This is you're asking about my opinion, right? And then I will tell you why I believe that.
You cannot say specifically who won.
Okay, there must be, of course, there must be a winner.
Oh yeah,
there must be a winner. Yeah, that's it. But I'm just saying that number that was cooked up for people, those numbers are not real.
Yeah, okay, it's clear that you don't believe that Tinubu won the election.
So, now, how many times will I say? You know me very well. Now.
No, you are dangling between you are dangling between Obi and Adamawa, Baba Adamawa. So who specifically?
Okay, I believe Obi won that election.
Oh, the man in the 3rd place.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was a deliberate thing to put him in the 3rd place position. Yeah.
Rational Man.
I'm glad you are laughing, Rational Man.
Rational Man, stop going to my
Dukwa is listening. Dukwa will come after you. Don't worry.
Go back now.
Rational Man, stop going to Mayegun village. Stop going to Mayegun village.
I mean, I've been saying Mayegun, this guy. You keep saying Mayegun. I mean, I go there once in a while, but not like that. I mean,
you know, it's a curious thing, but I've never really watched that guy's session. I watch Nigeria. I'm sure he is. But I watch Nigeria watch all the time for comedy. Yeah, because it's just so. If you want to have a laugh, if you just want some, some like easy listening music that just to laugh, like comedy, just the most. No, I watch it just for the comedy. But then,
man.
yeah, but that Mayegun, I've never watched him once. I don't know why.
For me, Mayegun has very good content.
I'm addicted to Naija Watch. Now, anytime I want to laugh, I'll just go there. I'll just
Yes.
laugh. Sometimes I'll be like, I should just go and bounce on them.
You know,
Give them one.
I have some of my favorite character. There's one they call Machiavelli. The way he will say, according to Malcolm X in 1802, yes. And then I'll pour myself an orange juice and say, okay. And then according to Marcus Garvey. Oh my God. Comedy hour.
Their comments there is just too comical for me.
Yes.
Sometimes I listen, but I can't just.
They're a ridiculous bunch. So if you look at them in that context,
they are ridiculous, but it's
just, they are.
We have people that are just they don't want a divergent view. They just want one. I can't stand those kind of people. You know, sometimes
my children's mandate.
No, let's not because that one go to perfect when I
like when people can challenge you, even though you are of one opinion, but can still challenge you. But when they just make it there, like, well, let's just leave that one man. So anyway,
all right.
Michael is a good guy. He has good content, and his content, most of his things are based on the content that he presents. Nothing added to it much, but that maybe his own personal opinion. But the way he will tell you, will make you understand.
Maybe it's his delivery style that I don't know. I've never. Maybe I'll try one day.
He's a good guy. I believe he comes on this your platform. He listens in the background.
A lot of them do.
But what I'm saying is for a fact is that when I say for a fact, I don't have any fact to that, but I believe. I'm not saying I've seen him on the comment section or I know he comes here. But from some of the things we say here, I see him use it on his channel. I've heard him use it on his channel. So that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
You see that guy, the one that wears this on Naija Watch, is telling them to buy him coffee, but he will claim that he doesn't know. But let me. I introduced the boy. Is their host, the funny guy. Anyway, let me just leave him alone. Let me take you back to Tinubu and the Ohanese thing, and then I'm going to take you through their points of demand, and then I want you to then just short commentaries if they are easily achievable and there's something that Tinubu should accede to, or they're just pipe dreams. So their first demand, Tinubu must unconditionally restore peace and security by releasing Nnamdi Kanu. So is that something that is easily achievable, something that Tinubu should accede to?
I think as the commander-in-chief, he can prevail over the Attorney General of the Federation to withdraw that case and just accede to whatever court ruling whatever ruling that the court has given. I think that's. I think you see, for me, if Tinubu, which I see, since you asked for a very short something, I don't know how short.
No, go on.
So you see, for me, you see, with this whole thing playing out in Lagos State, that I'm seeing playing out in Lagos State, this profiling of certain people from one region has been the reason why the problem. Tinubu is having problem in Lagos with his governance and all of that, or his dynasty rather. But then the point I'm trying to make is that I doubt if Tinubu would want to make peace with these people. I doubt. Why I'm saying I doubt is because, I mean, is it going to be of any profit to him? I don't see any profit to him. But I think they want to play that card.
No. If I think Tinubu wants to have a legacy government. He wants to impact on the Nigerian state in a way that you can mark that this was Tinubu's period.
We shall
and
see.
For him to achieve that, I think he needs quiet in the eastern quarters.
That's what
so he will do anything to shut them up, you know.
Yeah, that is what I'm about to say. That if he wants peace of mind and he doesn't want his government to be derailed, like Obasanjo almost had his government derailed, he should just placate them and release Kanu. That way, the IPOB part of it might a little bit die down, and depending on whatever he does, considering other demands that were made, like, do I think that 6 states can be done? I doubt.
No. Let me take you to the second one first. It says, balance the Muslim ticket by giving a Southeast Christian Senate president. So they did not specifically mention any name, but just that the Senate must come to the Southeast. So I don't, even if they've not made the demand, it's almost automatic that the Senate must and should.
Don't say so. Don't say so. There's some people within the north who are still also, I think, is it not central, or one of those northern parts that are also fighting. And I think South too, some part of South too. But so far, I think there are two people that are going to see Buhari on that. This guy that has this former convicted ex-convict that got away by technicalities. What's his name? Uzokalu. He has gone to see Buhari. He has gone to London to see Tinubu too. And then recently, was it yesterday or this morning, we saw another person who, one other Imo State senator who has been in there for about, he said he has been there for about 6 or 3 years. He said he has been there. So he said himself he's vying for, he went to see Buhari today too. And he showed Buhari his credential, what's his name? His letter of, certificate of return. So he's asking for Buhari support so that they can give him. So, but the point what I'm looking at is that I think Kalu they might not make Kalu because the guy has so many baggage on him. He has something dangling. A lot of things, load dangling on his neck. I don't think Tinubu being an immoral person himself and his deputy being an immoral person. That's my own estimation. And then we're having about 3 person being another criminal like the 3 or like the other 2, one first and second. I don't know how the whole world is going to perceive Nigeria, because when they see that these 3 people who are heading the government, there are people with issues around them, a drug dealer, a launderer, and all of that. And then you're having another Boko Haram sympathizer. And then you're having, on top of that, you're having another person who is an ex-convict who got...
I always wonder when they call Tinubu a drug dealer. There's no conviction. It was found with anyway. Let's not open that space.
Well, whether he was a launderer now. Who launders them? So what connection? What my just not go down? I don't want to go down.
All right.
Anyway,
yeah.
So my point is that how can we have a government that is God? I was on another platform today. We're talking about ethics and all of that, ethics and ethnicity. And then you can just wonder, this guy was there too. Our lawyer here, Ogbeni was there too. We had a very good discussion on that platform. Maybe he's still there. I don't know. I left them. So anyway, so you see, when you have a government like that, what is the perception that we want the international community to have of us? So I think that's why I think the other second person, that guy from Imo State, if he doesn't have any comma to his question mark to his person, I think maybe they should consider him, because not even was used on Carlos. So that second demand you just presented to me, I think yes, it should be them. If not that thing, at least they should give them that number 3 spot, and somebody with a clean record should be considered for that spot. And that, I think that guy, I don't know much about him. Let me not say that guy, but at least since he's the one that has gone to see Buhari, he's the one making the political moves right now to see if he can be given that leadership of the Senate. So let's see if he's going to get it. That's all I can say.
Yes, you were saying just earlier that we should not assume that it will automatically go to the southeast. So let me show you something along that line. But before I do that, Michael, make sure your mic is switched on, because you are not fully connected, so I can't let you onto the screen. But watch this.
Now I want to tell you that I intend to seek to be the president of the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the 10th Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I will, in a few days, or maybe in a week or 2 weeks' time, make formal declaration. But I want to tell you, this is my intention. I intend to be the president of the 10th Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria by the grace of God, God willing. The legislature is a distinct arm of government that works on, it doesn't work on sentiment. It works on your ability to do the job. Your ability to do the job. It is the principle. It is the...
So there it is, another random Aboki in the play. So yes, but it'll be a real travesty though if the Senate president does not go to the southeast. So it just add more credence, more fire to that sense and sentiment of marginalization.
You see, Tinubu is going to have a lot of things on this plate. You see, I just don't understand how he's going to navigate so many things.
Because from what I'm looking at, the political, is it horse trading, they call it, this Nigerian kind of English. Let me start using this Nigerian. These are political moves that people are making within the Nigerian space. Some people from the north, they want to clench that, they want to get that ticket. Even they said, despite, I know, for what we're getting gathering right now, the speakership of the House is definitely, I think these guys have abandoned it. What's his name? Badabia Mila. And I think I was on this session. I mean, not this session. One of the sessions we had there, somebody was brought it up, and I had to support him. And somebody was saying, "No, it's not true." Blah, blah, blah. But for what I gather right now, I think Badabia Mila is going to be the
chief of staff
to, which even I don't even want him to be, because I don't think that guy has the capacity to. I mean, there's a whole lot of things, one man. You see, well, the angle I'm looking at this whole thing is just I'm looking at
it's not big enough. It's not strong enough of a personality for
no. I won't say that. Not as if not. But the thing is, can he challenge Tinubu?
No, that's what I meant. It's not. Yes, it cannot grapple. Yeah.
The only qualification I see that he has, which most presidents usually they like to have one aide, if not chief of staff, that could really relate with the National House of Assembly. Like, you need somebody who can, his former colleague, he can, negotiate with them and talk to them and say, oh, this is what we will need to do. Please, can you just accede to what the president wants to do? Because he knows how to navigate that around that thing, who to talk to among the people in the Senate and in the House to get them to, come on board on whatever plans they do. Now, that's why I think he's qualified in that sense than Fashola. But Fashola, I think, is all-rounder in the sense that he's a lawyer. He knows the law very well. And I'm not saying this guy is not a lawyer, but I think Fashola is more cerebral. It's more of an administrator, a manager who can manage things better than this guy. What's his name? Bajabia Femi. So anyway, so my point is that you see, what I'm seeing here is that if number 2, if already number 1 and 2 is already Muslim, now number 3 is going to be another Muslim. Forget it. Tinubu is going to have a hard time to try to balance this marginalization.
Because a lot of balancing has to take place with this administration. So he is saying he wants to run a competence-based administration, but I'm not quite sure if the sort of mood and space that the country is in will allow that. So, Muslim president, Muslim vice, the third man has to be a Christian. So that narrows him to, he has to find a Christian. And it almost certainly has to be from the Southeast as well. So it limits the choice.
But then since we have
one man, can I interject?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, one man. Do you notice the APC faction from the South now they really want the Senate president, and I've seen some people, running around, canvassing the senators on behalf of Akpabio, and they make their points that during the election the APC had many votes compared to Southeast from their side, and on that point they need to be, they need to get the Senate president that they have edge over the Southeast.
Akpabio is very sick.
Sorry?
Akpabio is very sick. They said he's very sick. They said he's going through some kind of health issues. And it's getting
he might be sick, but he's still alive. So let's see how it goes.
No, he has to be functioning now. We have a sick president and a sick Senate president. He has to go to now. But Rational Mind, let me take you to the third point that the Southeasterners are pushing for. I'm just curious to see what you're making of this. Tinubu must put political structures on ground to ensure that Indigo fulfills the promise that Buhari made us secretly, that he would ensure the region gets a 6th state. So can you see an argument for a 6th state in the Southeast? There's certainly arguments for more states. I think the country is still 5 states short of bringing governance closer to the people. But my personal view is that the Southeast has already its complement of states. I personally feel that the Southeast should not be more than 3 states just for their geographical mass. But do you see an argument for a 6th state in the Southeast? And do you think it's something that Tinubu can facilitate?
If you ask me that question is a very difficult question to answer in the sense that, like you just said, it's a very small part of Nigeria. The landmass there is no. I don't think that landmass it's enough to create another 6 states. If ever they could create another state to make it 6 states within that area, the question now would be, even the ones they have, they've not been able to manage them. Look at Enugu. Look at what's it called? In Ebonyi. Look at Imo State, another state. Maybe Anambra could still like stand on its own, but other states they are struggling. I mean, why? I mean,
are you sure Anambra can stand on its own?
Anambra can stand on its own. They do. They can because yeah, they do have the economy.
All right. Watch this.
Jesus. Hey. Oh boy, yeah. Oh boy, yeah.
So that's Anambra after just a brief rainfall.
When was that? Was it recently?
Yeah, this was earlier in the year.
Rational mind.
Okay, I'm listening.
As of today, Anambra cannot stand on its own. Even Soludo made a statement to that effect recently. His target for monthly revenue, internally generated revenue, is 4 million. He is struggling to make 1.5 million, 1.5 billion in a month against 4 billion target. So if federal government does not give it allocation, it's going to run into very serious financial crisis. So the economy is very bad, and the impact that IPOB and unknown government for the insecurity they have inflicted on that state, they are driving out a lot of businesses out of that state. A lot of people have moved out from that state to Asaba, moved their businesses out of there to Asaba, where it's more safe, security-wise, and maybe to Akwa Ibom and some other part of, closer to them. So it has really impacted the insecurity, has really caused a lot of crisis on the economy of Anambra State. And as a result of that, they are suffering a serious financial losses. So it's hard for them now. They cannot. Soludo express it with anger and frustration, and it's very tough for them. They cannot stand on their own now financially. They can't if federal government doesn't give them that monthly allocation. It's going to be very, very tough for them to achieve any economic success whatsoever. So it's just to chip in that point.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, from what you just showed me and what you just said, I think I was reading a newspaper this morning online. They're talking about states that are having direct investments from outside. I think Anambra was not listed. I think Abuja number 1, and then one eastern state. I don't know one eastern state, maybe Anambra. I don't know, but I know Ondo State was one of them. Even Ondo State was like 0.3 million, like $30 million investment. Like, just imagine, God. So anyway, it's I think every state in Nigeria is struggling because of that data that I saw this morning. It was only just like 5-7 states that were able to get direct investment from outside into Nigeria. Abuja was 1.6 or 1.2 billion dollars. So the point is you see,
Like we were saying, the professor said today, if there's no restructuring, like all of us have been saying even before the professor said it, if we do not restructure that country to whereby everything functions very well, even to the very minute part of governance, which is the local government, forget it, we're not moving anywhere. We ain't going anywhere with that, with governance or with creating a society where there'll be prosperity. As long as we continue getting handouts from the federal government, like the way they do it right now, forget it. So until when we were able to, I mean, practice federalism in the real sense of it, we're not going anywhere. So, like I said, when I said Anambra could stand on its own, I was going by what I used to know about Anambra. But like you're saying now, Soludo came out now and said that they can't really pay. Well, maybe that's what the case is. Because, I mean, going by what you just said and what man just showed us, those are the part of the thing that could cause, that could impede direct inflow of foreign investment. When you're investing, look at the flood going through markets. It's just an eyesore. You can't just imagine bringing your money in there, investing in those kind of places, and then see that kind of flood. What happened to the drainage system? What happened? These are some of the things. It's a lot of things, one man. So for me, you see, just to answer that question, I don't see any need for any 6 states. I know the reason why they're asking for that is just for political expediency, so that when it comes to election, they can claim to be at par with some other parts of the other regions of Nigeria, like the South or maybe Southwest, and they could rival that maybe Northeast, Northwest.
No. I think it's for resources. I think it's
That's
for
true. Yeah.
there'll be another state then within that space that gets all this
money.
federal. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It's part of the political thing we're talking about here, because it's for political reasons, so that and for economic reasons too, so that you can get more money coming their way. I mean, even the one they've been giving them, what about? I mean, does it even reflect in the states? Look at Abia State with all the federal grants and everything they're getting from federal government. Look at what the Ikpeazu was able to do for a whole year, just one flyover. And look at some of those markets there. It's just like always flooded. I mean, and then you see a heap of refuse in front of people's store, and goodness, I was just like, what is going on? So you see, for me, I don't think that's the solution. The solution is what you have. You see, let me go by what, even though I don't like quoting certain people, but I would like to quote this guy in this instance. As long as I know what he said, it makes sense in some sense. That is, what's his name? The present Attorney General of the Federation. During one interview that he granted Chinua Akubaloye. And when he was asking, that was where he made that infamous comment of we can import things, and then they can also import spare parts, something like that. I think something along that line. Now he said something. He said, "Why don't you talk to those governors? They're talking about state. We're talking about state police. So why don't they allow those minute governance in their state work, which is the local government? Why can't they allow them work? And which is the point? Which I later realized that he has a point there. As long as you don't make the local government work, you cannot operate a system that is going to be of the benefit to a common man on the street. That was why I used to I come here on your platform, other platform, I challenge Tinubu. You people talk about Tinubu. What has he done in Lagos? I go again. I have to bring in Tinubu again to this matter. I mean, because that's the standard that everybody use. If Kulata go jump here now, if Kulata jump on this platform now, it's like you start talking about Tinubu and what he has achieved in Lagos. Let us even talk about what he has done in Lagos. Is he allowing local government function? Everything that local government should be doing, even like this BRT, this bus system, it should be local government run, not even state. But bring everything to the center, which is the state, so that all the money can be coming to the state. So that his alphabet will be getting caught, himself will be getting caught. I mean, oh my goodness. How do you run a state like that? Local government is just relegated to only when it's election, so that they can use the local government chairman to rig election for them, so that they can come back again. That's what they do with the local government. They don't even tar the roads on their streets.
Rational mind, and this one thing we need to start telling people using this platform to tell people how governance is in other places. This thing you talk about the local government now is very, very important. It's the local government that handles transportation, even security in the Western world. Even it's the local government that handles air transportation. We have local government that handles airports, train systems, and maintenance. The only thing the federal government does is maybe they have a standard for various local government to follow, or major projects, interstates projects that cannot be handled in terms of capacity by the local government. When it comes to transportation, allocation of lands, building of residential areas, schools, hospitals, is the local government that takes care of these things. I just want to put that.
Exactly. You're right. That's it. That's you.
Rational
Exactly.
man, can I come in?
Fash, come in, please, if you want to come in.
Yeah, the problem with Nigeria is the system. The state government and they want the federal government at least to release some responsibility to them as well. Like, like in a state, they have their resources, but they don't have the right, to harness all these their resources. It belongs to the federal government, and at the end of the day, federal government will be them token at every month. So that's the reason why the state government, they are holding on to the local government. It's just a battle between the federal government and the state government and the local government. So until when the federal government, they allow through federalism, like when the state government, they have autonomy on most on their resources, or then it will flow to the local government. That's why the state government, they are holding on to the local government allocation. That's the main problem. They are fighting the state government, they are fighting the federal government, and the local government fighting the
Fash,
state
that's not
government.
an excuse. That's not an excuse. I know you can make an excuse for your Tinubu,
I'm
whatever.
no, I'm not making an excuse. That's what is going
Well,
on.
I get you. I know they can say federal government is doing this and that. That's the reason why they no. If you listen to what this guy said, Malami, when he was giving that during that interview back then, I didn't really make sense with anything he said because I was so angry with him because the way he was defending his clans people and they won't do what was right. But when I sat back later recently, I just started rethinking on that what he said. It made sense to me. So, but what my point is this: is beside anything, we shall see how Tinubu is going to. If he ever becomes the president and he lasts longer there, and then we shall see how he's going to do everything. But the thing is that you only judge a man by what he has done. So, whatever you do,
be positive.
All right, let Rational Mind wrap it up.
Whatever Tinubu has done so far, for me, I don't see anything.
Adam.
What he has said he's going to replicate. But is he going to give them that 6 states? Well, let's see. Because if Buhari could not do it, I don't know what he's going to do because I think.
Hold on now, Rational Mind. Is there an argument for additional states still in Nigeria, and where should it go to? Is there an argument for additional states?
That's not the issue right now. The issue is making the ones that are already existing working. That should be the issue.
Yeah, but if they are too big, let's take a state like Kaduna State. If you divided it into two, there's a better chance of governance working in that whole region than having it the size that it is. So a state like Borno can be 3 states and it still be too big. So are there two? Some or your state a good example as well. So some of these states too big to make them unwieldy to manage.
You see, the issue is this. At the moment, maybe not the first few years of Tinubu or whoever gets there. I don't think state creation should be an issue right now. The issue is getting the ones that are already there existing to work, because right now, whoever is inheriting anything from Buhari is inheriting debt, is inheriting a lot of issues. So you need to fix these issues first, and let us kickstart this economy. Let us start seeing prosperity. Then we can talk about state creation or whatever. I mean, I don't know if the president has I don't know what the constitution says on that. If they have the right to create, because only military, I think they have that right to create more states. But I don't know if it's a civilian government has, maybe by an act of the parliament, maybe they can do that. I don't know, but because I've not really given thoughts or read anything on that from the constitution. So, but I don't know what it says. So, but I don't think the issue is state creation right now, because like you gave an example of Kaduna now. I don't know. Yeah, maybe there's a marginalization going on there. Maybe the whole money that's given to the state is being poured to one part of Kaduna State, while the other parts, the southern part, is being neglected.
We know those are one of those issues where people should...
Just in terms of its geographical mass, Niger State is another one.
It's a big one, yeah.
It's too big to be managed from any one central space now.
One man, we have bigger states that are outside of Nigeria here. Texas is not even...
Yeah, but... okay.
I understand, one man. I totally understand what you're saying. But what right now we need right now is, because the more you create more states, the more the allocation will be spread thin. You will spread the whole thing thin, because people that are getting, maybe they share like 200 billion naira every month. Now, within 36 states, now that we have about 40 states now, each state will be getting less. Because
is that not a good thing? Then it will force them to be creative in how they...
One man, right now, it's not even forcing them to be creative. How much more when then? They're not even creative now. Everybody's waiting for allocation every month. Nobody wants to think out of the box. Woman, you and I, all of us, we were talking about this from the beginning, that the problem with Nigerian governors is that they do not think out of the box. They're all waiting for allocation every month. That's why they can't even tax themselves to think about, okay, what can I do to generate revenue for my state besides having to wait for federal government to give me money? Can I install solar panels everywhere and generate electricity? Can I bring foreign investors? Can I, like Ondo State that has bitumen? These are the things you need to do. Or can I give some license to people whereby they can start producing this weed, Igbo, and then they can start, selling it to people, like come here and sell it for medical marijuana, whatever. These are things they can think about. But when the system is stifling them, it's not making them to, I know in a sense the system is stifling them. The constitution is a problem. You see, we all keep coming back here and keep talking about the Nigerian problem until that constitution is fixed. So I don't think 6 states is a thing right now. They should think about getting more allocation for that region and tasking their leaders, their governors, to work for the people, not work for their own pockets.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Well put. Brilliant, well put. So, a rational mind 4 times. Let me go from you. Let me go from you to Ajanle Koko, who hopefully is ready. Ajanle Koko, you are up next. I want to take you to this space, Ajanle Koko. I had it lined up. Let me take you. Yes. Let me take you to this space. So, it's deja vu with the Labour Party. It's almost just yesterday. Ajanle Koko, 2 Premiership managers, they were sacked. The manager for Chelsea and then the manager for Leicester City. So it looks as though now that example now being followed within the Nigerian state. So just quickly after the relieving of your chair of his post, court stops Labour Party's chairman, secretary, others from parading as national officers. So, this guy, they've gotten rid of him somewhat. So, from suspension to outright expulsion, we know how that process works. But what does this mean? And especially, what does this mean for the petition with the tribunal? Who is arrowheading that petition now? Because, of course, the Labour Party itself is the one challenging the Tinubu victory, not Peter Obi directly, I assume. But what are you making then of the stepping down of the Labour Party chairman, Ajanle Koko?
Yeah, the stepping down is not going to affect the petition because I believe they have a deputy national chairman who can take over the position right now and can help the legal team with every documentation and evidences they need to pursue their case at the election tribunal. So the stepping down of the chairman is not going to have any problem. It's not going to have any problem in the pursuit of their election petition. Do you hear me?
Yeah, no, we are hearing you, but we can tell you are driving. But let me take you to another space. Olisa Agbakoba recommending then that the electoral petition should be all condensed to a 7-day marathon session. So what are you making of that? Is that the language of desperation? He being a senior advocate of Nigeria, is that not one of the most ludicrous things you've yet heard, within this electoral cycle.
Yeah, but did you hear what I said earlier?
We heard you in you were breaking up a bit, Ajale Koko, because I think the signals where you were, but I think you said that the sacking of Abure would not affect the petition being filed by the Labour Party space.
Yeah, it's not going to affect it. The vice chairman will surely take over the leadership of the party and can handle the petition matter very well. He will have the access to the documentation and everything to help the legal team. So it's not going to, it's just like the case of, and the same going to happen to PDP, that Ajayu has been fired. So the vice chairman is already in the temporary leader of the party right now. So,
but Adani Koko, do you see APC behind this all of this things? Because the one of this guy, this Labour, this guy that has been from, is it from Osun State or from Ogun State? That guy, what's his name? What's his name? That guy that was challenging the former campaign manager of that was accusing they accused him of. Say that again. What did you say?
Yeah, the guy from Ogun State.
Yeah, that Ogun State guy is the same guy that is behind this whole orchestration of this removal of because he was in court today. He was in court today, and then their lawyer today, they gave a press conference after that, and his lawyer talked, and the lawyer, himself also spoke, talking about how they removed him and all of that. That they had a lot of infractions, that they were signing checks and all of that, and awarding contract to themselves, and they were bringing in people that are not party members, collecting money from them. So that was all the allegation today. So do you think that APC is behind it? Don't you think that APC is behind all of these things?
I don't want to believe that APC is behind it. I think Donyo Kupe did not handle those guys, did not manage those guys well when he was the campaign director of Peter Obi. Those guys were the original member of Labour Party before Obedient came in, including Donyo Kupe. So when they came in, instead of them to carry them along, they skimmed them out, and that angered those guys. And all the documentation that they did for Obi and other people to perfect them for the nomination for the as a party nominee, those guys were have the knowledge of everything that went through. So, and because they were not, they saw that money was flowing, and they didn't give them their own share. That was what angered those people, and they said, well, they will turn the table against them, and that was the reason why those guys went to court. And they suspended Okupe in Ogun State. That guy is the chairman of the party, on the basis that Okupe did not pay his financial due, on the basis that he doesn't attend the leadership meeting, which were contrary to the constitution of the party. So they terminated him. They suspended Okupe, but the leadership of this party from the national, upturned that suspension, and that further angered those guys, and they said, well, let's see who is fighting for the right thing between us and you people. And then they took the matter to court, and I believe they presented a very good case before the court, and the court did one man, is it the court that ordered that guy to be fired, or what really happened?
No, they fired him, but the court then said that then they went and got an injunction that he must not parade himself as a functionary of the party anymore.
Who fired the chairman?
I'm not quite clear, but we only picked the story up from the court injunction.
Well,
But
woman, can I say something like that? Real quick, sorry.
come in.
Yeah, the thing is that from his local government, from his ward in Edo State, I think in somewhere in Esako, is it Ishan area there? They fired. They removed him. That was one of the premise. Then some other people came, say they are the true member of the true chairman and whatever or secretary of that ward. That those people that did that, they are not members. That was so a few days ago. That was what we heard. That it was all lied, it was all cooked up and blah blah blah. There's nothing. These people are not real members of Labour Party. Now today, we now saw this guy, this Ogun State guy, what's his name, Nikoko, whatever his name was, now went to court and he got a court injunction restraining this guy from parading himself. And one of the things he said was that the court has restrained him and more so his ward has removed him. So you can see when you put all this thing together, you understand that there's something going on here. But the same treatment they give to a PDP now is what they're giving to a Labour Party. So which means I'm seeing here, like you're saying, that it's not going to affect this. But I just hope it doesn't affect it, which I want to believe. But from what some people
it's an unnecessary distraction, isn't it? If at the barest minimum,
I don't know. It could be, but I see much more than that here. Some kind of things going on behind. I know the APC is at work here. That's what I believe.
No, Rational Mind is not APC. They have an infighting, internal wrangling among themselves, even before the election. Obi was lucky to have his way through the election. Those guys will have if they have had their way, they will have stopped Obi nomination before the election. Obi was lucky to have his way through because those guys said Obi got his nomination through a shady deal. They came out with a lot of things as specified in their constitution, which was contrary as to how Obi went through to get the nomination. So they said you have to be at least a member of the party 6 months prior to you being a nominee of the party for any elective position. Obi wasn't a 6-month member before he got the listing. They had a way they crooked all these things. So the way
it can be waived. It can be waived.
Eh?
There's a waiver for that.
Okay, maybe there was, but there was a lot of things that those guys. It is because they did, the obedience overshadowed them. They saw that when they came into the party, they overtook the party, they hijacked the party rather from them, and therefore what is due for them were not given to them. They neglected them, and they said, okay, we will go and fight it out at the law court. So, and this is what we had. This is, what we got now, I think came out to be what they are demanding for. And people have to fight for their right anyway. So I don't see what is wrong with what they did, but I believe the court, got their evidences and they are on the side of the law. And that's why the court, complied with their requests and granted them what they demanded for. So I think don't let us. It's not APC. The fight has begun before the election, and we saw the way they fired Okupe. Then it was this national chairman, the chairman of the party, that kicked against their suspension and retained Okupe. Before Okupe problem now came from the federal government or the Bureau of, what do they call it? EFCC, we all saw the way they ridiculed him for the way he was thieving money when he was in government with Jonathan. So it is not, don't let us go rubbish APC for the problem they are having within their party. They have problem already in their party. So that's the way I see it, woman.
All right, brilliant, So brilliant. So then the Agbakoba space, space, yeah.
One man Agbakoba, I don't know what is going on. Maybe he's just seeking for attention.
Is it an obedience? Do you know if it's an obedience? Do we know that?
You know, he didn't show it. He didn't do anything to indicate that it's an obedience. But who knows? It might be. Everybody in that country have soft spots for one candidate or the other. So, but what he was recommending that they should be able to go through any legal election petition whatsoever within 7 days. I think that is not achievable. There's no, it is impracticable. It is not possible. How could you, settle election petition within 7 days? That is not possible now. I mean, let's even look at the documentation that the Labour Party requested for. They wanted to have access to all the what was it? Is it the election?
The Beavers material, yes.
The Beavers material, rather. All over the Federation. How many days will that take them? How many days? That will take them for some months to be able to get their fact right on that alone before even for the court to start looking at their presentation and everything. So I don't know what is.
You see, what they seem to be wanting to achieve at Janle Koko is to get a judgment before the swearing in, because their fear is that as soon as Tinubu becomes president, then it gets that increasingly more difficult to overturn him. So that's really their race against time.
I could agree with him that it is good for our judiciary to, always be prepared for election petition, presidential election petition. Prepare for it, get ready, and speed up the matter, and let us have a conclusive judgment at the Supreme Court before the swearing-in date. I think I will agree with that. But
do you think that should be a matter for a constitutional position that all litigations are before the winner is sworn in? Yes.
Yeah, that would be good if we can have it as a matter of law in that country. That would be very good, because it doesn't look nice to have a petition against a president-elect and they allow him to have a swearing into the office, assume office, start governing before the case we come to a conclusive end. I don't think it's nice like that. I think everything should be done. Judgment should be delivered before he assume office. So before whoever that's going to assume office, let us know before the swearing-in date. That is the most appropriate, and that will give that person, whoever is declared the winner, to concentrate, to sit down, and won't be able to manipulate judiciary by the time he assumes. Because the moment someone at that highest office assumes office, he overtake everything. He will overtake everything. He will be in charge of everything in the country. He will be by the virtue of power that Nigerian president enjoy. It can influence anything in that country. Nigerian president have so much power.
They say the Nigerian presidency is the most powerful in the world.
People are saying that. So
just because the amount of power is concentrated in that office.
The power is too much. it can influence the judiciary to deliver judgment in his favor. So it is not good for our democracy at all, and this is completely we should address it. I mean,
Sorry, Ajan Lekoko, just as a digression, do you think the powers to appoint the, especially the judges sitting on the Supreme Court bench, do you think, and the Chief Justice as well, do you think that power should be vested solely in the hands of the Senate, or should the presidency have an influence on it?
I don't think that the Senate or the Senate should have the power for their confirmation. The Senate should have the power to have, this exercise of inviting them and interrogate or question them, or have some kind of interactive, to test their knowledge in law, and know how they prepare for that job. I can't remember what it's called. They do it here in the United States. The Congress. Rational mind, can you remind me what do they say? Is it screening? I think it's screening. Yeah.
I think something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's screening. So the Senate should have that power to screen them.
The president nominates. The president does that.
Yeah, the president
like
nominates.
Biden and what's his name? Former President Trump.
Yes,
also did the same thing.
But we can do.
You know Kavanaugh. You remember Kavanaugh's matter?
Yes, you're right.
That brought in that brought in this lady, this president, vice president Kamala Harris.
When it
was questioning him.
Yes.
Remember that? Yeah.
Yes.
So that's the process.
So, but in our own case, we could do our own different from the way United States is doing its own. They could have it through, maybe they have a judiciary committee or so. They have some kind of judiciary committee or something like that, through which we can have nominee. Judiciary Council should be able to present.
Sorry, let me interject a little bit.
Yeah.
Sorry. In that you put the random question, I didn't have time to quickly contribute to it. That unconditional release, which unless it was demanding for, is it was that we use or what? Anyway, for me, if the Ipob members are going to advocate all they are doing unconditionally, yes, they should grant the bail with conditions. But if they are still holding on to Ipob, they should not be released, because however they fought it and lost it, and they surrender unconditionally. That name is a terrorist name, as in prescribed. First they lost war, second they were prescribed. So nobody should run.
Not interjecting. This is not.
No, sorry. I want to quickly say something. I will give you the floor. Sorry, because of time. Then, if now they want to succeed as in Southeasterner or Igbo, fine. That one they can give them optional bail. But if
what Ajan Lekoko was saying to you was that the audience was following the conversation that he was having.
Okay, sorry.
But then you've just chopped it out.
Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, so I think if there's a way we can do it, even the judiciary those to assume the offices of justice of Supreme Court should come through a judiciary committee or judiciary maybe through their a process of seniority from to that position, and not through nomination by president or so. That some corrupt practices will ensue when we have president nominating them for that position. When the president, in our own case, when the president nominates, they see it as somebody doing them a favor, and at any time that person need a favor from them, they will give it back to that person. Our own tradition is different. We are always we want to, you know, do good for good. That this person is the one that was instrumental to me becoming what I am today. Now is requesting me for help. Why won't I help it? That is our own way of thinking, our own way of life, which is different from the way Oyinbo people do their own. They do their own strictly to job and committed to, the law. So I won't like a situation. I wish they can change it where the president will not nominate, but judiciary.
Sorry. Okay, actually, land that point. Yeah, sorry, go on.
Judiciary system should be able to do it in such a way. You have a process where somebody can graduate from what do you call it? From appeal court to Supreme Court. You know, there should be a step from one step to the other, and there should be a step of progression from one step to the other, and through which they can, and it should be on merit and experience. So, and not through nomination. So they could go the moment they are graduating into that Supreme Court to Supreme Court justice, they will go through screening for confirmation, because the Senate represents us, the people. They should go through that screening for them, for the Senate to confirm that yes, this guy is qualified for this position. And by so doing, when they assume that position, they assume that position on merit and not through favor from any politician or the other. And by the time they are doing their job, they will deliver it in accordance to the Constitution and with no influence and favor to anybody. That is what I will recommend for that country, and that will help us a lot. Everybody will have confidence in them, because nobody is responsible to their nomination to that position. So that's my take on that.
Adalekoko, still within that conversational space, do you think it will progress and strengthen our democracy if the appointment of the INEC chairman or the whoever is superintending the electoral process, if the appointment of that person is removed completely from the presidential influence and is placed on a very stringent criteria with the Senate, so that for that person to be appointed, he has to have a real strong cross-party approval, so that that person then the independence of that person is somewhat strengthened, if not guaranteed. So should the INEC chairman should it be removed from the presidency, placed with the Senate with a 2/3 approval, something of that nature?
It should be removed from the control of the presidency, and the press and the Senate as well should not have control over them too. It should be an independent institution.
Yeah. So who appoints them?
I think there's a report. I think a wise report have the process through which they can be appointed, but it's not going to be by the president. It's not going to be by the senator. It is strictly going to be by a committee of trusted and people of impeccable character, through one means or the other. It's in I can't remember it well. The wise report mention it clearly in such a way that they will not be affiliated to politicians at all. They will be an independent agency on their own, and the chairman will have to go through a process, not through a political appointment or whatsoever. So they will go through a process to assume that position, and through that means they won't be influenced. It will be difficult for politicians to influence them, and it will be difficult for them as well to act as subordinate to any organ of the government. They will act in accordance to the law. It is the law that establishes them, and they will stand by the law, and they will function by the law, and they will deliver by the law. So that is the way it should be. Too much control by the politician. Politicians have too much control over too many things. Even look, politicians even control the judiciary. The executive arms of government in our country control the judiciary, and the constitution is very clear that they stand as equal organ of the government and separate from each other, separate with the power of separation of power. Separation of power. That is what the constitution says. There must be separation of power, and every organ of government must act independently and on equal basis against each other. No one is above the other. The executive will act on its own. Legislator will act, can check the executive SFCs, and when the executive and the legislators cannot agree on anything, they can go to the court. The judiciary will deliver an independent judgment in interpretation of the constitution to have a balance. So, but in our country, it's not like that. You see a judiciary being controlled by the executive. It's just a system that is so corrupt, and the executive, they want to assume everything to themselves. They want to control everything. Even in many states, the state governors, they control the legislators and they control the judiciary. What kind of system of government is that? One man in the state governors, they are the one that control
that's the cooperative government.
They control the legislators in the state. They dictate to them, this is who should be your speaker. This is who I want to be. So this is the person that should be here. And if they don't comply, it will send talk to bulldoze them, and it will organize kangaroos nomination meeting in the night, and they will declare leadership of the Senate that he wants. So, and the control. So a lot of things have to be taken away from both the legislator and the executive arm of government, so that those what am I trying to say? Those institutions of government can act in accordance to the law and deliver for the interest of their state and the country as whole. So they should be taken out from these two organs of government. INEC should be an organ of government, should be an institution that can act. Everybody must respect it, and that man, the headship and the entire staff that work there must not be subordinate to politicians. They must not be subordinate, and they must not be at any time be influenced, be open for politicians to influence them at any time. That is the way we can have a better democracy. That is the way we can have the right people that will be in the right position of government in our country, and then govern us according to their promises. But when you have the person in control, I mean the party in control, the party in charge of the administration of the country, appoint the chairman, appoint the judiciary, appoint this and that. Who are they going? Do you think they are not going to be loyal to them? They'll be loyal to them 100% now, because before the appointment, they know that this is the man that this is our man. This is the man that will deliver for us anytime. This man will not fail us anytime we ask him for help or assistance. So, and that is what is playing out in that. Yes.
Sir, quickly, I was just going to say, what you're describing about Nigeria is not unique to Nigeria. It's here in America also, and I bet you know that this past gubernatorial election in Arizona, right? The lady that won, that's the governor right now, Katie Hobbs, I think that's her name. She was actually in charge of the election in Arizona. Okay. And she was a gubernatorial candidate for the Democrats. When they told her to resign her position, she refused to. And guess what? She oversaw the election that brought her into power. So doing political favor or trying to
that one's even worse than Nigeria.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely right. They told her, it's public. They told her, please. Her opponent told her, you have to resign your position because you cannot be in charge of an election of a big state like Arizona that you are competing for. She refused to, and they did not push her out. And guess what? They did what they had to do to win, even though the polls were showing that the other lady was leading by 12 or 16 points in margin before the election. Somehow, some way, it took like a couple of days after the election, and guess what? She won. And they're still in court right now. They are in court to dispute the election, and it's still ongoing. So when it comes to all the problems that you mentioned about Nigeria, actually, before this election, I said that to my brother and some other people that this 2023 election is going to be like 1,000 times more secured than America's election of 2020. I said it. Okay. And I think it's proven to be so. So, I mean,
Really?
Oh, yeah. I stand by that. Yeah.
Nah. Come on.
That is Awada now. Why can't you say that?
You can say that because you don't know the shenanigans that goes on in America's election. That's why you can say that.
No, tell us. We don't know. Tell us.
America.
No, tell us.
Now.
No, you tell us. What is the shenanigans that's going on that we don't know?
There's so much. Well, for example, this election about this Arizona election talking about, do you know that? You're talking about being disenfranchised. Did you know that on the day of the election, one of the commissioners, one of the people in charge of the election came out and said about 20% of the printers for the forms were not working. So people have to be rerouted to a different location to go vote. But at the end of the day,
attention to something.
Sorry.
Sorry to bring your attention to something. I think you have even mentioned the key thing, the fact that an umpire contested in our own election. And these American guys on this platform will tell us, so this is a country that is working. People like Ajali come and tell us this is running well. You cannot compare this place. That place is a banana republic. I've not seen, it has never happened in any African country that an umpire runs a contest in his own. Sure, don't come and tell us anything about America again on this platform. Don't rational mind. Don't even move to America again. I think Biafra is better than what this my brother have just said.
Really?
I'm telling you.
Really?
Hey, sir. Yeah. This election again.
but let us say this. It is the way you describe it.
it sounds so. It sounds like American election is so corrupt or
Sir,
can easily
sir, listen, I'm
easily
overwhelmed. I am
corrupted, can
overwhelmed.
easily be influenced by. It is not easy like
See,
that. I'm not saying
no,
that.
Yeah,
Yes.
Daniel, why you just find? They just told you the
I just look,
panel that
Coco,
vote
let
the
me
Supreme
tell.
Court that vote the
I'm
panel.
telling you that. See, just like they say, the best way to uncover mediocrity in any organization is when the organization actually works and produces like America. See, a lot of people don't know what goes on in America's election. But I'm telling you, you can't watch CNN or Fox to know what is going on. But much
No,
deeper.
we should depend on
You
Fox,
don't have to
huh?
go that far. You don't have to
We
go
need a
that far.
Fox.
Again, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Or News Max. Is that where we should get the news from?
No, but rational man, did you
Before you
hear
go,
this
sorry,
one?
I know
Did
where
you
he's
hear
coming
this
from.
Florida?
I
Did you
understand
hear
you're.
this
Are you a
Florida?
Republican?
Did
Are
you
you a
hear this
Republican?
Florida one? Did you hear this
Are you a
Florida
Republican?
one?
Hold on. Is this guy a Republican? Are you a
No,
Republican?
leave that one.
No,
Rational man,
See,
no.
are you aware of this
you
Are you
Florida
trying
a
to
zone?
corner me?
Republican?
You trying to corner me and put me on? I'm trying to explain to you
No.
the condition of the.
That way we understand where you're coming from. Are
But
you a
did you
No,
know?
but
Republican?
rational mind, do you hear of this
No.
Florida zone?
Patoski
Did
get
you
it.
hear about it?
Patoski
Did
Johnson.
you hear about it? Mo
Oh,
fẹ́ kó
hold
dá
on,
mi lóhùn.
hold on, Pato, hold on,
I have it in front of
Patoske.
me. Yeah.
I
Àwọn
think he's
abẹ̀bẹ̀
trying.
fún wa lọ́bẹ̀ jẹ́ ni.
Hold on, I think he wants to nail Prince down. So go on,
Prince,
rational mind. Yeah.
in all honesty, you don't have to tell me if you don't want to. No problem. Are you a Trumplican?
Yes, sir.
Here we go.
You know, well, it's funny because I think Babati is a Trump man as well, and this guy, not this guy, Prince Daddy, he sounds very much like Babati, both in his voice, and he's even a prince as well. So it must be a Prince thing to be a Trump supporter.
Well, not that far, one man. Not that far, but
Whether
it's
it's a
not about.
tropical or not, but did it happen? Did that happen? Rational mind, did it happen? Are you
So you
aware of
mean
it?
what happened in Arizona?
Are you
yeah.
aware of it?
Yeah. Hold on.
So why have you not brought it up here? Why are you people telling us that it is only in Nigeria? Why have you not brought it up?
Hold on now. We'll tell you now. I believe you live in North America here. We know. You live in Canada, my neighbor here. I know. I've been in Canada many times, so I know what's going on there. A little bit, at least. I know. So anyway, talking about Arizona, my friend. I don't know if you live in Arizona, but you know Arizona is predominantly Republican. At least it's Republican for the most part.
Well,
You know
say
that?
no. When you make that statement, you're assuming that it's one Republican. No, we have what they call the rhinos. Okay, they are even worse than the Democrats. Okay, when it comes to that, so don't say is it Republican? No, and it's not true.
All right, don't lose us our
I'm not
audience.
going to get into a discussion, but if you want to move on, let us move on.
No, it's just American politics. And even Ajale Koko has lost connection just from the. What did Trump call Nigeria the last time? At least we have internet, Twitter country. Sorry,
I was just trying to draw the parallel between corruption in elections and what goes on. See, there's as much corruption.
Hold on, Prince. But you people have been talking about. I mean, your Trump guy with his Rudy Giuliani and all of that. They were trying to you know what happened during the election. This is the election naysayer. We were saying that the election was rigged. Was rigged in their favor. I mean, it was rigged in favor of the Republicans. But till this very day, you have no evidence. Were you following what happened in Georgia?
Well, don't come on an international platform and make such a broad statement that you don't have facts. You don't have the
do
facts.
You have facts? What's your fact?
I have plenty of facts, but we don't want to talk about Trump. We don't want to talk about Trump or the 2020 election.
If you haven't put it forward because you don't say anything, you're only talking about Arizona that is predominantly a red state. But it's flipping purple now.
No, it's not red states. It's not red states.
Because of the shenanigans of the Republicans
have to say anything.
You're crying wolf here. And you're coming here telling us that the election was rigged. How is it rigged? All the thing that Trump was saying.
I was trying to explain. I didn't say it was rigged. I never used the word rigged. I never used the word rigged. I said I was trying to draw the parallel of election shenanigans or the malfeasance that occurred in the election. Okay, to the point, why don't you Google it? To the point, I just told you, Kitty Ops that became the governor, she was in charge of election in Arizona. Now, but we're talking about the INEC chairman should be somewhat independent of the presidency or other institutions. But I'm just trying to make a point that here's America that, somebody's competing in an election and she's also in charge of the election in the state. Do the math.
It's unbelievable, isn't it? It almost sounds like a third world country.
Yeah,
come on, it's not exactly what he's saying. It's not exactly. But I don't have anything to the contrary. But it's not exactly what he's saying. We know these Trumplicans and
no. Angelico, don't label and call names. Don't label and call names. That's not where it goes.
I'm not liberal. Listen, I'm not a liberal. I'm not.
I said don't label me and call names. It's not about being Trumplican or Republican, whatever you say. No, that's not it. I'm just you should rather be responding to the claim that I laid that it never happened. It's not true.
Let's look at the claim. Carrie Lake. You're talking about Carrie Lake and
rational mind.
I have to remind you that our audience are predominantly Nigerian based, but carry on.
Rational mind. You are doing what you always complain about us to this prince now. Yeah, like you don't want him to talk. That's what you complain about us as well.
Don't get it wrong.
Allow him to talk.
He can talk. He can talk.
Yeah. No. They were having a back and forth there, but let's get back.
He knows what I mean. He knows.
All right. Let's get back to Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, let's take it back to Nigeria and let's take it to the southeast. And we're now hearing the languages of Olive Branch coming out of that space. No, actually, let me take you to this story instead, Ajanle Koko. Death cases in 2023 election, lowest in Nigeria's history. So this runs contrary to everything we've been hearing about this election, as though people were cutlass drawn and beheading each other all over the street. Death cases in 2023 election, lowest in Nigeria's history. So this is the federal government releasing data. Let me just remind, it's just a few paragraphs. Against the backdrop of the criticism greeting the 2023 polls, the federal government has said the immediate past elections are the least violent in the history of Nigeria. The Minister of Information and Culture, Alhaji Lai Mohammed, made this known in Washington, D.C. during his interaction with some policy institutes in the United States capital. The news agency of Nigeria, NAN, reports that the minister is in Washington to interact with international media and policy institutes set up, amongst others, to provide solutions to global challenges. Amongst the think tanks the minister engaged with on the just concluded 2023 polls were Hudson Institute, the Atlantic Council, and Wilson Institute. Relying on data released by a coalition of civil society groups in Nigeria, Mohammed said the reported deaths of between 13 to 28 people during the just concluded elections were the lowest since the 1964-65 elections. Mohammed said during the 1964-65 election, no fewer than 200 deaths were recorded as a result of election violence. He said the 1993 election recorded 100 casualties. The 1999 election recorded 80 deaths. The 2003 polls recorded 100 deaths, whilst 300 lives were lost during the 2007 election. According to the minister, the 2011 elections recorded 800 casualties. The 2015 polls recorded 100 deaths, whilst 150 casualties were recorded during the 2019 polls. The minister underscored the sacredness of life, stating that no election is worth the life of any Nigerian. So, Ajanle Koko, raw data runs completely contrary to all this doomsday apostasy that we hear every day from Nigeria, as though people were savaging and ravaging each other on the streets. But before you respond to that, Ajanle Koko, let me just acknowledge the super chats that have come in. Theophilus Shoboye, Theophilus Shoboye comes in with the winning super chat so far, but never to be outdone, of course, Ayo, the sponsor of the platform. So thank you to you, gentlemen. And Prince Daddy came in just after Alexander Gomez. So keep it coming. As we hear then, Ajale Koko talk us through the death tolls at the electoral space. So completely contrary to all of these, everybody's at war that we're hearing, Ajale Koko.
Can we believe Baba Lai Mohammed?
Only because he's quoting from civil society organizations who collated the death tolls.
Okay, how many did civil? I think we treated it yesterday. How many did they?
Well, they gave us 88, but he's not giving us 22 to 18 or something.
Baba Mohammed. Now wow. Enough with the man there were them Baron Landabai. This man is observing his Ramadan observing the Ramadan season now, and is still lying. When will that man stop lying? The report we read yesterday mentioned 88 people died, but this man is saying 18. Is it not 18 or how many? 22 or how many?
It said 18 to 20 something. That's what.
It's not even specific between 18 and 20. So that's to tell you that it's lying. So it is the premise and the reason for him saying this in international community.
Sorry, 13 to 28. He said 13 to 28.
Yeah. What does that mean? Absolute nonsense. It doesn't mean anything. That is, it's no information.
Ajale Koko, just to back him up a bit, for all of the language that we have been hearing pre and post the elections, we've not really been hearing reportings of deaths. You know, we've heard reportings of injuries. We've heard alleged intimidation, but we've not really heard that many. We all agree, one death is too many. But we've not been hearing the report of death in the course of these elections.
Well, I don't know why we should be talking about this.
No, because the picture being painted rather is that it's been a violent and brutish election, but the statistics don't back that up.
So, well, it is sad whether we have violence, whether we have killing, or whatsoever. Who do we blame? We have to blame the government that couldn't put in place security and orderliness to prevent death and to prevent all those criminal incidents and intimidation by some against others. So the justification is given to it, or the defense is given to it. It just doesn't make sense to me in the first place. Though we can say as a government, they have to come up with something in defense, but there are certain things that on themselves, they should be held accountable for failure that we recorded, or for the crisis rather that we recorded during the election period. They are the one that supposed to prevent it. They have all the security and according to them, they promise us a lot of things. They promise us that, look, we are going to guarantee security of life and this. We are going to make sure elections going to be smooth. There won't be any room for...
sorry, have they not met that largely? Because a record low violent incident a relatively peaceful election, the process working to a high percentage. Would you not say they've delivered broadly?
Well, I won't call it a total failure. And at the same time, I won't say that they perform to our expectation. They perform below our expectation. Because election should not be, we shouldn't record death during election time. It shouldn't be at all. It's a disaster that we have even 18 or 88. It's a disaster to a nation, but we are just a nation that doesn't value life. And that is why we can just walk over it, just talk over it, and just move on. Death of a citizen in election time should be a national tragedy, should be described as a national tragedy. Those that are responsible for that, how many of them are in police custody? Why didn't he mention it to us? That those that are responsible for the killing of some other people during election time, they are in police custody. And what kind of defense is this? It is ridiculous. They just washing the dirty linen of the country in the public place to the outside world, and they turn the country to a laughing stock. People listening to them in America here, they just been shaking their head for them. That look at these idiot people. You are the government that's supposed to prevent all these things. You couldn't. And they have their men on the ground. America have their men on the ground. They have their report. They have everything. They know everything. You can talk all your life and they will keep quiet and just watch you and just let you go. That look at one of the idiots again is here defending indefensible. It is unacceptable. We should not accept this from these people. We shouldn't be losing life for nothing because of election. And who are the people behind this thing? Are they not the politician? Are they not the one that we send out talks to go and attack their fellow politician or opponent? They are the one behind it. This same politician, this same man that is talking, is one of them that are responsible for this bad incident that we had during the election time. They are the one. They failed us. They are the one behind all this thing. So it is just senseless to hear these people justifying what is not justifiable. All it's doing is just justify, and it's making it's comparing the incident, the unfortunate incident, to what has happened in the past, to justify that, look, we have done well during our own time. You have done well. People were killed during your own time. People were killed this administration in election time, and you are justifying it that, oh, we handle it better than.
Oh, have we lost you? Have you lost me?
Can you hear me?
No, we can now. Carry on.
Okay. It's just a failure upon failure. They just comparing what we have. Many deaths that is recorded during your own time now, comparing it to what happened in the past. It's a way of justifying it that, oh, we did well. We did better than people in the past. It's just senseless, and it's just unbelievable that you can have people defending instead of going out to market Nigeria to the international community, how we are open for business, how we are open for many things, for transfer of technology, for educational development and other things. They are not talking about that. They are talking about how many people. There was what he said again yesterday. That was, you mentioned in the reader yesterday. I was just shaking my head that what is this? What is the point? What is the point going to international? What is the point to go and say all of this? What are you trying to achieve? What are they trying to achieve, one man? What is it?
They're trying to defend the credibility of the election and then to diminish Peter Obi's narrative, because that Peter Obi's narrative is going internationally, and of course, they can't have that, can they?
Look, what is the international community going to do? What are they going to do?
Even if they can't do any,
are they going to come to Nigeria to cancel the election result? What are they going to do?
Ajalekoko, Biden is yet to congratulate him, like other world leaders, Modi and all of them. They've called him or they've sent him messages. But Biden, at least as far as I know, Biden has not done that. Even though they said the State Department has done that. But then, where he went? He went to United States. Some people said he's going there to convince some lobbyists to negotiate and talk to Biden in their behalf so that they could give Tinubu's government some kind of credibility. That's what the insinuation out there is as to why he's there.
Obedient.
What is obedient? What are you talking about?
No, don't worry, carry on.
No problem. I mean, just no. You don't have to. I mean, I can handle these people. So the point is this. So what I'm trying to say is that you asked the question, why now? I mean, we didn't hear him go before the election. Why now at this time of the election? So it's all about everything centered around the credibility of the election, like you said, and to give Tinubu some kind of like, it's legitimacy that he's been craving. That's what I think it is. He's craving a legitimacy right now. So that's what I think it is all about, and also to discredit Obi's narrative of the election being stolen, the election being rigged, and all of that. Yeah.
So, but I don't look whether he's going to lobby is just nonsensical. It's a way of looting money and stashing money away from the country. Treasury to their own personal account abroad. Look, you don't need United States president to congratulate you if you are confident in your victory or as a leader of your country. You are a leader of your country. If you have been elected by your people, your mandate, you are responsible to your people and not to any other leader around the world. No, not at all. Zero to other leaders outside the world. When it comes to international relations, it's a different thing. Yes, we can relate and some other things we can do, but the approval given to you by your people is that mandate given to you to go and serve them. So these say Biden hasn't congratulated him, and that means that his victory is not it's not credible, or America doesn't see any credibility. I think it's just fallacy, because America will do when it gets to the time. I believe America is waiting, is following the situation. They believe they are in court. They've seen they are in court. They're looking forward to when the Supreme Court, the court processes will come to an end, and that is when they will deliver their congratulation message from the office of the president. That is what I believe they are trying to do. And if they don't even give it, it doesn't matter. Yes.
The Department of State already did. So the Department of State already congratulated the president-elect.
Yes, but they keep circulating this thing that the American did this to. The Department of State is the one responsible for international relations with other parts of the world, and they have done it. That is the institution responsible. The
No,
president of
it's a protocol that when a new government, like when Benjamin Netanyahu won his election some time back, I think Barack called him. When there's a Modi too, when Modi won his re-election, so recently, I think Biden, was it Biden or somebody called him?
Yeah, but those are first world countries now.
Oh my goodness, one man, let's just make this excuse.
The bottom line is that, Roshanama, the bottom line is that when you have a part of the agency of the government, or part of the government, the executive actually, coming full front, dedicated a page on their website to congratulate the country for the election and the president election. What else do we want? We want the president to broadcast it to the Nigerians to say.
The one for president is just a ceremonial.
It doesn't even need it because we have a
ceremonial. We don't.
Under the funding
I
of
totally
state,
agree with you.
We have
an
an undersecretary in charge of African affairs, and those ones are the ones relating with all the government activities in Africa. So why must Biden be involved in the day-to-day?
Of course, it should not involve. But then we're saying protocol.
What protocol?
And hold on. It's protocol. We don't need anybody's endorsement. We don't need anybody's whatever to have to know that this is our leader. But we know it's a protocol, and then we from what we're hearing, I'm hearing from the APC camp that they just want that call from him.
The thing
that's
is
what I heard. I don't know how true it is. That's what I heard.
It's apparent that the United States, of course, have a choice candidate during the election. They were not that deep involved, unlike when during the Jonathan and Buhari. Remember, the Secretary of State came to Nigeria on the eve of that election. But this time around, they were more or less like staying away, observing. But if you notice, what is his name? Tinubu didn't travel to America. It was Atiku that traveled to America, and Governor Peter Obi, right? So that shows that that government, the current administration in the United States, not really having that clear cut, why should I put it now? Supporting the, whatever the outcome is, they will deal with the government anyway. There will always be an ally to Nigeria. But this time around, they're kind of staying clear. It was Europe that are kind of deep neck in what's going on in Nigeria. So, and they've done the needful. The Department of State congratulate the president-elect. So that shows they're open and they're ready. As long as, and I'm not sure Tinubu is their choice candidate. I'm not so sure. But they've done what they needed to do, as far as relationship is concerned. So we shouldn't flog this, for too long. It's nothing but that.
On the diplomatic front, they have congratulated him. State Department represents diplomatic power of the United States. So they have done that, and that to me, I think is strongly official than from that of the president. President is just ceremonial. It just carries some kind of ceremonial representation or ceremonial message, just to give it a kind of a feel that President of the United States, as we know, the strongest man in the world, is congratulating him. That is just it. But it doesn't. The State Department, I even take that one, first than the ceremonial from the United States of President. So it's Lai Mohammed is acting shameful to me for what he is doing, because what he has come to do is just to defend indefensible. There are a lot of things that he said during that his meeting in the United States that it just shows that we are like a country that doesn't get it right. You can't see any other important country in the world coming to talk like this in the United States. When they come like this to the United States, you see them marketing their country to the United States. They come to marketing their country in so many sectors, hospitality sector, in educational sector, in oil and gas sector, in very, very, very sector that various sector that can bring foreign investors to their country.
That is what they not be talking about. Election. Election result. The result is perfect. We use beavers. We use technology. What kind
Well,
of nonsense?
but the election is it's what's number one issue in Nigeria right now. So it's not out of the
What are
no.
you coming to talk in United States about your election in Nigeria?
Well, the
What is
same
wrong?
reason why they went to Chatham House in England to go talk about
Is
it.
it not stupidity to you that they are traveling all the day to talk to
Well,
for what?
Well, listen, I understand that, but just like we're talking, it's the perception of maybe Biden calling Tinubu to congratulate him. It's very important, but just like somebody said, even the State Department, it's equally as important because they know what is going on around the world, knows what is going on in Nigeria. So, but not all countries are equal. We all know that. We know the countries, the shot callers, the people that call the shots. We know who they are. So, going to England or America, they are the countries that.
It is ridiculous to me. We can do better. We
Well,
should be.
I don't disagree with you, but
Yeah.
there's an order. There's a world order. There are ways things are done. I don't disagree with you that we can be independent, but guess what? How independent are we when we when we go to the World Bank, IMF, and the Chinese to borrow money? So what were we talking about? I mean, we got to play the game. We got to play the game, and you have to toe the
No,
line.
that one is different. Not to go and defend indefensible and ridiculous situation in your
You,
country.
you know,
Shameful.
because
Shameful to even mention.
Nigeria can be tagged as a nation, as a terrorist nation, as whatever nation they want to tag it to disenfranchise Nigeria from the international community. So you have to play the game. You don't want to be labeled as a bad country. You don't want to be labeled, oh, that country, that the election was stolen or the election was this and that because some people are discontent about it. You don't want that label. So you have to play the game and pacify, if you want to say that, the international community. That's just the way they play the game.
What I'm saying is that Nigerian can remain in Nigeria and still, make a case or defense whatsoever as to how the election went, and not to international community. I've been saying this. The international community doesn't. They have observers that came to Nigeria. They believe those one report than the nonsense that you are going to tell them. The nonsense that Baba Muhammad is going around telling them, it doesn't matter to them. It carry no documentation what the observer from the European Union, from American, from all over Western world that went.
But it doesn't stop him from making his case.
And they have their ambassador in Nigeria that monitor the election. Those are the ones that really important to them, and not the nonsense that this man is doing, going to talk and rubbish opposition. Opposition are part of Nigerians. Opposition party are part of Nigeria.
Can I interject?
All right, have that interjection, and then I'll move on. Come in there, Dewale, or Agbawo now. Is that name not too big for you? So look at your Joel, Agbawo. Look at this guy, Eroba,
I'm not a small kid too. I'm an Agbawo in my own domot. If I may interject you. I won't totally disagree with you, but let us look at it in this way. Look, nobody will help you amplify how important you are if you do not market yourself. Most of the observers that came during the election were mostly Europeans. Americans don't really have time to be gallivanting and going around for what? Most of those people are from Europe and all that. Now, him going to United States it could be seen as in two ways. Now we're talking about people could say it as a jamboree, but I don't see it as a jamboree. You remember?
Oh, sorry, you just called me. I was on a.
No, I didn't know if you left.
No, not yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We were going to
So,
yeah, sure.
what I'm
I was
trying
going
to
to get
say
you
is
and some.
I'm hearing other
No, sorry. I think Prince unmuted himself by
Okay.
mistake.
Okay. So, you know, him going to United States or coming to United States to, I believe the exercise was just for, to market the country, portray the country in a light that he wanted or the administration wanted. And also have it in mind that most of these big countries already have their own bias, they already have their mindset on what is happening in Africa. But if you don't go to their house, you don't go meet them, because whether we like it or not, forever and ever, Nigeria and America will remain an ally. It's like more or less like a big brother to smaller brother. But him coming to America, we have some um, senators that are actually not in support of APC or PDP. They actually support Labour Party. And these are the people that control what happens, through the department, like the Department of State and the rest of it, and how the American relate with other countries, including Nigeria. So him coming to America. Now, the reason why I will agree with Babadaleko is that Lai Mohammed doesn't need to condemn the opposition in the foreign lands. He should have remembered that his purpose is to sell the country, not to paint another Nigerian in a bad light. But at the same time, the administration is winding down and want to wrap it up. At the same time, sell the incoming administration to them so that they can also extend the same olive branch that they did to their administration to the incoming administration. But in going to foreign lands to make speeches and paint opposition in a bad light, kind of like a bruise. To me, is unnecessary. You can do that locally, domestically, while you go out there and represent the entire country and portray it the way you wanted it. But you going over there and criticizing another Nigerians, or the process or what happens during the election is where I kind of disagree with him. That's why I said it's two ways. But we also need to go out there and project and portray Nigeria in the light that we want, because you can't sit in your domestic place and expect that people are going to take you seriously.
Who is breaking plates? Somebody is breaking plates somewhere.
Like,
Talo. Oh,
easy,
is you?
easy. Hey, easy. They're picking the sound. Is the word.
All right, carry on. Yeah.
So yes, you can't remain in your house and you expect people to listen to you. No, you have to go and visit them, talk one on one with them, and that is one foundation of diplomacy. And when you are to do that, you are doing that to project yourself, to sell yourself. So people that says he's traveling to United States as a jamboree, not I disagree totally with that. Because we are a country that always waste resources. But I see it as Nigeria will always have the backing of United States any day, any time, and there's no interaction or that is too small. Every time we have that opportunity to come around and to sell ourselves, why not? I mean, if you look at it, I don't think except of the time when the Buhari visited uh, uh, Biden in the White House since that time. But it seems that this administration is in the good book of Biden, and I mean, Buhari's administration is in good book of Biden's administration. So, but at the same time, you need to, because I haven't actually, I mentioned it on this platform one time that I haven't really seen Tinubu's foreign policy per se as how he intends to retain and continue with the relationship that we have with the big brothers and the likes of United States and the other uh, European country, including Canada as well. I don't think we even have much relationship with Canada. We don't. But
your brother Fayemi,
yeah.
I understand, has been slated for that position of Minister of Foreign Affairs.
It's still all speculation. To me, I would really advise that he use.
Does he fit the role? Does his prof? It doesn't.
To me, I don't think so.
I think so, but carry on.
You leave that role to a professional, a career diplomat that have been, outside the country, knows these people, interact with these folks.
He studied war strategy now.
No.
Was Godfrey Oyema? Is Godfrey Oyema a career diplomat?
Oyema is not in
I
APC.
think so. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
He's a career diplomat, but he's not in APC, is he?
Is the foreign minister at the moment?
Yeah, but I would rather not recycle the same people. I mean, sometimes you have a fresh face, all right, new faces. So, to me, putting the Fayemi down as a foreign minister, I totally disagree with that. We can make use of his expertise in Nigeria instead of we need.
Okay, let me add this one as well. They are rumoring that they want to bring Lamido Sanusi back to the CBN. Is that a good idea?
I wouldn't say no, but I doubt if he's going to accept it. Because he proved his mettle when he was in charge. Remember, he disagreed with the government of the day. He disagreed with his principal. And he was removed. So, I mean, he was doing well. He spoke truth to the power. I mean, I can't really say I have anything against him when he was the de facto governor of Central Bank. He was the first person that raised. I understand some, political undertone and some things, but he spoke the truth. He came out and said, "Look, this Nigeria is going to suffer because there's money missing, one way or the other." So, and him attending that emirship, and is it Sultan or emirship, and being dethroned, and it's to me, I don't think him coming back, to government is good. Because is he going to be dressing in that regalia every time he goes around in for government functionaries?
All right, Dewale, let Ajan Lekoko round off his space, and then so I can move the. Thank you, Dewale. So that's Dewale, of course. Now Agba Awo, these young people of these days, it doesn't even know the meaning of Agba Awo. It just thinks it just thinks it's a funky name.
I will change this temporarily for today, but little you know about me.
Ajale Koko is not. Ajale Koko, if you look at that, open it like ọmọdé òmùgọ̀ ń pè lẹ́fọ̀ọ́. Àgbà awo.
So, thank you, Adewale. So it is ridiculous the way he's going around trying to destroy opponent and Nigerian people as well. We shouldn't be doing that. They should do better. And whether we like it or not, United States cannot just do away with Nigeria like that. Nigeria is very important to the United States.
Oh no, I wanted to come to you, Ekene. So if you can come back, is joining us from Lagos, and then I hope you haven't lost connection. But if you can come back, Ekene. Oh no, you didn't drop. Okay, yeah. Somebody just dropped now. Oh, sorry. Carry on, Najan Lekoko.
The United States is important to us. We are important to the United States as well. We have a large population of Nigerians across the length and breadth of the United States. Nigeria is doing well here. We are the best, highest educated immigrants in the United States. They know where we are. We make impact. So the United States cannot do away with Nigeria. So, but Tinubu, as I said, will be congratulated by the President Biden after the court process ended. I'm sure he will do that. And I believe that Tinubu himself understood very well the way United States function and the way things work in the United States, because he lived here for so many years as well. So he knows how he can play his politics well with the United States as well. So we don't have to worry. But for the waste of money for that man coming here to be talking all this nonsense, I don't think it's that necessary. We should concentrate on our country now and not be carrying money around to say they want to lobby or they want to sit down and run some specific. Which television station carry it in the United States? None. No one. It's only been reported by Nigerian news media. No one. So how are they? What is the purpose? What are they trying to achieve? What the TV station cannot even flash for a second. His presence is not even flash for a second in any TV network whatsoever in United, either local or cable network. No one. So it's just a waste of time. It's just a propaganda, just to kind of show to Nigerian people that already surrendered to them as if, oh, we are working, we are defending Nigeria, we're going to package our image. They are not packaging nothing. You're packaging Nigeria, we should have it in the news here. It's only their follow media house that came with them and reporting it. We don't news media carry it in that Nigeria is present here. No. So it's just an effort in futility, a waste of time, waste of money, waste of resources, waste of everything. I don't know what image they are trying to package. This is not the way to package a country image. So that's my take on that, one man.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajanle Koko. Excellent. So always excellently put by Ajanle Koko. So thank you, Ajanle Koko. Oh, yeah.
Can I speak before you run to Ikene?
Yeah, go on, Bob, please. Yes, you wanted to address matters. Go on.
Yes, sorry, I've been in my kids' school is over now, No, so she's a first grader now. Anyway,
that's good actually. So I said that is good. Yeah. What is the age? What's the age entry point? Is it what does that? So she's in. Is it the equivalent of secondary school that she's entered?
Like equivalent of like what would I say? Like primary school, 6 years from the age from 6 years.
Oh right.
The entry age is 6 years. Yeah, so she will do that now. Okay. So anyway, yeah, this is the first time in your show that I won't apologize for my action, but I will not use any violent word anymore. But I will double down. I want Rational Mind to listen carefully and listen to me with all respect, with no due respect. Please listen to me, Rational Mind. Sometimes I know we have super brains here in this platform, and sometimes we are too smart, we are too far right, we'll be very, very far from the left. One man, last week here, you played a video of an Ipob member insulting Benin people, including the monarch and the bloggers. True of us.
No, that video was viral now. Everybody saw it.
I know. I just found you, Rastaman, to listen. You played it here. Then after that, you played for Ajanle Koko, if I'm correct. And then after that, you played the counter video of some that Twitter space, how people were reacting. And you could get some certain statement, or some people made that when this video gets to Benin Ring Road, hell you roll. There were a lot of insults, right? Now, and I came in, when I came into the show, did I insult anybody? Did you hear any about for me? I was talking on a very calm voice that we were trying to calm the situation down. I spoke calmly. There was a lot of bloggers, Igbo content makers that came out, Ipob member that came out and go against that guy, that what the guy did is wrong. Ipob is a proscribed group, for crying out loud. That guy has the right to whatever he wants to be. No problem. But he writes stop the day he accepts that membership. If he's an Ipob member, automatically he's not an Edo man anymore. You go to East and be an Eastern person, or go to Ipob state. You have your right to.
No, but hold on now, please. I'm not sure if you're a king or something, but I'm not sure you have the authority to determine what if he considers himself to be a Biafran, then he has every right to be that, and he doesn't lose any right being an Edo man. So whatever that's
the part I want to address. That's the part I want everybody to go check in the dictionary. You have, that's why I call it Rational Mind. You have the right to sympathize with anybody. It's your right. You can sympathize with Ipob. It's his right. Nobody will say anything to him. I will never say anything to him. If any Benin man comes out and say, I sympathize with Ipob, no Benin man will say anything to him. But no Benin man can come out and say, I'm an Ipob member, I'm from Edo State. It's not, his right stops there. You have given up your right.
No, I don't think I don't think I don't think you have the authority to say that. You know,
Now,
the
let
man
me
has
let me let, let, let me tell you. Let me take you. He has the right to be Ipob. Does not have the right to add my state anymore.
Yeah,
Once he chooses that right,
no. Hold on. What piece? He has the right to be Ipob, and him being Ipob, it doesn't lose anything from being an Edo man. You know, just like you are not Ipob. Are you Ipob? No, answer. Are you Ipob? Are you an Edo man? Are you an Edo man? Okay, so what?
I'm not an IPOB. I'm not an IPOB.
Hold on, Ikene.
But I'm from Anambra State.
Hold on, Ikene. Hold on, Warpace. What entitles you to be an Edo man and not be IPOB, which is your free will, is also what entitles Freeman to be an Edo man and be IPOB. It's not at your discretion to determine what he is.
One man, yes. Let me tell you why. Is not, you don't have the right. Look at, let's go to Israel and Germany. It's like they lost that war. Till today, nobody in the world can dare say he's a Nazi. Do you anybody? You dare not. The day it was your show, you say, why one man? I'm a Nazi,
that's an extreme example. It doesn't make the point.
No, it's not an extreme example. Listen.
What please? Let me give him one example. What is the meaning of IPOD? Indigenous people of Biafra. So it's not that exclude every other people that is not in that group. And
yeah, but
you cannot be a person of Biafra and still be a person of Edo State.
Yeah, but
you can't be an indigenous person of Biafra and being an indigenous of Edo State.
It has to be one.
You are either black or white. You can't be indigenous of two places. I can't say I'm an indigenous. You can be a citizen of two countries, but you cannot be an indigenous
way of
an indigenous of two indigens together. You must have an
okay. I don't. But let me ask you this question: has the Edo space been part of the IPOB argument? That is it part of it or not? Is it part of the IPOB argument?
Never. It's just Nnamdi Kanu's brain. Even Kogi is part of IPOB. Even Asari land is part of IPOB, and Asari Dokubo is telling him something's wrong with your brain. You see that boy that they gave back to yesterday that come and tell me the history of Biafra.
From my state, he did that in Port Harcourt. What did Wike do to them? What Wike did to them? You don't do that.
Come and try it.
What?
No, leave them. Let them come and try it.
Let me land, please. Let me land, please.
No. I was inviting you to land because I don't want us to do IPOB today. But
no, I'm not doing IPOB yet. But you have to. This is my state. Is a threat. This has caused a lot of damage in my state. For the fact we are so calm, we are not being violent, doesn't mean we are stupid. We try to manage the best we can, and these people are still continuing. Because what they are trying here, they will not try in their state. They will not try it. The guy came out here that they were watching. He insulted everybody. I did not insult any evil man or IPOB member. I addressed it the best way I can. That we need peace. And this guy that came here, this is not stupid. So that came out and said,
no, please, no.
Oh, sorry. No. Okay. Anyway, sorry. Okay, sorry. Let me drop that. Anyway, let me drop
that. Hold on. So that's strike 2 for you, World Peace. Don't use foul language. So because you've done it twice now, please don't. Carry on. Carry on, World Peace.
What he can you hear me?
We can carry on.
Oh yeah. What he so much he said that he belongs to is insulting his own origin. Doesn't have respect for his own origin. But anyway, that's his problem. That's not my problem. Why I'm telling Colin Rashomon, because he was the one interjecting me when I'm interjecting that guy. Just let that guy speak. It can be anybody. He's here defending Yoruba nation. Nobody has ever accused him. He's here saying every day, sympathize with IPOB. Nobody has ever accused him. But rational man has never in his life said that he is an IPOB member. The day you say that day you cease to be an Ondo man. But you let somebody else feel it and you support that person because it's not from your side. I have no permanent friend in this forum. I have no permanent enemy. I stay with narrative and I'll get it with him. If it's somebody else, I'll still support him. But I will not say because it's not for you. then you let it slide. I don't do that, and I will never do that. In this platform, I will never. I don't go to that platform. What these guys tried here, he cannot go try it in a different platform. If he believes that platform, let me not call their name, all those Apple platform, can say whatever we can say. Then you can go there and do it. But not in this platform. In this platform, I don't have a stake, but I have an interest. I cannot claim a stake in this platform, but I can claim interest. My big brothers don't come to this platform, but you hear me talk in this platform. But then I'll say I have a stake. That day you call me to tell me to stop this platform, and there I can stop. But when I say I have an interest, my big brother cannot tell me to stop. My opinion. When the guy said he's an Ipob, he has lost that which that gave him a member or that he has been enjoying. He did not travel to Abuja with an Ipob passport. He traveled with a Nigerian passport and state of origin in those states. It's like if he says an Ipob, then I have the right to challenge it that, my friend, you can be Ipob, stay Ipob, but don't add those states. Simple. That's what I was challenging that guy for. That's why I said the first time I will not apologize for myself. If you call me or if you don't call me, but don't do it again, man. I respect people. Don't do it again. This is my state. Anything comes on my state.
Do what now? What are you talking about?
If you cannot speak to it, don't speak
about it. I don't
it.
understand what you're saying. You've just been going round in circles. I don't even know what you're talking about. Oh, God. This guy came here.
Hold
on. You've been speaking for a long time. If you want me to interject, I will interject you. If you don't want me, I will just keep quiet. Because you can't involve mine. You can't mention me. I know you involve me. You don't expect me to give you my own response. Because ever since you've been talking here, we've been asking, what is your beef with this guy? This guy came here. He said he's from Edo State, and he said he's a Biafran. So what's the beef you have with that? That's what I'm saying.
That's the beef I have with you now, because you ever see everything as you spin it as your name. Because you don't. I don't see. I what's the beef you see in that?
Right. Yeah, right. I'm a spinner,
yes,
right?
But that's what you're saying. You're disrespecting me. For say that again, you're disrespecting me. In all I just said, Patrick have explained to you. That guy cannot claim to. Because that guy cannot come here and be claiming. Listen, that guy cannot come here and be claiming Ipob, and you tell me to leave it.
All right, rational mind. Just let it go. I'm not sure it will land anywhere, but
it's all right.
Yes.
What peace, please hold on. So just give me a minute. The argument that we made is that you cannot be an indigene of two locations. One, then two. Let me say something that you people didn't notice. That guy is not even from Edo State. What I just said to him, but yeah, I was just saying, like saying, how are you? He said, I don't understand that. Even non-Edo people, Urobo, Isoko, and Co, will understand. It's like a Yoruba man say, Boni. Even the Igbo man that stays in Ibadan know that Boni is how are you? You understand? The guy said, I don't understand that. That guy is not he's not from Edo State. I don't know where he's from, but I know he's not from Edo State.
Of course, I spoke, but you don't understand. Patrick spoke, I don't understand. So what?
And he said he's from Esan.
Every Edoman understands 65% of Esan. We understand our language. And I spoke Benin, he didn't understand. Patrick spoke, he didn't understand. I said information, and he's claiming all Esan are Ipob members, and they are formidable, they are ready.
Rational mind. Just let him just have that space. I just want to. All right. Thank you, War Peace. So thank you, War Peace. So War Peace, with your permission, because of the pressure of time, let me with apologies to you as well, Patrick. I know you've been here for a while, but Ekene is joining us from Lagos, and we like to just open that window before the disconnection. So let's go to Ekene if it's still there. Ekene, are you there?
Yes, thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. Thank you for joining us, Ekene. So let me take you to this space then. So it looks as though peace is about to reign in the land. Is this the white flag of surrender? That's my question. Actually, let me put it on the screen because this may well be the white flag of surrender. So is this the white flag of surrender? Release Nnamdi Kanu, create 6th Southeast state. Ohanaeze makes 4 demands from Nigeria's president-elect Bola Tinubu. So let me just quickly represent it. I've presented it, but just for the benefit also, you can attack it frontally. Igbo group Ohanaeze, Secretary General Okechukwu Isegozoro, said Tinubu should release Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB, unconditionally before they can accept him as their president and defend his mandate. Zoro said releasing Kano would restore peace and security in the Southeast. Tinubu must pacify the Southeast with 4 charter of demands for the region to accept him as president of Nigeria and for Indigbo to stand tall and defend his mandate. So this is the list of 4 that the Southeast. So it's now, the inevitability of it has now dawned. And then, of course, now the lead social cultural organization of the southeastern space are now looking to get what they can out of it. So this is what they demand. But how easily reachable is this for the incoming administration? So the first demand of Ohaneze on behalf of the Southeast, Tinubu must unconditionally restore peace and security by releasing Nnamdi Kanu. So you expect that should be easily achievable. And then the second one is balance the Muslim ticket by giving a Southeast Christian Senate president. So that's already in negotiation anyway, and the political calculus necessarily lends to that. So number 3, Tinubu must politically structure on the ground to ensure that Ndigbo feel the promise that Buhari made to us secretly, that it will ensure the region gets a 6th state. So there is no argument for a 6th state in the Southeast because it's such a small geographical space. You'd already think they have an overabundance of states there already. The 4th demand, reopening of the Calabar Wharf, dredging of the Azumari River, and granting IPOB amnesty. So what are you then making then of this language of conciliation and contrition that we're hearing from Ohaneze? Ikene, good to see you.
Okay, thank you. Ohaneze, I've made their demand, but it's left for the public to know if their demand is really what the general Igbo man wants. But the first demand there, which is releasing in Nandek, and that one is very, very, very important, very essential. So because mostly what we need now in that Igbo land now is so that nobody will hide under the umbrella of IPOB and be terrorizing the people of Southeast here. So that's my take on that one.
And the second one, balance the Muslim ticket by giving a Southeast Christian Senate president.
For me, that one is not an issue to me. Balancing, giving Southeast Senate president, for what purpose?
Because you have a Yoruba president, a Northern vice, both of them Muslim. So the natural next port of call will be a Southeastern Christian as Senate president.
And how would that benefit me as a common man?
But then your interest, so you have a voice at the table, then would you not?
Okay, the only thing I want is what will represent my interest, not having, like I said before, I used to say it regularly. I want what will benefit every common man in Nigeria, including me. What will make the country to move forward, not just to give because I know most of our leaders in the Southeast, and I know many of them that even the Igbos will not support any top position. Many of them, because we regard them as sold out. Most of them misbehave once power is involved. So, for me, as an Igbo man, I don't regard such people as leaders. Then you give them power, you think you have done something good to me. You just did you just satisfy that person's conscience, and you have done something maybe for his family. You understand? So there is nothing like giving an Igbo man a Senate president, somebody that I know that I don't want, and I know that he will not represent my interest. What is it? I said it before.
No, but he will represent your interest. It's a balancing, isn't it? Because Nigeria is not a homogeneous country. It's a country with subsects of in excess of 250 ethnic subgroups. So you cannot guarantee that one ethnic group will serve the interest of another ethnic group. So the only way to ensure that all ethnic groups have their interests taken care of, to then have an overarching interest, is to have everybody, as many people at the top table as possible, in order then to make sure there's a balance in the running of the country. So if you don't have a Southeasterner at the top of the table, then who guarantees then that the Southeast then is not left behind?
One man, what we are talking about is good governance. We're not talking about interest. When you come there to serve your personal interest, or like just somebody like Roger Zokala has come out and say, yeah, if you come to the Southeast, it's my turn. For me, I don't believe in such. There are many good candidates from the Southeast that I know that they cannot get that position. Rather, they will just, because it's just like their colleagues in the party. They will still go there and do what they, unless maybe Tinubu will always be bold enough to challenge most of their demand that are not accordance to the interests of the common man. You understand? But except that, they will still go in line with what they used to do, which I know somebody like Ojo Zakalo, most of them cannot be able to. If you want to, I said it before, if you want to give an Igbo man a Senate president, think about Abelibe. Think about Victor. Then if we are talking it now, say yes, okay, I will accept it, which I know is not possible. Then, if it's an Hausa man, a Muslim, or maybe another Christian, that I know that once he goes there, or whatever he does represent my interest, then why will I have problem with that person? I'm talking about the interest of the people, not just to give somebody an appointment because you want to go Southeast. You understand? So somebody like Roger Zokalo, most of them, they know that they don't have the popularity in the Southeast. They know. So giving him Southeast Senate president.
It doesn't necessarily have to be Ojus or Carlo, you know. It just really, for it to be designated to the Southeast first, and then within the Southeast, then you find the best fit.
Let's see the best fit they can find. If they have the best fit,
if we are to be a Labour Party senator, that they are opting for this. They are trying to nominate for this position. You won't be saying what you are saying now.
It's not about Labour Party. No, it's not about Labour Party. I talk about I'm talking about people that I know very well. It's not about Labour Party. No, it's very far from there. There are people in PDP. There are people in Labour Party. There are people in Apuga. At least Abaribe is in Apuga. So it's not about party. But I know that those people is not possible because I know that the Senate president must surely come out from the majority party. So it's not about it's very far from there. I don't think like that. So, but I'm talking about somebody that there is one man that I watched his interview on AIT.
Babaribe in the Senate. Is he back in the Senate?
He's back in the Senate.
So he won.
I thought they lost. Did they win?
No, he won. Though the Labour Party guy is challenging him, but for now he won. The guy is still insisting that he will go to court.
Okay.
So there are a lot of good people. One guy I listened to his interview on AIT. The man was very competent, very sound. Not from Southeast, maybe from Delta or so. I don't remember the man's name. As in, those are the kind of people we want. I'm talking about good governance, not talking about just to give somebody Senate president. So for me, that is my take on that. So, but that is it, nothing more.
All right,
what other demand?
Yeah, let me take you to the third demand, which I think is going to be a bit of a reach. But before you even give opinions on the demand, I want you to tell us if there's justifiable reasons for it, if there's a need for it. So the third demand, Tinubu must put political structures on the ground to ensure that Ndigbo feels the promise that Buhari made to us secretly, that he will ensure the region gets a sixth state. So is there a need? Is there a justifiable argument for another state to be carved out of what is already a very? Is there a need for another state in the southeast?
Maybe reason of political balancing, as in terms of contest. Maybe South is the only region that have 5 states, so I can understand where they are going in that angle. But the issue is that the area is too small. The only place I know that you might be thinking of that is Enugu. Enugu is very large. Maybe you can divide Nsukka and call them a state. Nsukka is too big, so you can carve out Nsukka and call it a state. The other ones. So Enugu is they have a very big landmark that is not even touched. So that's the only area that I know. So any other place I don't know. So
you see, because I feel there's more of an argument to create a state, even two more out of Niger State or Borno, which is such a vast swathe of land, and you wonder how governance covers the whole of the space. So there's more of an argument to cut up places like Borno, Niger State into two, maybe three more states than to get another state out of the southeast, which already has an overabundance of states.
Yeah, I thought what you said is true, but the reason why they are demanding that is just because of political balancing. Just come for this election now. You must get 25% in a report of the state, something like that. So at least if you are contesting, you are sure of 6 states. But any woman that is contesting is only sure of maybe 5 states before you talk of crossing the Niger, something like that. So I can understand the angle they are going to. So Southeast is the only state in the only region that have 5 states, and it's affecting them politically, both in the primary and the general election. So I believe that's the reason.
All right. The fourth reason is even more controversial. So the first half of the fourth reason is perfectly fine. There's no arguments to be had there. So reopening of the Calabar Wharf, I thought the Calabar Wharf was already been opened, but if it's not, then they can reopen it. No arguments there because we need the trades to carry on. And then the dredging of Azumiri River. So no objections there. They should do that immediately and right now. But the final stanza of that fourth demand, granting IPOB members amnesty. Is there justifiable reasons to grant IPOB members amnesty? And if there is, should there be conditions to that amnesty, Ekene?
Well, for me, I'm not an IPOB.
Oh, people are saying they're hearing echoes from your systems that it says, please tell Ekene to move away from his device. He's echoing. Yeah, so.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can. Carry on.
Okay. So for me, I'm not an IPOB, and I don't like to discuss it. Reason best known to me. For me, but the only thing I want is what will bring peace in the land. So the only thing I know is that a lot of tasks that Tinubu has to do is now the president-elect. So if he wants peace, if he wants every region to be peaceful, I think he knows what to do to achieve that. So if it is by giving amnesty, then let him get ahead. Anything they break, because I know that most of those people that are agitating, that Biafra of a thing is a very long standing something that I don't think that other amnesty will be achievable. But if you can achieve it, no problem. Because I know As far as I don't believe, I know people that believe. I know one of my senior brother that believe in it so much. You understand? Like you cannot shy away from it. Even we are talking about Nigeria, you will not even listen to it. Talking about election, you will not listen to it. And he's a rich man, but you don't talk about it. You don't talk about anything about it. The reason is because the war affected him directly. I mean, it's not that maybe somebody told him or this person told him, but the Biafra war affected him, the family, directly. He told us all the history, gave us all the narrative, the reason why, I don't know, let me say, he don't like Nigeria, something like that. But he's doing business in Nigeria, he's doing well. But that narrative is there, it's inborn inside him. Cannot even, there is nothing that you will do that will make him change his mind. And there are many people like that. You understand? So, like during this election, we are like, Tinubu brother, go and vote now. He told us that there is no possibility that Obi will rule this time. As a young people, we are telling him no. If it happens, it will be for our own benefit now, and at least we use it to hold body now. We use it to calm everybody down. He said no. And he's telling us for facts that Obi will not rule Nigeria. He was giving us history, how it was planned, this and that, this and that. Then even there are some big men that voted that day after the election. They begin to come and tell him, okay, you said this thing, or this thing you say, it's like this thing you said is true. You begin to laugh them. So you see how far it's not easy to just say go and give them amnesty. Something needs to be done for many people that don't believe it. I don't believe it because I did not witness the war. Maybe that is the reason. But I know my father.
Do you think that there should be a national reconciliation around? Because I feel that that's a Biafran war. It's still an open wound that the Nigerian state has not yet addressed. Do you think that the Nigerian state do you think that space should be opened up for a build up for the Nigerian state to apologize to the Southeast? Do you think because that wound has not healed at all, has not showing any signs of healing?
That is not necessarily apology, but if Nigeria really wants one Nigeria, maybe our president, our leaders really want one Nigeria, I think they know what to do. At least if you listen to Wole Soyinka channel's interview, he talked something about it. He said something about it. If you follow the interview from beginning to end. And he said how he was fighting to make sure they get and he was that he talked about how they brought up against Limoyala. So they know the reason why they are doing all those things. But that is not for me to say. But most of them that lived for a very long time know the reason they are doing it. But I know for sure there are many people that don't believe in it, and they are rich men. I know many of them. There are other one that I know. One of my uncle is a very rich man, but whenever you come to his house, whatever you are talking about is not Biafra. You are not saying anything. The radio is there, everything is there. Even though he's dying tomorrow, he's telling you that when I die as a Biafra man. But the Biafra is not. You are not living in Biafra. You are still living in Nigeria. But he's telling you that when he die as a Biafra man, and he listening to the news, everything, this and that. So it's not just something you say you go and give them amnesty. You understand? But the reason why I am not really associated with the Biafra thing is because of the many people are hiding under it to do some evil that I don't like. It's not that the agitation is bad. The agitation is not bad. if you can be able to give them what they want, maybe seaport, major things that they need, not necessarily giving them presidency, but there are many things that government will open up and say, okay, let's open up this space so that these people at least they can feel sense of belonging. I think it would go a very long way without even amnesty or something like that. And I know, and this what I'm telling you now is just a real part, just to open up space for them. As in, make them feel there are things government needs to do with all their mind that we are doing this thing so that the Southeast will be really recognized, and maybe they feel that their potential are not well recognized. Maybe they have not been able to explore the way they want to because of some certain things that we denied. So if Tinubu can do that, I think many people from Igbo land will appreciate him so much if he will have the mind. So it's not necessarily Igbo president, but a president that will be able to really give them what they want. I know many people are ready to do business in the east or in the south, or some are still ready to do business in Lagos, but open up the space so that what Lagos is jam packed. The place will open up. Many people will go there. Business will be flowing. Everyone will feel belong the country. So that's my take, and that is what I know, and that is the feeling. So talking about giving them, are you going like these people? I tell you now, it's not because of money that is making them be that not that they are poor. They're okay. They're very rich, but they still have that spirit of Biafra. So what are you going to give him? I say you are giving him amnesty so that he will stop agitating. Within them, they're agitating very much. They're agitating. But it's just that they are very comfortable. They cannot come out and be carrying out.
Hold on, Ekene. The Ohanese in Igbo, they know that space better than you. So, and they are still demanding amnesty. So they are demanding amnesty in spite of and in consideration of all of the things that you've just said now. They know how deep it is within the Southeast, the Biafran narrative. So even with all that you have said, they are saying amnesty for. But the only thing is, if the federal government grants them amnesty, there has to be the conditionality that they give up the agitation.
Do you know that condition is the reason why Nnamdi is still in the prison? Because I believe that they would have given him some condition that he have not been able to comply with. So you cannot tell me that
No. I believe Nnamdi Kanu will give up Biafra. You remember Nnamdi Kanu, just as it started off life, we came into the public space, public consciousness as a one Nigerianist. You know, we from his clip in front of the Nigerian house in London, fighting for the rights of women in the Northeast that were being badly treated. That's how he first came into public consciousness as a one Nigerianist before he pivoted. And remember his interview with Kadira Ahmed. He was asking for a confederate. So he started as a one Nigerianist, and then he pivoted to a confederationist, and then pivoted again to a Biafranist. So there's no reason to say that he would not pivot again.
For me, like I don't know, but I believe that they might have given him maybe some condition or appointment, or maybe some agreement for him to sign. That maybe. I think that is what is keeping him there, because I don't know. I don't think there is any other thing keeping him there apart from this. My imagination. I might be wrong, but that's my imagination. So because they have granted him bail. So maybe have not been able to. So that amnesty of a thing for me is not the problem. And because if you are giving amnesty, it may be for some particular people. But like these people that I'm telling you now, and I'm pointing out to you now, these are men. As in, they are not even going on the street to agitate. They are not ready to go to this. They are not carrying arms. They are doing their business normally, but within themselves, they are ardent, as in believer of Biafra. It's only when you sit down with them and talk with them, you will know their mindset. And their mind is very, both elderly ones inside the market, many of them. I've not, all these elderly people say, like 60, 70, I've not met any of them that they say they don't like the apple. It's even maybe our age, maybe it's from 40. It is people like us that do not see the war. Because they will sit you down, they will tell you, see what we passed. See, I've had all the history from that, my senior, but I have told us, so I know his pain. I know his pain. So it's not that his mother is still alive. So his mother we are among the people that are providing food for the Afro people during that period and in our village. So and the people that died, the sister that the sister of the mother, that the woman is mad today. I know the woman. The war killed all his children, boys, about 5 boys. So the woman after the war, the woman became mad till today. The woman, the name is Grace. The family just if maybe I can take you there, you see the family, you see the compound, nobody is living there. The woman just, so it's the sister that that's his sister. That's her sister that is taking care of her. But the woman is still alive. But the sense are not there. So this if you are talking to this man now, he's telling you that you are not telling him anything because this thing affected me directly. It affected me, my family directly. So do you see it? So what are you going to tell those people? It's not the issue of amnesty. It's not that the man is rich. So he's not looking for amnesty.
All right.
To feel belong. That is the only thing.
All right, thank you, Ekene, brilliantly put. So, Ekene, let me take you to another talking point. You will be the first to react to this one. So now, we were regaled with entertainment, the Yes Daddy audio over the last couple of days. Finally, Peter Obi responds to that. So let me give you his response, and then you'll be the first to react. He says, I repeatedly stated that no one should vote for me based on tribe or religion, but rather on the assessment of character, competence, capacity. Oh, hold on. Let me just mute you just so we don't get the feedback whilst I read it out. Yes, I repeatedly stated that no one should vote for me based on tribe or religion, but rather on the assessment of character, competence, capacity, credibility, and compassion that can be trusted to create a new Nigeria. The present attempt by the APC as a party and the APC-led government through some government officials and agencies to divert our attention from our blatantly stolen mandate is unfortunate and sad. These have come and continued to manifest in different ways, such as the malicious accusation of the Minister of Information, Mr. Lai Mohammed, the circulation of a fake doctored audio call, and pressure on me to leave the country. So I think he's going with the deep fake, or is it deeper life counter narrative. Let me reiterate that the audio call being circulated is fake, and at no time throughout the campaign and now did I ever say, think, or even imply that the 2023 election is or was a religious war. The attempt to manipulate Nigerians is very sad and wicked. Our legal team have been instructed to take appropriate legal actions against People's Gazette and others. While we call on all concerned Nigerians and the international community to implore the APC and the APC-led government to stop their nasty attacks, my focus and commitment to lawfully and peacefully retrieve our mandate to secure and unite our nation. Before, during, and after the campaign, it is on record that I have maintained my commitment and focus on an issue-based campaign about a new Nigeria that is possible. A new Nigeria characterized by, so it goes on to, okay, let's just give it a, it's almost sounding like a campaign thing still. A new Nigeria characterized by inclusion, justice, equity, fairness, and prosperity, and take Nigeria from consumption to production, will pull millions of Nigerians out of multi-dimensional poverty, especially in the north, and jumpstart prosperity through agriculture, industry, and technological revolution remained unchanged. Elections are over and we're in court to retrieve our stolen mandate. Let me reiterate that we are doing so through all lawful and peaceful options in line with our legal system and constitution. And I continue to implore all Nigerians to remain peaceful and law-abiding. Those fixated with heating up the polity, creating division, tension, and hatred within and outside Nigeria should remember that Nigeria is our only country. Our focus should be on how to address the litany of challenges facing us, such as flawed electoral processes, the parlous state of our economy, unsustainable debt burden, lamentable unemployment and inflation, insecurity, and multidimensional poverty. A new Nigeria is possible, and God will help us. So that is Peter Obi's pushback against the yes, daddy, yes, papa, or what's it? What was it? Hold on. Let us. Yes, I can't recall. Let me see if I can remember what he said.
LOP, yes, daddy. OB, yes, daddy. OB, one name. Thank you, daddy.
So there it is. So that's Obi then. But do you think that the damage caused by, and by the way, nobody is buying the deepfake narrative, but I'm sure that will be propelled just for as much as it can take away from the authenticity of what we heard. But do you think that, so that was Obi's first reaction to that, yes, that the audio. So do you think that, do you think it's well crafted, one that response? But more to the wider point, do you think the damage is permanent and irretrievable? Ekene?
Well, for me, there is no damage there for me. The reason is that everybody knows that Nigeria is a religious country. We too much believe in our religion. And if you come to this country now and say, let's begin to divide our religion, you will see it's not possible because most of the GOs are Yorubas. In Nigeria now, the big GOs we have are Yorubas. I can begin to count them. And most of their members are Igbos. Do you understand? So, those narratives, I still maintain that our politicians are not helping this country at all. I don't see anything wrong in calling him daddy. Maybe he sees him as a spiritual father. Then the issue of religious war, I cannot say that this is real or is fake. But if you think it in the Christian side, you think it in the Muslim side, because you cannot say that there are no such things in the Muslim side, and there are no such things in the Christian side. So just to find a balancing and do away with all those things. Because somebody like me now, I'm a Christian. My GO is Pastor W. Kumi. Then you begin to bring him into this narrative. He's a Yoruba man. Don't you know that I will be angry with you? He's a Yoruba man, but I will be angry with you now because he's my spiritual father. Even though he's a Yoruba man, but he's the one feeding me with spiritual things, which I enjoy. If I don't enjoy it, I will stop going to his program. The same thing with Adebayo. And you don't expect me to be benefiting spiritual from him, then maybe if I want to answer him, I will answer him WF to me. He's yes, daddy now, but I will answer him to show respect because he's the one directing me to the kingdom. So I don't think there is any damage there. And ever that video has been circulating, I've not seen anything to talk about the video. Because I know, and another thing is about the politics. Whether a Christian, whether a Muslim, you become a Nigerian before you become a Muslim or Christian. Does it mean that when you become a Christian, you cannot talk about politics, the things that affect your country? If we take it that side, I can give you many instances politics are being discussed in the Bible. To show you that politics is not outside the context. You understand? So somebody like Samuel is a prophet, but he's the one anointing king in the land of Israel. Before you become a king, you must come to him. He anointed David, anointed Saul. So when it pleases God, he take away the spirit of that spirit of kingship from you and give it to whomever he pleases. Is that not politics? That is politics in the kingdom, but they play it in a modest way. So if a Christian go to associate with his fellow Christian for maybe to help him for vote or to, I don't see it as anything. A Muslim can also go and say, my brothers, vote for me. A Christian can also go and say, my brothers, go vote for me. Even though Obi is saying that he never said anybody, I know that he never said. You always go there and tell them, don't vote for me because I'm a Christian or I'm. But for me, I will go and tell you, vote for me, my brothers. You understand me? So if we begin to divide it like that, then it now becomes that maybe an Igbo man will not go to a Yoruba man church, which is not possible. It's not possible. I know many. If I come to my own church, I know many Igbos that our GO cannot do without in the church. And I know many Yorubas. And in the Christendom, we become one. There is nothing like you are Igbo or you are Yoruba. So that division for me, yes, Daddy. What do you want him to answer him?
Well, do you not find it comical somewhat though? It was just funny to people. It was somewhat comical, was it not?
No, it's not funny. See, P2B, you see, he's from a very Christian background. In fact, if you know him very well, they are from Christian background, and you cannot take it away from him. His sister is a reverend sister. Is almost everybody in that family. Almost, in short, all of them. All of them are Christians. So you cannot. The same thing with the ones that are Muslims. You cannot take it away from them that they are Muslims. And the only thing I will not do is to begin to query you, why are you a Muslim? Because I'm a Christian, you must be. No. That is the only thing I'm against. You have the right to worship the way you want to worship. I have the right to worship the way I want to worship. But don't use it to attack my own. I will not use it to attack your own. So, and you know that this person is a Christian. You don't expect him to Because it will be very hard for a Christian to know what is in Quran or the doctrines of a Muslim. The same thing with a Muslim. So his only belief in the Christendom is what he knows about Christianity. And he will be acting that way. And there will be more associates in the Christian side than the Muslim side. You cannot take it away. And the Christians will accept him more than Muslims. He have to go and kneel down to Muslim for him to be accepted. But he doesn't have to go and kneel down to any Christian for him to be accepted. As far as the Christian find him competent. But even if a Muslim find him competent, you still have to kneel down, you still have to beg, you still have to show proof that you are not going to marginalize them before they can accept you. So you don't expect him to, what do you expect him to say? To be calling him Adebayo. You see, yes, daddy now. All sense. Also, bringing those things, that is why I always believe that is the reason why God made this country to be one. Just like the instance I give you now. If you come to Nigeria now, all the big GOs we have is Yorubas. All the big GOs we have in this nation, most of them are Yorubas. As in the big ones. Not talking about many of them. At least if you come to Nigeria now, you want to talk about most of the big churches in Africa. You count Redeem, you count Living Faith, you count Deeper Life. All these are Yorubas. And they are known all over the world. The one that I know that is an Igbo man, which is choosing, is not even close to these two. One of these people that I mentioned to you now. It's not close to them in terms of popularity, in terms of becoming one of the biggest GOs. But and most of these churches are filled up with Igbo people. So to show you that there is nothing bad in that, because the man that is just like I tell you now, the one that is feeding me spiritually is a Yoruba man. If I need something now, I will go to him. I will go to his message. I will go to somebody close to him. And the time that he is a Christian or somebody is a Christian, why won't he discuss politics? The only thing I fear in the country is that politics is very bad in Nigeria. That is why you see many good people. So for me, P2B, he has given his reply, and the reply he gave, that's how he does it. But for me, I'm not seeing the reply. I saw the reply, but I don't read any meaning to it. Because the audio clip, I'm not reading any meaning to it. These are my definition of everything that since all these things have been going on. So for him to maybe just to satisfy his conscience, whether it happened or it did not happen, I don't care. I don't know where else you will find his association apart from Christian.
All right. Thank you. I want us to grab hold of Pansat, who's about to leave. But do you want to register your thoughts on the 4-point demand from the Ohanese space before you leave, or are you Pansat?
I'm right here. Good evening to everybody. It's evening over here. It's been an interesting discussion. The main reason I wanted to come in is to... what was the question on the 4-point stuff from Ohanese? That's what you asked?
The Ohanese, they've come up with a 4-point demand for them to let me just give you the quick readout. It says...
I saw it. You read it the last time you read it. I saw it.
All right. So do you want the points, or do you just want to speak to the space?
I want to speak. I want to say that's premature. I'm really not interested in that. What I want to talk about is where we stand right now with the process. I don't think Tinubu is going to. You see me coming often on the platform to say, I'm cautioning you, this is not a done deal. Tinubu is not going to be our president. That's I'm going to tell you why I say that with a couple of minutes. If you allow me, I'll tell you. You've seen Baba Ahmed Dati go and make a case, and you've seen them keep trying to arrest him for saying those things, but you should listen to what he said in that piece. That section 134 of our Constitution is very, very important. Subsection 2. It's been before the Supreme Court before in 2008, and that was the current president now against Yaradua. In that case, the court made it very, very clear that you have to win 25% of Abuja. As a matter of fact, let me post on your private section a link to a YouTube channel where the former Attorney General, Ayendo Ka, made the case. It's very, very clear. So I don't know if you want to play that. I could wait and have you play for all of us.
No, carry on because we're under pressure of time. But
okay,
yeah.
I posted it on there, and the case is very clear.
What I will do is I'll pass it on to the comment section for people to watch at later. But carry on. Yeah.
Okay, very well. So it's nobody knows what a court's gonna do, obviously, because when it comes before this court right now, or even the tribunal, they could decide it based on technicalities rather than law, or decided by practicalities, right? So nobody knows what a court is going to do. But it's a very solid thing. It's been before the court before. But it behooves me why Nigeria.
So are you saying there's an adjudication on it already?
Yes.
Would INEC be aware of the adjudication?
INEC, I'm sure they would be, because if you listen to the man who spoke today, who's also a very good lawyer, Mr. Barrister Abakobe, right? He wrote an article in January before the election saying to INEC, please, this is going to be an issue. This is going to be an issue about Abuja, about that particular section 134, subsection 2. Can we get clarity on it? And according to him, INEC didn't respond. We don't have agencies that respect the law. You can't go by what INEC does. However, this time it's important for us, right? But the point I wanted to make was to say that even being a good president-elect, Tinubu is not up to the task. We don't know where he is for almost 30 days now.
We do know where he is, because they gave us his retinue when he was leaving the country. And we've been seeing snippets of him up and down the world.
Right. What I mean is that he hasn't spoken, he hasn't been seen or spoken to us. It's like Buhari goes away for 100 days, over 100 days.
In what capacity are you expecting him to speak?
Well, as a president-elect, there are issues that are burning issues, right? Including him responding to petitions that have been lawfully filed against him. He's supposed to
is he a lawyer?
Yeah, could you let me just land on my point?
No, that you've been here before. You know how we flow.
I understand, but we never do get along.
If you raise your voice, no. You're not here to propagandize. So you know that. So you can do the screaming and shouting and then storm off, or you can have a conversation.
What did I say that you?
I'm asking you. You are saying that he has not come out to speak on the petition, and I'm asking you if it's a lawyer. In what capacity? He has a team of lawyers responding to the petition. So, what is your expectation?
Okay, fine. So, what I expect is what we're developed countries, right? So we know how a president-elect acts. We know how a president acts, right? You are not supposed to be aloof. We don't know where you are. We don't know if you're under arrest in another country.
What do you mean? You know where he is? You
tell me, how do you know where he is?
I must move on. This is nonsensical. But thank you. Let's go on to Dewale. Let's go on to just a nonsensical nonsense. Sorry, Dewale, let's hear from you. Are you there, Dewale?
Hello.
Yeah. Yeah, so sorry, man. Just speak to the conversation as you will. That guy, I don't know why he does all that.
Pansat. Pansat.
Do you want me to build up some talking points for you, or do
Yeah,
you just do you,
let's
all
roll.
right? Do,
I'm
do,
having a
do,
test
do, do you
time as
want
well.
do you want to speak to the actually I think we've overlabored the Ohanese list, but what we haven't overlabored is this uh which one did I want to bring you in? Let me bring you in with this one. Okay. Speak to the court stops Labour Party's chairman, secretary, orders from parading as national officers. So it's a deja vu, is it not? It's a sense of we've been here before. All the way through from Secondos to Oshiomole, from Oshiomole to RU, from RU now to this guy, once that suspension comes in, that is fait accompli. But the timing of it is really where the mystery is. You know, with just now moments from having a major decision that impacts fundamentally on them, is this an act of self-harm? Because they're not presiding a united front. In fact, they don't even have a front anymore, with their lead person now on suspension with a court order not to parade as a functionary of that party. So what are you making of that then? The stepping down of the chairman of Labour Party with a court judgment for him not to parade himself.
I was listening to Wajale Koko earlier when he was speaking on the topic, and I was also sending, in the comment section. It's so it's so funny that all this is happening during the time that the party need to solidify their effort and come together in one voice and support their candidate. Now that they have a case in the court, but that speaks to you the Nigerian factor that we're talking about. Labour Party is like a true reflection of a country called Nigeria, a contraction of different people, different bedfellow. Um, Abure being asked to, step aside at this moment. Of what use? Actually, I look at the man. What is his political relevance? The candidate of the party itself is even more, relevant and popular and have more to give than the glorified chairman. But you're kicking yourself in the butt and you're also shooting yourself in the foot. I smell corruption. All those things I think originated from the ward level where the man was suspended, just like what happens in PDP. But I think there's nothing that is hidden in this life. Anything being buried is still going to be exposed someday, somehow. But I mean, they have a case in the court. They are on the course, and I don't expect whatever the disagreement they may have, that will degenerate to the point that the chairman, who is actually have no say, because if you look at it, it's just you know, a glorified chairman to me. He has no say, he has no power, he has no relevance in the party. I mean, he was there. He was part of the party from the beginning, from the get go, until the B factor came in and took the party from them, and then took them to the greater height. So I want to believe that someone like Abure has been compensated one way or the other, but his suspension probably won't mean much to him because he's got a lot to gain as a party chairman, but then being suspended. Of what importance is his suspension to the party? I heard somebody, Russian man, saying that he smelled a rat, that it could be handwork of APC. Of what use is the rancor in the Labour Party to APC? APC already won the party. I mean, won the election. They're moving. They're forging forward. So
There is a lot. There is a lot.
w-
We can
I
admit
would
that.
really like you to, maybe you explain to me what they tend to gain from removing the chairman, a chairman that actually doesn't really have much to say as far as the party is concerned. His presence and his voice is what was needed. It doesn't. The party doesn't even have money. I want to believe some of these principal actors were already compensated before the this sector, took over and took over the party. So, like I said, it's more or less like kicking themselves in the butt and shooting themselves in the foot at the same time. They need more united front, more than ever, if they are actually a true, serious political party. But of course, it's a contraption, just like every other one, like APC. They were not organically grow. It was just people coming in just for the sake of power and power's sake. So yes, stuff like the rancors like this cannot be, found wanted. They will always happening, especially, but for a party that is still growing, that is still not yet consolidate on their, on their mandate, then they need to, get their act right. But I don't see any impact of other political. I'm not saying that other parties don't plant more in their in other parties, just to get information, but of what use? Abure is not like a established politician that we can say, well, he's got this widespread influence and all that. So to me, it's just, but everything started from the ward level. So now that you already have court injunction saying that he should stop parading himself, I don't even know, I that tells you about when it comes to politicking in that part of the world. People that always say those the interests of the people. No, it's about ego. It's about themselves. You know, an average politician is an egoistic human being. It's all about whatever their interest is all about. You know, I mean, in the sane society where people have a common goal, common drive, I see no reason why they can't not jettison their, personal gain and personal ambition, and forge a united front. But it's all about what you can grab. And, that's all I can say about that. But if rational mind want to explain to me what the APC or PDP tend to gain, especially now that they are not going to be taking power, except a miracle happens on the court. I would really love to. At least I will learn from it. If there's anything I'm not, I don't know. Maybe you can explain.
Yeah, the same thing they stand to get from this whole tape thing they're releasing. We once heard after the election, we saw APC acting like the loser in the election, all because some people were challenging them, their victory, and you could hear the likes of Keyamo acting like a demented person on national TV, yelling and screaming on top of his voice, like we're saying campaign and all of that. And you were asking me, and then he was talking about meeting propaganda with propaganda and all of that. You're telling me they don't get anything. They know what they are doing. They just want to discredit the party, make it look like they don't know what they are doing. The same way the party. I mean, if you look at the antecedent of the removing a sitting chairman, the way they did, it started with their own party when they removed their own party chairman from his own ward. That's the same template they've been playing all across. We've been saying that all their moles that they planted in different parties, they've been playing on other parties, or maybe those people who have learned those tricks from them. They're using it. So if a party, an opponent, with all their legal cases in court, if they could put confusion among them within their party, how do you think they're going to hold together, go into the legal case? And like some lawyers said that if you remove a chairman, that could affect whatever that legal case they have in court, because it's the chairman that will go to most of, because mind you, like when what's his name, this man, he sued APC, not just APC as a whole, but the chairman of the APC will be the one that will be responding in the place of Tinubu, because INEC were on the petition, APC was on the petition, and Tinubu and his candidate is a deputy on the petition. So if you remove the APC chairman, how do you think that is not going to affect the case against Tinubu if at all that happens? I'm not saying it's going to have, adversely, because they have to be able to get themselves together. But this is the guy who. Hold on. Okay, go on, please.
That guy that used to cause that problem is Aramba. The guy.
Which guy?
The guy is looking somehow. I'm not seeing that guy straightforward.
You mean the guy from the Labour?
Yes, the guy from Labour.
I think they call it Arabambi.
Alambambi, of course. Because the party is just growing. When the party was not growing, nobody is talking about all this issue of chairman. And that is why all these their politics somehow is getting irritating. And I never see that man work for the progress of the party during and after. The party is busy doing campaign, trying to get on board. You are busy in marketing the party, going to court, doing all this and that. And the last time he spoke before the election, he said that he met Obasanjo, tell him about the problem. Obasanjo tell him to go and work for the progress of the party first. Let them progress first before you begin to talk about how to who become the chairman or who become that. So for me,
it's not the same thing.
That guy is on something. It's like they're using him to destroy that party.
No, you can tell. You can tell from the beginning now. If you look at what he did,
I can tell him from the beginning. The guy they're using him to destroy that party. So
he's doing some.
I'm just saying, let them find a way to sort the guy out. The guy is a very big blow into that party, right? And the party need to be organized now. Now they have senator, they have governor. They need to organize and begin to start to go from there.
Sorry, the guy they are removing now, which state is he from?
Huh?
The chairman they are removing, which state is he from?
He's from Edo State. The chairman is from Edo. Apple is from Edo.
So why is he being removed?
Well, no, they said that he's collecting money. That they are putting people that are not members of the party. I can understand what the guy is saying, that the party, maybe they are the original members of the party, but they are not working for the party. See, most of the time that Labour Party is like they give tickets. Maybe at the end of the day they send the candidates out, collect the money. But this time around, it's not business as usual. The candidate they have, like Ipob, is very serious to contest and build the party. And now the party is beginning to move forward. It's not like before you use Labour Party and dump it.
Sorry, Ikene.
Yeah, go on. Sorry.
Is it not the same guy that overruled their party constitution and gave Peter Obi the mandate?
See, anywhere that Peter Obi goes.
Sorry. Let Prince come in. Yeah, Prince come in. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say Peter Obi, and he's shown in the past, is not a builder. He's from ABGA to PDP. So if Peter Obi was a builder when it came to labor, I mean, he should have done a lot of groundwork to bring everybody together and to, establish himself. That's what I predicted, though, that he might actually go back to ABGA or go to a different party. That's Peter Obi. But if he intends to use the springboard of Labour Party to come back in the next 4 years or whatever, this is the time he should be putting things together and trying to build a strong foundation for the party. But again, just like Atiku, I guess also, Peter Obi is not a builder. He jumps from one party to another. That's not his style. He does not have the ability to negotiate and break.
No, Peter Obi, I cannot say that Peter Obi is not a builder. The reason I will not say that is the Labour Party. The time Peter Obi became governor, he became governor under Apuga with no House of Representatives. He was the only person there. And this Vic Tume that won Senate in Anambra, most of them, they came in because of Peter Obi. And it's those calibers of men that made that party succeed. So how can you say that he's not a builder when he was able to bring those men? They are now in the Senate. At least I know of Vic Tume. Vic Tume was his party chairman under Apple.
Well, a lot of people are using the Labour Party right now to get senatorial position or House membership position. So because it was able to bring people in, or people came to the party, doesn't mean it's a builder. For many years, Peter Obi was in the PDP. Now, Peter Obi would have shown his strength as a leader if he had been able to outwit Atiku and get the buy-in of most of the people in the PDP, especially Southeasterners, because they're quite prominent and powerful in the PDP party. But it could never do that. So I mean,
the only thing I know, the only thing in that aspect, the only thing I know, it will be the kind of politics that he plays. Not everybody will buy to that idea of politics, of not giving shit, all of that.
Kenny,
Not every
Kenny,
politician will buy to that idea.
let me come back. Let me come back. I listened to Rashina Mine when he was trying to list the what the APC. I think what the Rashina Mine is trying to tell me is that APC will benefit if the party is in disarray. They tend to benefit because they will not be able to focus on the ball while they're dealing with their internal rancors and all that. I get it, but as it is right now, uh, as things stand, APC is the one that won the election, except the court overturned it. So they would rather not focus attention on that, but to consolidate on that winning that they got. Uh,
Yeah, for me, their winning is big. Whether
so
they win the election
and
or
at
they
the
don't
same
win, they
time,
can build on what they have now.
if you look at yesterday, was it day for yesterday or day yesterday? A gentleman, Bartholomew, we were having a discussion. Thomas asked me that if Obi doesn't get this mandate, that is it that his political career is over with? And I say yes, it is over with, and I'll tell you why. How is going to, Labour Party is going to be a divining factor in that. You know, for you to be able to build a platform, a formidable platform that can challenge the established parties and politicians and all that, you must be someone with uh, nine lives, with not just two hands but multiple hands to dine with the devil. If you are the same character that projecting yourself as not like a typical politician, you will not be able to do that in Nigeria. APC, even though as a platform for strange bedfellow, they were still able to, form that cohesion among themselves because they have a mandate, they have the mission to get the power from PDP, and that they were able to do successfully. Now, Labour Party as a strong opposition, as a third force, it everything depends on the shoulder of the candidate. Now, if the candidate is not strong, politically strong enough, because at it is right now, the party chairman, the suspended party chairman, has no political foundation, has no political uh, currency. I'm not even sure if it is even known in his ward or in his state. But the candidate of the party is the one, quote unquote, shouldering and carrying the party that makes the party to be relevant. Remember, we've had numerous politicians going to Labour Party over the years, the likes of Mimikos and the rest of them, and then they never took the party to the greater height. I won't say that they never contest, for presidency. It was mainly for the governorship. But then is Obi uh, have a larger than life personality, political personality, to build that form, to transform that party. Because after this election, everything will cool down. And once the cloud is calmed down and everything is not charged as it is right now, there's a possibility that circumstances will change, scenario will change, and there's a possibility that someone new, someone different will upstage the likes of Obis. So, and then where would now be the end of the party? So we look at it that way. We realize that the Labour Party itself have not been able to transform, and
And
having this fight at this crucial stage of the party shows that the party itself is not really haven't really defined or understand what it truly meant for Nigeria as a platform. Because
there is no much political experience people there.
Yeah,
and just thank you.
and it
Just
was
only
deliberate.
P2B and the
You are
people.
right. It was deliberate because
They
they
are just
thought,
if you are seeing they are just new boys,
you know,
new boys in the
and
field.
that tells you that, or shows that, that party, sorry to say, is heading to the rock. If now revived on time, but that also depends on the people in charge. Yes, the elite, but they're trying to distinguish themselves and differentiate themselves from the old forces. But did they have uh, the wherewithal, like those strong? I mean, look at what the old forces did during the presidential and governorship election. Governorship election, actually, the gubernatorial election was a deviation from everything that. In fact, as a matter of fact, what happened during the presidential election was a child play. They took charge. They put their foot down and they revert back to their old self because they could see the trend, how things are moving. That if care is not taken, they will be swept out of power, and they took law into their own hand from their various states. So I didn't. They are not ready to do that, and I'm not sure the Labour Party is going to do that in the future because that's not what they're called out
No,
to do.
I believe they will do because it's like they have countered that this judgment today. So I saw in news that they have found out. The thing just happened today. So let's see what happened
We
today's
are
time.
Nigerian. There's no foreigner coming to sort out our affair for us. We know who we are. We are this kind of impossible human being that trying to make possibility work. I mean impossibility work. So um, as things stand, Abure's suspension is just. I want to believe Abure has been compensated. He has been paid. When the B factor came in, they were compensated because there's no way it is for just the mere optic and the national exposure that they want to gain. They've been the one toiling and laboring for this party for a very long time. So for someone who just come from the blues and said they want to take over, I mean, I also heard that Professor Patrick Tommy also relinquished his ambition when Obi came. Let's even assume that
Yeah.
one cannot be bought. But the likes of Abure, who is unknown personality, and the likes of the one you just mentioned in the Ogun State, they were fighting about money or no money. That tells you that that party wasn't ready. Uh, and
They are not ready. They are not ready.
money,
And
money was a
that
big
that
deal, you
that
know.
that Ogun State guy, I don't
And
know if the
if
way I'm seeing him.
he
The way
was
I
not
don't.
like, yeah,
You
that's
always complain. You always complain. I
yeah,
begin to think, are
because
you the only
that is
person
a
in the party?
no. See, my brother, that is a typical example of politician trait characteristics. That's how they behave. It's all about what they can get. But the OB factor came in, and they are trying to act like Oyibo man. We're not going to give shishi. We're not going to do this. The little money released to promote the parties and all that. Some few people have pocketed the money. So
They even have to reduce their governorship form
So
to make the card too expensive.
at the end of the day, it's going to affect the candidates. It's going to affect the presidential candidate himself, and it did affect because they are not ready to. I mean, as at that time, there was no money to even spend. But let's just assume that they could also go in the way of APC and PDP and give scratch card out. I was still. I mean, this guy. Prince Adewale, attest that he saw the Labour Party also giving out uh, gifts and money and all that during the election. But on a larger scale, that party is not ready to uh, do what the other parties are doing. And I'm sorry it's
Well,
going to be brought to the
I
end of
hope
that
they
party.
do because with the only people that I know that can influence that party is just 3 or 4 people. As it will be Victor, Valentine,
Those are not
Impact
big
or
names.
coming.
Even Peter Obi himself cannot influence that party. After some time, every society have their point of diminishing returns. Now, even when the
That party is
decision,
making a very big mistake. You know that party is having a better chance now to take Anambra State
oh,
governorship.
But
Labour Party.
you know the funniest thing is this: if
And
they
they're
start,
playing with all these things.
if they start from a state level, they will tend to gain more and tend to build the party more. But concentrating on the national level without having that, state structure is going to affect them. It's going to affect, and it actually did affect them. But if they had like, let's say, three, four governors before the election, or five governors spread across the country, it would have helped them, to help, canvass for vote, and do whatever they needed to do.
Unlike this gubernatorial election in Lagos State, they didn't do well. The party didn't do well.
No, the scenario in Lagos, the circumstance in Lagos changed drastically.
But they ought to be prepared. Even me as an individual, I know that such thing will happen. The day they came to our side, I told them, see, this vote you will get it, but you cannot protect it. I tell them clearly, you get this vote, but you cannot protect it. And
Well,
they're telling us they will protect it. Okay, what happened that day? What happened that day was that many people they use for polling agents in the presidential during the gubernatorial, most of them didn't turn out. It's just the people that came to vote that decided to do the agent work.
But
You understand? Okay, when the whole scenario of snatching of balls was happening, we met a guy in that our address. The guy tell us, forget all these things. Labour Party did not do well. The guy worked as an agent and is one of these aboros. He told us they know how these things work. It's not everything you begin to play scent and all those things. You have to show your capacity. They have to come and settle. Those guys was saying that they were expecting them to come and settle them the way they did before. At least if they were in that polling unit, those guys will not snatch that those ballot box.
They will still do it. They will do it. You know what?
They will still do in our polling unit. The guy that was standing there is one of them. They didn't enter that polling unit. I'm telling you the fact.
Yeah, but also you will also look at the circumstances in Lagos that the vote during the presidential election was a protest vote, but majority still voted for
majority vote. Even that Ojo, I believe that guy. I believe that guy won that Ojo. I believe that guy won that Ojo. But what happened that day? What happened that day is Labour Party is more serious. That is what happened. I'm telling you this in fact.
There's nothing the Labour Party could do.
They're not serious.
No, the APC.
They just all the levels of every voter that they were just in vain.
No, there's nothing the Labour Party could do in Lagos because what happened was what led to what happens in Lagos before then. The video that was released, the postponement of the election, and everything give room for that to rise.
But people still turn out. People still turn out.
Yeah, but at that
in my polling unit, almost the same result we got in the presidential.
Yeah,
it's almost the same result we got on the
protest vote. The protest vote that was recorded during the presidential was no longer there during this gubernatorial. People that voted for Labour Party at the presidential election, some of them voted for APC governorship during the governorship election. Not everyone voted for Labour Party because that protest was no longer there. But you know what actually characterized the Lagos State, or should I say, becloud everything was, the disfranchisement of the Southeasterns and the riot and snatching of buses and all that. That would becloud, and even ordinarily APC would have still have won that election fair and square. But
the guy that even contested for House of Assembly now, we never even see the guy for one day. We never see that guy for one day.
Who? You mean the person that won the House of
the Labour Party, the House of Rep under Labour Party, and the guy, we never see that guy for one day, and we're asking, who is this guy that we are voting? They now begin to say he live in Nigeria, this and that, and this is the constituency you're supposed to be on ground or come and make sure that things are going well in the unit. They
I
say he's
just
in
feel there was a
inside it.
protest vote and people were just voting, anyhow, any way they want, anyhow they like. But
They didn't
but,
all the vote. They didn't count it now. No vote was counted. I
yeah,
can
but
count who you did.
because
All the
the
ballot
APC
box they carry. Police carry everything. Carry all the INEC. Everything. They did
APC
not
did
count
not
any vote.
want APC did not want to give chances, like what happened during the presidential election, and that
As
was
in,
the
they start from Ojo, from end, from the beginning. Pack all the ballot box. Anyone they can lay their hands on, they will just
yeah.
carry it.
It
Put it
was
inside with
unfortunate,
police, yo.
but I mean, it has happened in the past, uh, where such things, making sure that other people don't vote in some kind of ways and all that. It's not the first time. But like I said, a Labour Party as a party that is not, trying to do the right thing, but at the same time, uh, they have the kind of image they are projecting uh, at the national level, where it comes to presidential election, they're able to. Uh, it works well in their favor. But when it comes to gubernatorial election, there are some states that literally took power into their own hand and decided to take their destiny, making sure they deprived and denied Labour Party from usurping uh, establishment they've already, I mean, the power they've already established in their various states. And that was the reason why each state decided to do what they did. Labour Party wouldn't have been able to do that because this is a grassroots election now, no longer presidential or senatorial stuff. So that scenario kind of different, and that shows where the Labour Party was lacking behind. They tried what they could, but it just wasn't just enough because this is a party, I mean, sorry, state election, no longer federal election, and each state now have because they have a lot to lose. At the federal election, they have nothing to lose. It's a collective stuff. So, and Labour Party as a party, if they are unable to change the result or for the court to overturn this result, that means Labour Party will die. That not necessarily die. Uh, the principal actor will have no choice than to, because as it is stand now, it's only one party that are able to have a governor, uh, and one state is not enough. I guess that was the reason why that video played into the hand of APC when the particular guy said that they're going to capture Lagos. I didn't mean they're able to win in Lagos. That would have been a big boost to Labour Party because number one, they will use Lagos State as a platform to launch their party and to consolidate on their winning and to build it to a formidable level. But unfortunately, we are unable to achieve that. So it's more or less back to square one. Because individual that have been, I mean, coming to the party have been the ones sponsoring the party itself. So uh, there's no
They need
government
to
money that's
they
gonna.
need to work very hard in that party. No, yeah, the party maybe most people did not believe in the party so maybe now they begin to realize it. Maybe
Yeah.
I believe something will I believe that party will stand. My mind is
I
still
mean, do
I
you know
believe the party will
Labour Party has been in the system for ages, from day
stand.
one. But and we've at least for now we had like almost 3 or 4 governors that have used that platform.
Sorry, Dewale. Can I ask the people who have not yet clicked on the like button to please do that? Just bump up the like if you can, please. Sorry, carry on.
Oh, okay. I have not even done that myself. I thought I've done. Okay, there you go. Let's post that one. All right. So yes, the Labour Party has been in existence for a very long time. It's just like a regular political platform. The only difference is that is affiliation with Labour as a Labour organization. But if you look, it's so ironic that Labour as it is uh, and the party what do you call it manifesto. It's more or less like social party. Yeah, but Labour kind of like
Why not? Why not then now? Maybe shift that their chairman to not to know if that party will get.
that is what they should have done even before the primary, before the election. They should have, zoned the chairmanship
You
of
know,
the party.
let me say that. Let me say there is no time for that for the
I
election.
mean,
But now, I think by now they would have been considering those factors, shifting chairman to
if
the
they'll
north
be
and
able
all
to
those
take
things.
over the party within 6-8 months, I see no reason why they cannot, you know, make those changes before the election.
Ade, it's easy for us to say all of this.
But
Party politics is deeper than what we're just saying here. That mind you, this guy wasn't. I don't think he was really prepared to leave PDP. Not because later he found out that PDP
you
was.
mean Obi?
Yeah, Obi, and then he moved, and then everything just started. Like that. The whole movement. So I agree with some of you. I think Prince when he said something about. I don't think he's a builder of a sort. Although I think he's trying to build the party. But the kind of person that I know him to be is the kind of person like, okay, I don't want to meddle into many things. Let them just handle their own thing. My own is just to come, use your platform, and shoot myself to the limelight. But I think he needs to do more than.
And he said he made that statement once at a time that
that.
he will always be loyal. He will always be loyal to the chairman of the party. That's the kind of.
But sorry, gentlemen. Does the window not open for B now to build this party? Because I have the thought that with Aburi now out of the situation, it's an open canvas now. If Peter Obi wants to really seize charge of this party, this is now the moment. So he can get the pick of the chairman and then structure that party after his own image. Because that party is there for the taking, and he can just take that party now. If he gets the pick of the chairman, Prince.
Yeah, well, Peter B is not in his DNA, right? Again, it's not a builder. It's not a knock on him. It's just the way it's wired. He comes in and try to establish himself in any party he goes to. But to actually do the grand.
Do you think you're a bit unfair? Is that not the narrative of every Nigerian politician hopping from
Oh
one party
no,
to the other?
no! Come on, Walmart. You can't say that about Ashwaju. You can't say that. You cannot. We know he was there from the beginning, and when he had opportunity to maybe take a vice presidential position, he did not, because he had the instinct of timing. Okay, all these qualities are the things that Peter B does not have, and I don't blame him. It's not wired that way. That's just the fact.
Peter Obi does not have an instinct for timing.
He's not a strategist. We know that.
What about how he maneuvered himself out of PDP and landed? I thought that was we mocked him, but it's now a genius.
I don't believe that he's not a strategist.
I don't even.
Well, in response to that, I say, okay, he ran away from the PDP, right? But although in hindsight, I had this debate with my brother, like, hey, that's the best thing he could have done, because he did not have that ability to defeat people like Wike and bring the other Southeasterners in the party to his side. He doesn't have that. So him bailing the party was the best thing for him. But guess what? In hindsight, who was the beneficiary of his action? It was Tinubu. So when Kiyamo says we should give Peter B a front seat during the inauguration, it sounds kind of a cheap shot, but not really. It's true, because without Peter B's action, it would have been really difficult for Ashwaju to have won the election, because trust me, Atiku thought he had everything in his back pocket. He thought he was going to cruise, but there comes Peter B from nowhere, and boom, it helped Ashwaju become the president.
Prince Daddy.
But you cannot take out the fact that this is the first time. But you cannot take out the fact that this is the first time that an Igbo man is making an impact.
My brother, do you also think? I want you to just, it's possible that Obi is working for Tinubu.
Oh wow, that's a big one.
No, hold on. Do you mean he's doing that wittingly or unwittingly?
Both.
Well, he is working unwittingly for Ashwaju, no doubt about that. But deliberately have a plan in place for doing that, I don't think so.
Prince Daddy, it has been said numerous times, different platforms, different places, that Tinubu at one point in time sponsored opposition, to public office, PDP, any other party, at some point in his political
No,
career.
because that is well, it's well, Tinubu is good, but let's not make him into a god because
No,
he's
no, no,
not.
no, 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 no.
He's good, but not a
I'm
god.
talking about the strategy that there was a documentary that it was actually said that he, had built a bridge across, reach out to the other politicians in other political platform, even sponsored opposition to an office. So
Yeah,
that's why
yeah.
my mind is saying that is it possible for this guy to be
No,
working for him
I
directly?
I see that, but Peter B, come on, Peter B came from the left field. Nobody saw Peter B coming. We all were there. We saw what happened. So I believe Ashwaji does those things, but him doing that with Peter B this time around, no, nobody saw Peter B coming. And of course, the person that was most irate with the whole thing was Atiku, of course, because Atiku, I mean, Peter B cost Atiku this election. I don't know how they can ever reconciled or ever
But there's
be anything.
somebody like me. I like it. I like that. I like it that way. That is happening to people. So most of them, that PDP is the problem. Let me say that the problem of the Southeast now. You understand? So the thing that happened to Atiku, that's why I'm not furious whether Tinubu becomes president or not. That PDP, I will even like that PDP to die a natural death. I don't want to be talking about it.
Well, that's why if Peter B again, everything kind of goes back on Peter B. If Peter B is able to put his foot down and do what he has to do, trust me, PDP will become a regional party to the north because PDP obviously has been wiped out of the southeast, right? And the Southwest will fight, will fight PDP to not have a stronghold, maybe in Oshun or whatever. But they're just going to push PDP to the north, and it's going to become a regional party, and Labour with Peter Obi can establish itself strongly in the southeast, in the south, and start to make move to the north. But of course, APC and Tinubu will not allow LP to establish or have a strong foothold in the north. That's a no. They would do whatever it takes. And back to the Senate presidency, the Northwest gave, of course, APC a lot of votes. So at this point in time, if you look at the entire equation, the Northwest has been the only main regional part of Nigeria without a strong presence so far in Tinubu's circle. Because keep in mind, even though Kashim Shettima is from the north, is a Kanuri, is not an Ahusa or Fulani, right? So you have the Tinubu Yoruba, you have Shettima Kanuri, and now you want to give the third strongest position in the country to a southeasterner. So where does the Northwest come in? With all their votes, with all their support, with all the governors coming together to fight for a southern presidency, of course, mainly Southwest and Tinubu. So they've done a lot of work. They've done a lot of work and groundwork for the APC, and that's the part of the country that can never be discounted when it comes to politics. So I know Tinubu is thinking, and he knows better. Of course, no. Tinubu got only 5 votes from the southeast, 1 from each state in the southeast. So he got nothing from the southeast. So is it Uzo Kalu trying to be the Senate president? It's not a lofty idea. He has the experience. He has a tenure. But guess what? In terms of political capital of contribution to the APC, nothing. They gave him nothing.
Prince Daddy, this is how I know that Obi is not actually politically inclined.
Savvy.
I don't want to sound, disrespectful. At least he was a former governor. You attended a declaration of your former principal. You were in attendance. Then I could remember him going to a Rise Television, and when it was questioned, I mean, I was wondering why was he doing those, going to those media houses, going there. That means he already have it planned, because there's no point going to television for interview if you don't have anything going for you. What is the point? Of course, I know politicians want to remain relevant, and that was sometimes their presence and being in front of camera is a necessity. But at the same time, he was going to Arise News, to Channels News, never for once come to TVC. So after attending the Atiku's declarations, now I could remember then he was asked if he was going to contest, and he said, "Where is the money?" That he doesn't have the money to be spent frivolously, like that, and then turn around and say, "Well, I'm no longer going to the PDP," and went to a Labour Party to contest. Now,
No. But he campaigned now. He campaigned all the voters state, campaigned to all the
no,
PDP.
before then, the primary times and all that when
Yeah, but all the campaign he needs to do for the primary, he did it to complete. He just
but
left the party maybe 3 days to the 3 days to the primary election under
yeah, but
PDP. He left the party.
that is how, for someone who, um, first and foremost, if you know that you are going to be contesting, see, you are only connected to Atiku. You are now born from the same parent, and if you know you are going to follow your own path, then you want to cut ties with the because it will become your opponent, whether you like it or not. So there's no point attending his declaration. It's
Well, for me,
someone who
going for that
has
declaration,
someone who
going
has
for that declaration is nothing now.
no,
He called it.
it is a big deal, my brother. It is a big deal. You know why? Because for someone who is serious, who is ambitious, who really want this, who really have it in plan, okay, you trying as much as look at the Oshibajo. Oshibajo did not attend Tinubu's colloquium, and that was the handwriting on the wall, and people started talking. Okay, it seems he's going to throw his hat into the ring, and he did. All right. So what is the point him attending Tinubu's colloquium at the same time still say, "Hey, I'm going to be the president of the country"? So you attended your former principal's declaration, and you decided, okay, because it doesn't seem it's going to favor you, and you left the party. I mean, there's no harms in doing
But
that, but for you to be
it's a
calculated.
smart move now for him to leave the party and take a Labour.
But
Is it a
at
bad
that
idea? Because
so
he knew that
at that
definitely he
moment,
cannot get that ticket in PDP.
no,
There is
at
no
that
way he can
moment,
get it.
okay, he knew he was going to contest, and Atiku already about to declare. So why
And
you?
the wike is there, and you know how
Yeah,
wike is
but
tough in that
but the
primary.
thing is this. The thing is that why attending that declaration? Why? When you yourself know you are still going to contest, did he
He
see which
invited
way
him.
the
If you invited him and there is no hard feeling now. Your boss invited you to this election.
Peter B was being duplicitous. It was being duplicitous, and also, I mean, he wanted to
stop playing that
have
way?
it both ways, so to speak. Now, he wanted to have. He knew what was going on. Of course, it was part of PDP. He knew what was going on there, and he knew it wasn't going to favor him at the end of the day to get a nomination. So, you just want to see all the way through and decide what to do. But he knew what it was doing. He's a crafty person. I mean, he's smart enough to know that.
He has used that platform to campaign for his for all the things he need to campaign for under PDP. He used that platform to campaign before
All
he
right.
moved to Labour. So it was easy for him in Labour to gather momentum because he has already done his primary campaign and everything under PDP. So
All
you
right.
cannot tell me that he's not wise in doing that. What he did there, he says, let me say, is smartness. That's what he did. He displayed, and it favored him somehow, maybe. So I cannot say that he did not gain. He gained.
All right, gentlemen. The conversation can still carry on. You know, we have like a private room that I'm going to shut down the live streaming, but then we can have like a private session, and the conversations can carry on for people who still want to carry it on. But let me shut down the live streaming just so that I can leave you guys to to conversate. And when we come off screen, then you can really speak as freely as you would like to. But let me shut down the live streaming first. But before I do that, let me acknowledge the super chat from Alexander Gomez, the super sticker from Alexander Gomez, followed by super sticker from Prince Daddy, and then Theophilos Shoguyi. So hopefully I'm pronouncing your name right. Theophilos Shoguyi, he joins in as well. And of course, the official sponsor of One Man Went to More platform, Ayo does, as it does the super sticker too. Only to really use it to back up the buy the coffee. So that's Ayo clocking in just as soon as it turns up. So thank you, Ayo, and to everyone else. So thank you all. So we'll end the live session here. So thank you everybody for turning up. Please turn up again tomorrow. We will be here, and it's never complete without your company. So I'll say peace here and come off the live streaming. So